Chapter 1426, The Absolute Beginning Original Symbol. Chapter 1426, The Absolute Beginning Original Symbol _. The massive archaic building was as big as a mountain. It looked like a tower with hundreds of thousands of windows. Countless absolute beginning symbols were moving on this building. Those absolute beginning symbols represented life. Shurian gathered his spirit and observed, revolving his soul altar to stimulate life, power, Upanishad. Swoosh! His soul altar flew out of his head and moved like a huge cluster of clouds towards the top of the tower-like ancient building. Shurian's body was still. His bright eyes were dim and blank. The Godlord Brian and Ming Hao realized the commotion. They emerged from the piles of rocks. Their minds moved along with Shurian's soul altar and checked every small change. At this moment, Shurian's body didn't have a soul altar to guard and control. He became like a rock statue. If Brian had any dark thought, he could kill Shurian easily. Ming Hao discreetly watched Brian. "Don't doubt me. He's still valuable to me. I won't kill him." Brian smiled indifferently. "I'm waiting to see what will happen to him when he finishes fusing with the heaven flames. Moreover, he triggered some changes here. We're counting on him to take us out of here." Ming Hao looked at him in the eyes. Several seconds later, he quieted down. Then, they focused on Shurian's soul altar. That soul altar was like a massive cluster of clouds with many tiers. The lowest tier was the sea of consciousness, which was a vast, misty sea. Above the sea of consciousness was the tier of power Upanishads with some marvelous features. It had a jet-black cave that was moving like a massive mouth that could swallow everything. It was the devouring power Upanishad. It had a galaxy with twinkling stars, the star power Upanishad. There was a crystal ball where the life energy fluctuated continuously. Of course, it was the life power Upanishad. A strange mirror stood on a corner and reflected many different spaces. It was the space power Upanishad. Another section had a whole gray, cold, isolated land with thick death chi. It was the death power Upanishad. Those were the wonders on the tier of power Upanishads. After Shurian had reached the immortal realm, his power Upanishads had transformed while he didn't notice. They had turned into tangible matter and stayed in his tier of power Upanishads. The sea of fire with the original flames was separated with the power Upanishads, even though they shared the same tier. They were like the yin and yang fish. Above the tier of power Upanishads and heaven flames was a star area that had been resized billions of times smaller. It had a vast space, numerous stars where ancient trees, mountains, and rivers grew. Although death chi hovered, there was no creature. It was its incipient extent. Before it opened, it looked a little vague. The co-soul and the host soul occupied the place above the incipient extent and floated like the two gods watching the immense incipient extent, the tier of power Upanishads and the sea of consciousness. The two godlike souls had different positions. The host soul was hovering a little higher than the co-soul. The co-soul was adjoining with the incipient extent. It looked like they had fused with each other, and below them was the tier of heaven flames. The co-soul was floating above the tier of heaven flame and blending harmoniously with the incipient extent. That was Shurian's soul altar. Today, the cloud-like soul altar slowly floated. Eventually, it hovered above the top of the ancient tower. The sea of consciousness at the bottom of that soul altar rippled strangely and fiercely. The crystal ball that represented the life, power Upanishad on the tier of power Upanishads was glowing in a strange halo with surging vitality. Then, the sea of consciousness began to create many light layers and shroud the colossal tower. Miraculously, the absolute beginning symbols on the tower began to move. From the bottom of the tower, they slowly moved upward and merged with each other on the way. The absolute beginning symbols of the lower floors slowly moved upward and fused with the absolute beginning symbols on the upper floors. It looked like the worms were moving into a small snake. It was utterly bizarre. Brian and Ming Hao looked at each other. Even with their profound knowledge, they didn't know what was going on over there. The only thing they could do was wait. They had to wait until this finished. Meanwhile, they had to try their best to protect Shi Yin to make his body and soul alter get through this peculiar change. I admire this kid. It seems like he got lucky again. Previously, he wasn't even an incipient god realm. After dozens of years, he has reached the immortal realm. He's not far from us, said Ming Hao with some emotion. Brian snorted. Everything is because of the devouring power Upanishad. This sort of energy-collecting evil technique could give him endless ability. With devouring power Upanishad, he doesn't need to worry about not gathering enough energy. However, he still needs to study the realm. And I understand clearly that realm comprehension is much more difficult than accumulating energy. As he has reached his realm today, it's enough to prove one thing. His innate talent is also ultimately extraordinary, said Ming Hao indifferently. Brian looked pensive. What was taking place in front of him proved that Ming Hao wasn't lying or exaggerating. Although it was the overbearing power of the devouring power Upanishad that had boosted Shi Yan's realm, they couldn't deny that Shi Yan was excellent in learning his realm. With his pride and position, Brian had to admit that Shi Yan wasn't weaker than anyone. They didn't continue their topic and just watched Shi Yan, waiting to see how the situation was going to develop. 10 days flew hurriedly. The absolute beginning symbols on dozens of lower floors were all gone as they merged upward. Afterward, they became more dazzling and livelier. The vitality emitting from them was so formidable. What is going to happen? Muttered Ming Hao. The God Lord was waiting. He was waiting for Shi Yan to solve the riddle of this ancient building. He longed to get back to desolate territory. As the chief of the God clan in desolate territory, he understood that his homeland was at a critical moment because of Hui. He was worried about his fellow people in desolate territory. He wanted to leave as soon as possible. Suddenly, he frowned and looked afar. Someone is coming. Ming Hao was startled, but then his eyes brightened as he smiled. 6 hours later, a chilly silhouette came with white mist. As soon as she appeared, she was amazed and yelled, "Uncle!" She looked at Ming Hao and felt both happy and worried. Ming Hao smiled for the first time. "Good. Finally, you're here. I heard you got." He smiled and raked his eyes on her as if he was searching for something. His line of sight stopped by the dark figure laying on Audrey's shoulder. He was shocked and he shivered. He made a deep bow. "Teacher, you're still alive." Ming Hong grinned strangely. "After 10,000 years, you kiddo, you've reached such a realm. You didn't fail my favor that year." Ming Hong was Ming Hao's first teacher ever. He was also his uncle in the clan. Of course, he could show his superiority. Ming Hao bent his body respectfully. "Don't worry, teacher. I will help you get rid of the brutal soulbind. I will find a good imperial dark body for you, so you can continue your cultivation. We'll talk about it later." Ming Hong waved his hand and sat up. He was like a little human sitting on Audrey's shoulder. "What are you doing here?" Swish! Another warrior arrived. Meiji appeared with her mind-stirring beauty. Ming Hao and Brian, the God Lord, were puzzled. They looked dazzled and stunned, though. However, they had recovered after a few seconds as they had forcefully removed the mind-puzzling state. Meiji looked at them. She didn't know what happened. But the fact that Ming Hao and the God Lord weren't affected by her enchanting technique had frightened her. As soon as she arrived, she purposely used her soul-enchanting technique. When she used this powerful technique, even ones with dark energy like Batum were affected. They couldn't recover as quickly as these two did. Brian and Ming Hao had taken only a few seconds to resume their sound minds. As far as she'd known, even normal territory ancestor realm experts didn't have such tough minds and spirits. Meiji was scared. "No one could disturb this place. We should kill anyone we don't know," Brian said nonchalantly and ruthlessly. "You want to do that, or should I do that?" he asked Ming Hao. Hearing him, Meiji felt so chilled. Brian's inhuman deeds had brought colors to her face. She immediately realized that this stranger used to have bloody karma. This sort of character would have no mercy to the beauty. Even when she had applied the enchanting technique on him, he still wanted to kill her. This man was truly cold-blooded. Ming Hao didn't pay attention to him. He turned to Audrey and asked skeptically, "Who is this beautiful woman? If you don't know her, we'll kill her. We don't want anyone to be bothered." As Ming Hao was the sole control chief of the bloodthirsty force, his hands were soaked in blood. Killing wasn't a burden in his heart. Somehow, it was a fun and enjoyable act. I'm here to find Shiryan." It was unfortunate for Meiji. She wasn't weaker than Ming Hao and Brian, but she hadn't recovered fully from her previous battle. Moreover, after 10,000 years, Ming Hao and Brian had killed billions of creatures. She couldn't compare to their aura. Instinctively, she was fearful. Looking for Shiryan, Ming Hao had a strange countenance. He turned to look at the soul altar floating above the massive tower and mocked her. "Oh, dogs will always eat **T. This rascal kid always messes with beautiful women." Even when he came here, he still maintained such behaviors. He ridiculed Shiryan, but it somehow applied on Meiji too. However, after he finished, he found that his niece was blushing. He was so stunned. Are you also with him?" Ming Hao forced a smile, looking at Audrey. Audrey was so embarrassed. The Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. Absolute beginning original symbols. However, at this moment, Ming Hong, who was sitting on Audrey's shoulder, suddenly screamed. He flew out and circled like an ugly bat. I remember it. Singh had an appointment with Tate. They said that they would come to the seabed to find it. It's real, unexpectedly. He looked at the massive ancient tower and the absolute beginning symbols and got strangely excited. Chapter 1427. The Ultimate Power Upanishad. Chapter 1427. The Ultimate Power Upanishad _ Ming Hong was like a little bat circling a massive ancient tower. He was cautious enough not to touch the tower. Apparently, he knew its power. Brian and Ming Hao saw his strange deeds, so they stopped paying attention to Audrey and Meiji. Audrey's blushing slowly subsided. She blamed her uncle for his dog-like mouth that couldn't have elephant ivory. He didn't say anything good enough. Ming Hong circled the ancient tower for a while. He seemed to confirm something. Then, he came back to Audrey's shoulder and sighed. I can't believe what Tate had said is true. Brian, Ming Hao, Audrey, and Meiji looked at him and waited for him to explain. Ming Hong didn't go around the bush. Very early on, the Soul Clan knew that the Sea of Annihilation's seabed had an absolute beginning vestige. They have sent a lot of warriors to search and explore. Lately, they found the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. They said they even found the absolute beginning original symbol. Tate contacted Singh and invited him for this search mission. Singh had agreed. He planned to finish his business on Dragon Lizard Star before going to the Sea of Annihilation to find the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. What's the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower? Frowned Ming Hao. You know it, don't you? Ming Hong grinned and looked at Meiji from a distance. Indeed, Meiji nodded. I know the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. The Power Upanishad Symbol Tower has two functions. It contains or creates the absolute beginning original symbol. The Power Upanishad Symbol Tower is a tool that absolute beginning creatures created. It's like a container. Somehow, it's similar to the bone pond of the White Bone clan. However, it's much more mysterious. I heard from the precursor in my clan that each of the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower has hundreds of levels. To create an absolute beginning original symbol, it requires a lot of things. For example, asked Brian. For example, to refine an ice absolute beginning original symbol, it requires millions of warriors who cultivate ice power Upanishad from the very beginning level to the utmost level to be sacrificial objects. She rose her porcelain hand and pointed at so many windows on the massive tower at the lowest level. Those windows lock many warriors cultivating ice power Upanishad. From the lowest level, the warriors' realms are in increasing order. Elementary, nascent, human realm, disaster realm, earth realm, nirvana realm, sky realm, spirit god realm, true god realm, King God Realm, Original God Realm, Ethereal God Realm, Incipient God Realm, Immortal Realm, and even experts at Territory Ancestor Realm. As the ultimate powers of the absolute beginning original symbol are different, the arrangement of the warriors at different realms is also different. For example, the elementary warriors could be placed in the lowest 10 levels or up to the 20th level. No matter what thought, the low realm warriors are placed lower as a foundation. Look at it. You can see that the lower levels of the tower are large. The number of warriors that act as a foundation could be millions. Also, there are actually so many of them to be found. The tower gets smaller all the way to the top with fewer and fewer windows. It's because the higher the realm of the warriors, they are harder to find. See, there are around dozens of windows for Incipient God Realm and 10 windows for Immortal Realm. Above them is the window for the Territory Ancestor Realm. It can vary. If they want to refine the top quality absolute beginning original symbol with the ultimate supernatural power, they will need at least one expert at Territory Ancestor Realm. The refining process is simple. Once the Power Upanishad symbol tower opens, it will take the streaks of Power Upanishad and those warriors cultivating Ice Power Upanishad imprisoned in those windows. Then their spirit, soul, and chi will become one absolute beginning symbol representing Ice Power Upanishad. After that, it will leave the window and move around the Power Upanishad symbol tower unceasingly. If all those absolute beginning symbols merge together, they will create an absolute beginning original symbol, which carries the supernatural abilities of a Power Upanishad. According to what you said, to refine an absolute beginning original symbol, it will need dozens of thousands of creatures cultivating the same Power Upanishad as the sacrifices. Also, the sacrifice requires Incipient God Realm, Immortal Realm, and even Territory Ancestor Realm experts. The God Lord grimaced. It's true. Meiji also felt chilled from the bottom of her heart. To receive the ultimate Power Upanishad from the absolute beginning original symbol, it will need a Territory Ancestor Realm expert as a sacrifice. The ultimate Power Upanishad? Minghao is also astounded. The absolute beginning creatures could create billions of lives in their own territory in that era. Those creatures were used as sacrifices to refine the absolute beginning original symbol. It's like how we breed and grow spirit beasts or herbs until they are at a specific strength or qualification when we will kill them or harvest them to refine tools, weapons, and pellets. Explain Meiji. Brian and Minghao exchanged looks. Their countenances became odder as they sighed inwardly. They lived in desolate territory where desolate was the lord of all things. If it was as Meiji had just explained, they were the creatures desolate had bred and nurtured to refine as pellets later. They were materials with various qualification. The lowest quality products would become the foundation of the Power Upanishad symbol tower. Experts at their realm could become the sacrifice at the top of the tower. Although their realms were different, their consequences were the same. They were materials that desolate would use to create something. I heard from my precursors that in a territory, after dozens of thousands of years of selecting from the elementary to the incipient God realm or immortal realm, the number of qualified warriors is just enough to refine one absolute beginning original symbol. If they have a territory ancestor realm expert, the absolute beginning original symbol produced will be at a higher quality. The absolute beginning original symbol is much more precious than the immortal pellet. If it's true that the absolute beginning original symbol contains the ultimate power Upanishad, it is. Meiji shook her head. Magical light shot out from her eyes as she watched Shi Yan's soul altar hover above the power Upanishad symbol tower. What is he doing? Brian asked with a dark face. Taking the absolute beginning original symbol. One of his power Upanishads is matched with that absolute beginning original symbol, sighed Meiji. Life power Upanishad. Minghao was surprised. The absolute beginning original symbol in that power Upanishad symbol tower is the life power Upanishad. Those absolute beginning symbols mean life. God Lord Brian's heart beat faster. He thought, and then clutched his chest, feeling so bitter. Both Brian and Ming How didn't cultivate life power Upanishad. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't get it. Moreover, they needed that tower to leave this place. Even if they were indignant, they had to watch and wait for Shi Yin to take the absolute beginning original symbol. Also, when dangers were going to come, they had to protect Shi Yin too. They knew what the ultimate supernatural abilities were. The Blood Soul Sea and the Death and Life Rotating Bridge were Shi Yin's supernatural abilities. They were secret techniques formed with nature's principles, so somehow they were the gifts of nature. The ultimate power Upanishad was the origin of a power Upanishad, the last and most profound form with the deepest and most magical abilities, which could even become a principle. The ultimate power Upanishad was the principle of a power Upanishad. It was marvelously unrivaled, as it was the rules of earth and heaven that even the territory ancestor realm experts couldn't understand. Would it be anything more painful than watching the other take the treasure and have to protect him instead of competing for that treasure? Ming Hao and Brian had twisted faces as if their entire families were killed in front of them. The feeling was like a volcano, as they had to suppress them, almost causing internal wounds. Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. It's a Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. We found it. However, Tate's wild laughter came from a far distance. He was screaming, his face eccentric. It's the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower, really, and it's a complete preserved one. Batum and the old woman from the Devouring Clan were so excited and shivering. They looked at the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower from a distance, as if they were eyeing countless mountains of gold and treasures. Someone is taking the absolute beginning original symbol. Batum's face was like the face of a strange, wiggling snake. He was extremely ugly. He screamed like he had just gotten stabbed and dashed towards the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower as he thundered, "That darn kid, he doesn't want to live anymore. You think you deserve to compete for the absolute beginning original symbol? You should be dead 1,000,000 times." Batum. Meiji's face was pale as she whined. Batum stooped to see Meiji. He was bewildered for a while and then laughed crazily. "After I kill that kid and get the absolute beginning original symbol, I will have a talk with you. Precursors, we had a clear deal. You too can take the absolute beginning original symbol. The Power Upanishad Symbol Tower will belong to our Soul Clan. I'm going to report to my teacher. He'll come shortly." Tate pitched his voice. "Tate, do you know what is the biggest mistake you've made?" The old woman of the Devouring Clan suddenly smiled eccentrically. Tate was bewildered. "What? You shouldn't do it behind your teacher's back. You shouldn't be so greedy to get this soup for yourself alone. You didn't report this to your teacher. That was your biggest mistake." The old woman from the Devouring Clan grinned. Her soul altar spun and a piece of a disgusting swamp swarmed over, covering Tate and some warriors of the Soul Clan. Within several seconds, Tate melted into the dirty water in the swamp. The old woman got rid of her erosive swamp and looked at Batum. To refine an absolute beginning original symbol, it needs the creatures of an entire territory. Batum, you cultivate alone. Even if you get the tower, you don't have enough power to refine the absolute beginning original symbol. Only the 7 great clans can do that. We should make a deal, shouldn't we? Batum was about to attack her. Realizing that the absolute beginning symbols hadn't finished merging, he halted and asked, "What deal?" "You take this unknown absolute beginning original symbol. You can exchange it for anything from a territory ancestor realm expert with the matched power Upanishad. This power Upanishad Symbol Tower will belong to our Devouring Clan. I can pledge that our Devouring Clan will find the sacrifices to help you refine another absolute beginning original symbol that matches your power Upanishad," hissed the old woman. Batum was hesitant. However, Meiji suddenly called him. "Batum, if you help our Phantom Clan take that power Upanishad Symbol Tower, I agree with you. I will marry you and serve you as much as you want. I can promise you that the Phantom Clan will try our best to refine an absolute beginning original symbol for you." Batum became more hesitant. Batum, it's just a woman. When you reach the territory ancestor realm and you get the absolute beginning original symbol, what else will you not be able to have? The devouring clan old woman sneered. Even right now, I can confine this woman and you can do whatever you want with her. Meiji's soft body quivered. Chapter 1428. Rise the Might in the Foreign Land. Chapter 1428. Rise the Might in the Foreign Land. Meiji knew that hag and how cunningly malicious she was. Hearing her, Meiji was chilled. This hag was called Ganfu. She was also an infamous expert of the devouring clan. She cultivated corrosion power Upanishad, and she often used low-realm creatures to cultivate her secret technique. She had offended all the second-class races subjected to the devouring clan. Those clans had complained and wanted to leave the devouring clan's protection. When Ganfu heard that they wanted to punish her, she didn't say anything and just used her corrosion power Upanishad to destroy those clans. She had even melted their territory. Ganfu's inhuman deeds made her less welcome even in her own clan. If she hadn't had dark energy, which enabled her to reach the territory ancestor realm, the experts of devouring clan would have had to confine her and keep her from offending more people. Ganfu was sinister and ruthless. She could kill people without blinking her eyes once. However, she was loyal to the devouring clan. Because of the power Upanishad symbol tower, she had put more effort. Indeed, Tate was greedy. He didn't report the progress of this mission to his teacher. He thought that with his teacher's reputation, Ganfu would listen to him. And now, Tate was just a puddle of blood. Ganfu had eroded him completely. This venomous hag wasn't afraid of Tate's teacher because of the power Upanishad symbol tower. Of course, she didn't consider Meiji anything important. If Meiji was at her peak condition, even if she couldn't defeat Ganfu, she could run away safely. However, she couldn't leave deliberately. Ganfu didn't care about the Soul Clan and killed Tate. Of course, she wouldn't hesitate to confine her and offend the Phantom Clan too. This made Meiji insecure. She turned to Batum unconsciously. Batum hovered in midair, his face uncertain. He was struggling in his mind. Batum was also the lord of an area. Thinking for a few seconds, he grinned and nodded to the old woman. Hey, poisonous hag, get Meiji from me. I'm going to get the absolute beginning original symbol first. You can take the power Upanishad symbol tower as long as you promise to refine me an absolute beginning original symbol suitable for my power Upanishad first. Deal. Ganfu grinned like a banshee. Hovering in the void, she extended her hand to grab Meiji. Hundreds of dusky vipers danced like vines and spurted dark smoke as they tried to tie Meiji. Meiji's eyes were cold while she changed her power Upanishad. Rumble. Crystal icicles of around dozens of meters jutted out of Meiji's sexy body. All of them were chilled to the bone and as sharp as a steel knife. Meiji now looked like a big hedgehog with many spikes. I knew you would do that. Ganfu sounded disdainful. The gray vipers were strangely agile. They were hissing ear-piercingly. When the icicles zoomed near, they released a terrifying erosive aura that turned into ash-gray flames and smoke in the next moment and covered Meiji's body entirely. The gray flame was melting Meiji's ice. Meiji can't run now. Ganfu lifted her head with pride and urged Batum. Get down here quickly. She cautiously looked at Ming Hao and Brian. She focused especially on Ming Hao because she felt insecure almost instantly when she saw him. She felt a familiar aura on him. It was like when she was facing extraordinary warriors cultivating soul, control, power, Upanishad in her clan. Among the 8 great, evil power Upanishads, not many power Upanishads were complete. Many of them couldn't derive the deepest part or the most powerful part of their abilities. Ming Hao gave her an extremely strange feeling. She thought it was absurd, but she felt like she was facing an expert with complete and profound soul control power Upanishad. While attacking Meiji, she discreetly observed Ming Hao and tried to find something that could help her get rid of that puzzling feeling. In the same manner, Ming Hao was also shaken. He looked at Gan Fu using her corrosion power Upanishad, his eyes so strange. The sea domain of Nihility has 7 great clans, including the Soul Clan, the Mysterious Sky Clan, the Black Demon Clan, the Ancient Monster Clan, the Devouring Clan, the Whitebone Clan, and the Phantom Clan. The Devouring Clan consists of the descendants of Devour, the absolute beginning creature. Their exclusive power Upanishad is the Devouring Power Upanishad. However, it has been lost early on. Now they focus only on the 8 great, evil power Upanishads. After a long time, their power Upanishads aren't complete anymore. Audrey's cold but clear voice arose and told the secrets that Ming Hao and the God Lord didn't know, including the Devouring Clan's profile. Ming Hao and the God Lord understood it immediately. They exchanged looks and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Well, you've been keeping an eye on our bloodthirsty force for 10,000 years. I'm leaving that poisonous woman to you. Deal with her. After pondering for a while, Ming Hao spoke when he saw Batum and Gan Fu seal their deal. I'll take care of that, Batum. We'll take one each. It will be much faster. He talked about it as it was something easy to do. However, his voice was soaked with murderous intentions, which was utterly frightening. Meiji was startled. She knew that Ming Hao and the God Lord weren't ordinary experts. She knew that they were strong, but she couldn't sense the aura of the Territory Ancestor Realm experts on them. So if they weren't Territory Ancestor Realm experts, how could they confront Batum and Gan Fu? Both Batum and Gan Fu had dark energy. They had made one step into Territory Ancestor Realm. Haughty, Meiji sneered inwardly. However, what happened next shook her heart. It was like a storm washing through her head. Light that fills the sky, surge with me. The God Lord clapped his hands in front of his chest. The void behind him bloomed with blinding light. This holy halo had the power of 5 elements power Upanishad: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The 5 power Upanishad were chained by light. At this moment, the God Lord looked like an archangel coming to earth from heaven with endless terrifying pressure. Billions of light beams shot out from his body and shell Gan Fu. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Gan Fu's corrosive energy evaporated under the light as if she had been exposed under the sunlight for a long time. Gan Fu was also affected. She smoked and screamed. She couldn't focus on Meiji anymore. Meiji could relax a little bit as Gan Fu had retrieved erosive energy attacking her to deal with the God Lord. Who are you? Gan Fu's face changed. You don't have dark energy, but you are really strong. You're not from the 7 great clans. Who are you? The God Lord's power had frightened Gan Fu. She couldn't believe that an opponent at this level could scare her. Instinctively, she turned to Batum to check his situation. At first glance, Gan Fu panicked and screamed ear-piercingly. Soul control, power, Upanishad. Who are you? Why can you use the soul control power Upanishad? It's the Devouring Clan's power Upanishad. Ming Hao had turned into billions of gloomy shadows. Each shadow was one of his soul clones. The soul energy fluctuated from countless clones and created a soul chain that tied Batum's soul altar down. Once his soul altar was bound, Batum, who had almost entered the Territory Ancestor Realm, was going to be possessed. He was going to become one of Ming Hao's soul slave. It was how domineering the soul control power Upanishad was. The soul control power Upanishad that Ming Hao was using now was the most powerful technique. Even High Realm warriors cultivating this power Upanishad in the Devouring Clan couldn't do that. It was unimaginable to Gan Fu. Brian, do you see that the warriors of the sea domain of Nihility are just like them? Perhaps the 4 heavenly kings under your command could fight with third sky of immortal realm experts here. I think it's a little strange, said Ming Hao all of a sudden. The God Lord had the same feeling. The sea was the center of this entire universe. It was the place where high-level creatures gathered. Logically, their power Upanishads and realms were the top ones. They were supposed to be stronger than the warriors from desolate territory. But it was like that, actually. Gan Fu cultivated corrosion power Upanishad at third sky of immortal realm, which was a higher realm than Gato, the corrosion chief, had when he was alive. However, when Brian fought against Gonfu, he found that Gato and Gonfu weren't very different. However, he believed that if Gato had been at third sky of a mortal realm, he would have been much stronger than Gonfu. The Devouring clan received power Upanishads from Devour. Their power Upanishads are too ancient. When Devour and Desolate fought, Devour had developed his power Upanishads to be much more profound. The power Upanishads he had given Bloodthirsty are of course better and more marvelous. For a long period of time, Bloodthirsty had cultivated those power Upanishads with his excellent talents. He had completed them and gave them new faces and abilities. At the same time, the Devouring clan often has internal wars, which has worn out their power Upanishads little by little. If we have to compare, they aren't as strong as you two. Ming Hong was still lying on Audrey's shoulder. As he had lived in the sea domain of nihility for 10,000 years, he had profound knowledge. He told them the main reasons immediately. Desolate territory was created by Desolate. I heard that a long, long time ago, Desolate was the most outstanding existence. It has two absolute beginning divine weapons too. One is very marvelous. It can create lives. That's why the experts from Desolate territory have the same realms as the warriors from any territory in the sea domain of nihility. We can even be more prominent than them in some aspects. It's not strange that we can challenge the experts at a higher realm. It's because of Desolate and the two absolute beginning divine weapons. The God Lord was startled. He frowned and started thinking. He also got a wisp of Desolate soul. He used to visit Desolate too. He knew about the existences of the fountainhead of power Upanishads and the ancient tree of life. He had vaguely thought that these two could be the absolute beginning divine weapons from before. And now, with Ming Hong's explanation, he had the answer to his question. Desolate, bloodthirsty. Gonfu suddenly bellowed and pointed at the God Lord and Ming Hao. You are from that evil place. You come from the same place as that demon Bloodthirsty. You damn pagans. You've stolen the previous assets of our Devouring clan. You've despicably stolen the power Upanishads of our clan. All of you deserve 1,000,000 times of death. Even your ancestor Devour was defeated in our desolate territory. What storm can you rise? The God Lord looked cold and harsh. A brilliant 5-colored light with the 5 stars. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth was as dazzling as diamonds that crossed the sky and snatched over Gonfu. Gonfu was like a sinister, viper that was dragged out of its lair and laid under the blazing sunlight. A flame burned her. Her erosive energy dissolved as soon as it gathered. After many years of staying here, the God Lord had recovered his full energy. 10,000 years ago, he had been at the peak of a mortal realm already. Because of dark energy, he was stuck at the threshold to the territory ancestor realm. The reason why he couldn't learn dark energy was his fear or what Bloodthirsty had told him, or even the power of Desolate. No one could deny the God Lord's strength and talent. He had led the God clan for 10,000 years, making the clan the overlord of desolate territory. His deeds and spirit were of an unrivaled expert. In that vast, desolate territory, he was just behind Bloodthirsty. This hag was just a member of the Devouring clan. Even if she understood dark energy, she wasn't an extraordinary demon like Bloodthirsty. It wasn't a surprise that she could be suppressed or killed. Chapter 1429, Must Vie for It. Chapter 1429, Must Vie for It. Underscore, more shadows came like howling tornadoes from afar. What? The warriors who had just come couldn't help but shout. Looking at the scene, they all wore strange faces. Who are these two? They aren't from the 7 great clans or are hotshots of a sea of annihilation. So strange. Farlo was surprised as she watched the others. Behind her was Telika and Ling Mei's team from Mysterious Sky Clan. They had followed Gonfu and Batum here. As soon as they arrived, they found Batum and Gonfu fighting the others. They were bewildered, indeed. Where is Tate's team? Ling Mei's bright eyes raked around, her face gradually stern. She smelled blood, so she turned to look. On the ground where Gan Fu was hovering, there was a puddle of blood that hadn't dried yet. Ling Mei was scared. She looked at Gan Fu and she knew what had happened. Guys, stay away from here. Don't come close. She reminded her warriors. Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. Absolute beginning original symbol. Right at this moment, Yerberg of the ancient monster clan emerged. He was so excited when he saw the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower, and he screamed. His scream was like bellowing thunder in people's heads. Farlo, Telika, and Ling Mei got their eyes off of Batum and Gan Fu. They opened their eyes wider and looked at the ancient tower. As they were outstanding warriors of the Seven Great Clan, they had extraordinary knowledge. Even though they had never seen any drawing of the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower, they had heard about it. Realizing that the massive tower in front of them was the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower, they were awestruck. Their eyes became hot as the flame of greed was burning in them. They scanned the tower and didn't even blink. What's that? Ling Mei looked at the soul altar hovering atop the tower and couldn't help but yell, "Is he taking in the absolute beginning original symbol?" Ling Mei's line of sight fell on Mei Ji. Mei Ji looked uneasy and astringent. Argurg. Suddenly, Gan Fu faced the sky and howled. Her body was sweating like melting ice under a dazzling sunlight. Her incipient extent arose, containing countless wisps of poisonous gas. Under the gas were so many ponds and swamps in different colors. They were all frightening, indeed. At this moment, Gan Fu's incipient extent was covered in immense light. The gas in her world evaporated. The colored swamps with different colors diluted little by little under that light. Gradually, they became clear water ponds. It meant that Gan Fu's erosive energy was drifting away fast. The God Lord wore an indifferent countenance. The light emitted from his body was like an immense sky. It looked like he was sinking in the middle of the great, brilliant halos. The 5 massive planets of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were like diamonds revolving and relaying intimidating pressure. Gan Fu couldn't stand it. She didn't know that Godlord Brian had fought against the bloodthirsty force for 10,000 years. He understood the power Upanishads of the bloodthirsty force as the back of his hand. After he got the power from Desolate, his light power Upanishad was also the nemesis of the bloodthirsty force. Of course, it had the same fatal effects on corrosion power Upanishad. Batum wasn't in a good condition either. This ugly old man cultivated storm power Upanishad. Blocks of wildly swirling blasts of wind moved around and merged with each other to create a massive tornado, which was enough to destroy any incipient God Realm expert. Getting inside Batum's stormy field, the immortal realm expert's soul altar could break from the storm. Inside the stormy field, Ming Hao's mind flickered, and he had turned into millions of souls. Each of the soul clones was like an eternal flame with a soul-binding power. They acted like chains and coiled around the ugly old man. Batum's stormy field became sluggish, and it ceased at the end. He roared brutally and attacked each of Ming Hao's soul clones. Ming Hao ridiculed and sneered, dashing toward him from every direction. He was like a flooding sea that attacked the ugly old man's soul in every direction. Batum had experienced fighting against the experts of the Devouring Clan, especially the ones cultivating soul control power Upanishad. However, Ming Hao's power was greater than his knowledge and experience. While fighting, Ming Hao's souls could flash and disappear. They seemed to be able to move through space slits to avoid the stormy slaughter. Batum didn't know that besides the soul power Upanishad of the Imperial Dark Tribe, Ming Hao had also cultivated the space power Upanishad altogether. When he joined Bloodthirsty's force, he had begun to cultivate soul control power Upanishad. Not many people knew that the experiences in his 2 previous phases of life had affected Ming Hao greatly. He had cultivated the soul control power Upanishad to a new height. His understanding of this power was even more profound and thorough than Bloodthirsty that year. Of course, his attainment had surpassed the warriors cultivating soul control power Upanishad in the Devouring Clan. Batum understood dark energy, but his level wasn't more profound than Shuriyan's. Before he could break through to territory ancestor realm, he couldn't use dark energy's ability. His quality couldn't change a bit. Thus, he was in a disadvantageous situation too. Atop the power Upanishad symbol tower, Shuriyan's soul altar was pressing down like a falling sky. His soul consciousness was affecting the tower. Those absolute beginning symbols were merging upward, and now they were around 10 more levels to the top. Their speed gradually slowed down. Batum and Ganfu were suppressed by the God Lord and Ming Hao. Farlo, Yerbo, and Ling Mei had arrived later, and they pulled themselves together when they saw that Batum and Ganfu couldn't defeat the others. They watched the situation and waited for a chance to take action or improvise. Yerberg was sneaky. He quietly moved behind a pile of rocks. Hiding by the pile of rocks, he sneered and took out an eyeball when no one noticed him. That eyeball was a secret soul treasure that was used to communicate. Yerberg held the treasure with both hands and urged his soul consciousness. He was about to contact the real experts of his clan. Swoosh! A bat-like creature suddenly appeared in front of Yerberg and grinned. Right when Yerberg was about to cast his technique, the alien rose a finger. Crack! Crack! The eyeball cracked and shattered. The soul consciousness inside perished. An energy attack ran directly into Yerberg's brain. Yerberg's eyes bled as he shrieked and screeched. He jumped like a monster whose tail was cut off. He became wild instantly. Kid, stay at your lot. Don't think about spreading the information. Your soul altar is hurt. Don't act recklessly, said Ming Hong. He had always monitored the area. When he found Yerberg about to send his message, he didn't attack immediately. He had waited until Yerberg gathered his soul consciousness and then attacked. Yerberg couldn't defend in such a condition. His soul got hurt badly and instantly. Ming Hong had been with Sing for many years. He was an old fox himself. After he had swallowed Sing's soul, he got Sing's dark mind too. When he wanted to attack, it would be really hard to predict and prevent it. Yerberg screeched, his eyes bleeding terribly. He had almost lost his vision. He could only see a vague feature floating in front of him. He calmed down quickly, stopped screaming, and sat down his lot. Rocks in different shapes were summoned, and they covered his entire body. Each of those rocks contained a wisp of terrifying energy, which was also linked together. Once one of them was hit or triggered, the entire pile of rocks would blast altogether. Ming Hong had verbally stimulated him to make him snap back or counterattack. He didn't expect this kid to calm down that quickly. Yerberg had let go of his attack and defense, taking out his life treasure. Gazing at the rocks for a while, Ming Hong didn't dare to break them. He could only let him go and leave. Yerberg's eyes were bleeding like two streams. He looked so terrible that Farlo, Telika, and Ling Mei got freaked out. They didn't dare to do anything. They pulled themselves together and watched the power Upanishad symbol tower. Shuriyan's co-soul and host soul were like angels watching the world from heaven. They were hovering above the incipient extent to observe the marvels underneath. Gradually, the large wave of absolute beginning symbols was closer to the top. The more symbols they had merged, the more dazzling they became. Those words were radiant with 7 colored halos, which were so magnificent to watch. Waves of vitality surged and sent energy to those symbols. The world under the light curtain also became vigorous. Everybody observed and found a large amount of unknown grass growing from the cracks of the ruins. Those tufts of grass were lushly green and strong. Life power, Upanishad, Ling Mei yelled. The others had also recognized that it was a life absolute beginning original symbol that could fuse with the power Upanishad of a warrior cultivating the matched Upanishad. As Audrey saw that the progress had come to a critical point, she looked stern. She released other brutal souls that she got from Sing and watched Farlo, Telika, Yerberg, and Ling Mei. She ordered her brutal souls discreetly. If the others had the guts to move, Audrey's brutal souls would kill them. Farlow and Teleka understood that if they missed this chance, the absolute beginning original symbol would belong to Shi Yan forever as soon as it reached his brain. They were vying in their minds to calculate while watching Batum and Ganfu. They knew that Batum and Ganfu would risk their lives at this last moment. They would do anything to vie for the absolute beginning original symbol. They were waiting for the two strongest experts to trouble the God Lord and Ming Hao, which would give them a good chance. For the absolute beginning original symbol, for the power Upanishad symbol tower, risk our lives. Yerberg looked horrible with his bleeding eyes. He opened his eyes and dashed toward the power Upanishad symbol tower. Batum and Ganfu hissed and roared like animals facing death. Batum pounded his fist on his glabella. A terrifying storm arose with millions of twisted blasts of wind that could tear any creature. The storm was like a demon's mouth, trying to swallow Ming Hao's soul clones. Ganfu hissed darkly and spurted viscous blood. Her blood was green with unrivaled, corrosive poison. As soon as she did that, the domineering light from the God Lord dissolved. The God Lord discolored in fright. This is getting more interesting. Meiji, hissed Ling Mei, her face stern. Which side do you support? Meiji faced the sky and struggled hard her mind. She couldn't choose any side. Chapter 1430, Among What Is True and What Is False. Chapter 1430, Among What Is True and What Is False. Ganfu's body shriveled, as if she had become a midget. Her spirit, soul, and chi were drifting away. She spurted blood with a pure, powerful, erosive energy that unexpectedly reached a terrifying level. The God Lord was stern and insecure because he knew Ganfu was paying with her blood and life to carry out some dark and evil technique. This technique had used an enormous amount of her energy, and it could hurt her soul altogether. However, the generated corrosive energy was much more powerful than before. This erosive energy had a strange tint that was very familiar to the God Lord. It was dark energy. Sizzle, sizzle. The bloodstream that was Ganfu's life blood sprayed on the bright metal star. The halo of the metal star was shadowed instantly. It was shrinking and eroding at a speed that naked eyes could see. The God Lord's handsome face paled. The light in his eyes dimmed as he snorted. Greed can urge your potentials, but it can also take your life away. It seems like you don't even need your life just for the power Upanishad symbol tower. You don't know. Outsiders like you will never know. Ganfu smiled bitterly. With this power Upanishad symbol tower, I will find your desolate territory and use billions of lives there to create a corrosion absolute beginning original symbol. I will grasp the ultimate power Upanishad and become the overlord of corrosion power Upanishad. You will see that day. I'm telling you now, your evil homeland will be destroyed. Our devouring clan will destroy it. Ganfu was still shrinking. She was dried up as if she had taken all of her blood out. She was using a secret technique similar to the rampage. However, it wasn't as strong as Shi Yan's rampage. Shi Yan's rampage used negative energy from his acupuncture points, so it wouldn't hurt his body. Ganfu's evil technique used her blood to boost the corrosion power Upanishad to the utmost. However, she had to bear a terrible consequence. Her body would rot, and she would have to abandon it in the end. However, Ganfu thought that the power Upanishad symbol tower was much more precious than her body. To get the tower, she didn't regret to pay any price. Sizzle, sizzle. The green blood became a small pond, which was deeply green. Ganfu's dried, withered body hovered above the green pond while she was still gushing out blood and aimed at the God Lord. As soon as Brian's light touched the small, green pond, it got polluted. Slowly, his light lost its purity. It gradually lost the pure holy power. The God Lord pulled a loathing face. Seeing the green pond get out of his restraint, he immediately increased more layers of light. However, his light couldn't stop it anymore. The green pond forcefully dissolved his holy light. Ganfu seized the chance and stormed out. Almost at the same time, Yerberg, Telika and Farlo soared up and aimed at Shurien. Telika grinned. 7 crystal, lightning dragons flew out his eyes. The dragons had armor-like scales. In the grumbling thunder, they stormed towards Shurien's soul altar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. So many long lightning dragons barged into Shurien's sea of consciousness. Shurien's sea of consciousness seethed. The impact sent starlight dots everywhere. The other observed and found Shurien's co-soul and host soul dim out as if they were about to vanish. Telika laughed wildly. No one is guarding you. While you take in the absolute beginning original symbol, it's when you're weakest. Let me see how you can survive. Farlo didn't show mercy. Her eyes shimmered with a strange light. So many light balls like hedgehogs rolled toward Shurien's sea of consciousness. Those light balls exploded as soon as they fell and shot countless spikes, cutting and slashing the sea of consciousness. Shurien's co-soul and host soul were like flickering candles in the wind. They were vague as if they would extinguish in any minute. His sea of consciousness was attacked, which affected the progress of taking in the absolute beginning original symbol. The absolute beginning symbols were now only 3 levels away from the top. There were dozens of symbols left to merge. At this moment, those remaining symbols were still swimming around. However, they didn't continue to merge with each other. "Madam, what should we do?" One of the mysterious Sky Clan warriors looked at Ling Mei next to him. Elder Tu Shurqi said that we have to try our best to create a good relationship with this one and recruit him to our mysterious Sky Clan. Ling Mei didn't take action, her bright eyes cold. She furrowed her brows and said, "He used to add that if we have to go against him, we must try our best to kill him. We shouldn't leave any possible danger." The members of the mysterious Sky Clan were shaken and astounded. Ling Mei took a deep breath and looked at Meiji, who was still struggling to make a decision. "He has obviously denied us. He won't become our non-native officer. At most, we just have a little relationship. Anyway, this relationship is nothing compared to the power Upanishad symbol tower." Pausing for a while, Ling Mei made up her mind. "We shouldn't give up the power Upanishad symbol tower. It's easy to choose now. Do your best. Even if you have to destroy yourself, you have to vie for the power Upanishad symbol tower for your fellows." She turned to a warrior at first sky of a mortal realm, the lowest realm here. "You're at the lowest realm. For our fellows and the clan's welfare, you know what to do, right?" That mysterious Sky Clan warrior didn't hesitate. He was like an extremely religious warrior, roaring and crying as he attacked Shurien's sea of consciousness. While in midair, his body started to burn. His soul altar emerged. It was a sea of fire. He had cultivated fire power, Upanishad. Today, his soul altar was burning, which meant he was burning his life to cast a fatal attack. If his soul altar exploded inside Shurien's sea of consciousness, Shurien would have no way to duck. His soul altar would shatter altogether. It was death. How dare you? However, at this moment, Meiji screamed, ice swords growing on her body. In just a blink of an eye, several thousand ice swords flew out and aimed at that man. After Meiji launched this defense, she was a little bewildered as she couldn't believe that she had done that. She couldn't believe that she would help Shurien and save him. Seeing the other want to destroy Shurien, she was so fluttered and panicked. She didn't think, and all of her concerns seemed to go away when she shot her ice swords. "I know I can't trust you," Ling Mei said faintly and raised her hand. Layers of water were conjured, and they shielded against so many ice swords. Ling Mei cultivated water power, Upanishad. Water and ice shared the same origin, but they were different in appearance. She and Meiji had been competing for years. Their powers were always equal. But today, Ling Mei had gained the upper hand. "Water restriction," Ling Mei screamed. Those ice swords were covered in water and couldn't move further. Meiji sent her soul energy with swords, so when they were trapped, her body started shivering and she started spurting dark blood. She had been hurt and she hadn't recovered yet. Today, she couldn't control it after she got hit. Meiji's charming face paled. Her watery eyes turned dusky on her grimaced face. Meiji, you can't beat me. Ling Mei wore a cold face. She didn't attack more. When you attacked Shi Yin and didn't take the wisp of absolute beginning creature's soul, I know something was wrong. I don't know what you've experienced, but I know your heart is touched. Otherwise, you wouldn't have failed. Women of your phantom clan rarely fall in love. But once you do, you act like a moth attracted to a fire. I understand you, Guy, so I've always paid attention. You didn't fail me. Meiji's face grimaced more. She gritted her teeth and didn't have a bit of strength to explain herself. She lifted her head to look at the sky. She found that the sacrificial warrior of the mysterious Sky clan had passed Farlow and Telika. As the others saw that the man wanted to stop Shi Yan from taking in the absolute beginning original symbol with his death, they happily gave him way. Meiji felt empty all of a sudden. She thought something that belonged to her was about to shatter. She blankly looked at the sky, her eyes absent-minded. If you want to die, go die. All of a sudden, the girl who was just a junior here pitched her clear voice. It was Audrey who just spoke. She was the only incipient God Realm warrior in this place. She looked at the sky and spoke nonchalantly and naturally. A strange creature that was like a bat appeared, swelling. Quickly, it became a terrifying, brutal soul, opening its big mouth to swallow all the brutal souls. Its ethereal body had become real. He grew more than 100 meters tall and grinned fiendishly. His sharp claw was like an iron anchor that snatched and grabbed the flaming chunk that wanted to hit Shi Yin with his tragic death. Die! Ming Hong laughed evilly in the void. Boom! 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 The flaming object exploded and sent fires and sparks everywhere together with blood, pieces of flesh, and internal organs. A charred, roasted piece of intestine fell on Telika's neck like a black necklace. He felt disgusting and yelled. Just a little incipient God realm. Even if you have Sing's brutal souls, what else can you do with your feeble body? Ling Mei frowned. As soon as this woman decided to stop Shi Yan from taking in the absolute beginning original symbol, she seemed to become a totally different person. She was calm and naturally giving her commands. She pointed at Audrey and spoke indifferently. Kill her. Without brutal souls to protect her, she's as weak as a sheet of paper. A mysterious Sky Clan man wearing black armor acted as he was ordered. He was holding a jagged saber and filling himself with a brutal, deadly aura. Ming Hong hovered in the void and gathered the other brutal souls to be more frightening. He had swallowed all the brutal souls, leaving Audrey unguarded. Seeing Ling Mei order to kill Audrey, Ming Hong didn't hesitate and landed from the sky to protect her. Telika, Farlow Yerberg, what are you waiting for? Ling Mei shouted. Telika grinned. Ling Mei, you're always excellent with extraordinary deeds. You're one level stronger than Meiji, indeed. A member of the Phantom Clan who has fallen in love can't compare to you. He laughed and gathered lightning dragons, smashing Shi Yan's sea of consciousness one more time. Shi Yan's sea of consciousness exploded and created more high waves. His co-soul and host soul looked extremely feeble. The absolute beginning symbols had stopped merging and started slowly dividing. The symbols that had merged with each other seemed to resume their previous condition. They were about to fall back to their previous below levels. Ling Mei looked indifferent, even though Telika had just complimented her. She didn't even blink as she looked at the sky and the top of the massive tower where Shi Yan's soul was hovering. All of a sudden, she found something. Her calm face had a gleam of deep fear. No, he isn't hurt. He has the lost devouring power Upanishad of the Devouring Clan. Your attacks are ineffective to his sea of consciousness. Devouring power Upanishad, the supreme power Upanishad of my clan. Ganfu stopped by Ming Hao, screaming and shouting as if she was mentally ill or saw ghosts in daylight. Chapter 1431. You are still unskilled. Chapter 1431. You are still unskilled. Ling Mei and Ganfu were screaming and drawing people's attention who was watching Shi Yan. Anyway, They actually had paid attention to the relationship between Yin and the absolute beginning original symbol, the power Upanishad symbol tower previously. And now, after their screaming, they couldn't help but lift their heads to look at Yan's sea of consciousness and the tier of power Upanishad. Of course, they saw a jet black hole. Currently, that black hole was like a black vortex that spun strangely. It looked indescribably evil indeed. People now understood. They all grimaced. They recognized that Ling Mei was correct. They knew the reason why those absolute beginning symbols suddenly stopped merging and seemed to divide. It wasn't because Yin got hit, which discontinued his flow of energy. It was because Yin wasn't using life power Upanishad at this moment. The dark, revolving cave told them that Yin was using his devouring power Upanishad. It was the most terrifying and malicious power Upanishad that had been lost for so many years. It was famous for its devouring ability. It could swallow all kinds of energy and make other races loathe it to the bones. When they recognized that strange commotion as to prove Ling Mei's assumption, Yan's flickering co-soul and host soul condensed and became clear. The host soul and the co-soul still looked indifferent, as if nothing had happened to them. Ling Mei was correct. Yin wasn't hurt at all. When Telika attacked him, Yin had switched his power Upanishad. He had to pause the fusing process of the life power Upanishad to use the marvelous ability of the devouring power Upanishad. His sea of consciousness had dark energy, so it wasn't just an ordinary sea of consciousness. It had a defensive power created by the powerful dark energy. As he had urged the devouring power Upanishad, his sea of consciousness became like a massive vortex. When Telika's attack came, his sea seethed, which appeared terrifying. However, it actually didn't affect him a bit. While his sea of consciousness surged, the exploding lightning energy slowly subsided. The black hole in his sea of consciousness had taken it all. With space power Upanishad, he had created illusions to cover his actions. Only Brian and Ming Hao could see his sneaky moves. They knew that he wasn't hurt. That's why Brian didn't take action. He even had a faint smile. When Gong Fu burst out her deadly power, he didn't stop her. As he didn't even move, Ming Hao could only try his best to interfere with her. Millions of his clones divided and sent a part of them to stop Gong Fu, entangling with her for a while. Yin couldn't estimate Ling Mei's deed. Although the mysterious Sky clan seemed to want to establish an alliance with him, they decided to throw everything away for the power Upanishad symbol tower at this critical moment. They want to take him down at any cost. Ling Mei's cold, calm, and precise orders had affected him greatly. Yin was shaken and insecure when Ling Mei could see what he was hiding. She knew that he had mastered devouring power Upanishad and wasn't hurt. Seize 15 minutes for me, or else don't think about getting out of this place. Yan's soul consciousness poured like a stream from the sky and fell on Brian, the God Lord. Brian was standing and watching Ming Hao dealing with two opponents at the same time and gradually falling into the lower hand. He had planned to see Ming Hao consume his energy. However, when he heard Yan's voice, he snorted and replied, "You guys of the bloodthirsty force are so cunning. Don't worry, I will take action when I should. But don't dream about me sacrificing my life for you. Ming Hao should be the one who does that for you. If he can't, of course, I will join him. You just enjoy it over there." Devouring power Upanishad. It's the devouring power Upanishad. Gong Fu screamed ear-piercingly, her body shaking hysterically. She was sitting on the green blood pond. At this moment, she had shrunk her body thrice. Now, she was just around 1 meter tall. She had no color on her mummy-like body, except for her overjoyed eyes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The green blood underneath her emitted a thick green mist. The rotten, corrosive energy from that green mist was so thick that it could rot people's internal organs when they inhaled. Ming Hao's soul clones were afraid of the mist. When green mist expanded, his soul clones retreated. Telika, attack his twin souls. Once his souls get damaged, Even if he has more tricks, he will perish quickly. Ling Mei pulled herself together fast. When they had to capture each fraction of time, she had go the right direction in just a blink of an eye, ordering people to attack Shi Yan's souls. Telika, Farlow, and Yerberg weren't idiots. Hearing her, they reacted and ignored the seething sea of consciousness to attack Shi Yan's two souls above. Up, Audrey hissed resolutely. A gray soul lotus throne emerged and brought Audrey upward. That lotus throne was created by dozens of thousands of wailing ghosts and departed souls. Fearsome faces appear by the edge of the lotus, shrieking and showing fangs. Ming Hao was right in front of the lotus throne. He looked like a massive skull lying underneath Audrey. He opened his mouth and spurt dark smoke to prevent a muscular man from the mysterious Sky clan 100 meters away. Blackguards, stop her! Ling Mei hovered and shouted coldly. All the members of the mysterious Sky clan accompanied her, this time left Shi Yan and turned around. Audrey was their new target. Instantly, the cold sabers as big as a rainbow and a silver mountain range snatched over Audrey. Break! Audrey hissed and made a magical hand seal. A cluster of light emerged from her palms. So many souls gathered inside the cluster of light and created something like a throbbing black heart. It then forcefully hit the saber and the silver mountain range from the blackguards. At the same time, Meiji, the only person still staying on the ground, had finally taken action. Her entire body became frozen. She was now an ice warrior with ice muscles. While her eyes were blinking, the 100-meter-long icicles were like massive lances that shot out and stabbed towards Ling Mei in the middle of the air. A trickle of blood oozed down the corner of her mouth. She looked even paler. Apparently, this attack had worsened her wounds. Every time an ice lance jutted out of her body, her perfect body shivered as if a big hammer pounded on her chest. After many big lances were shot, her soft body was shaking unceasingly. She limped and couldn't even stand upright. Ling Mei sighed. Why would you do that? Is he worth you risking your life? I can't understand phantom women. Why do you always puzzle people? Why do you always do stupid things? Then, her jade-like hand rose. Water moved the sky. A clear drop of water, like a tear, appeared. It sucked the water and then swelled into a clear lake. The lake reflected Ling Mei's beautiful face and then began to ripple. Each ripple from that lake could shatter one ice lance. Meiji hugged her ample chest. Her face didn't have any color. She slumped, and one of her knees touched the ground as she was trying to endure the backfire. Her heart was chilled as vitality drained away from her. Stay here. So many voices hissed from everywhere. Ming Hao's clones were ballooning like ghosts. Some of them parted to stop Telika and the others. Rot. All of them should rot. Gan Fu screamed like a brutal ghost. The green blood pond suddenly divided into pieces as if it was a green fabric sheet that got torn. Rotting acid splashed on Ming Hao's clones, which were circling. Ming Hao's clones dissolved as if boiling water had poured on them. This attack had hurt Ming Hao. He couldn't hold his anger. Each of his clones thundered. Brian, you want to watch until when? As the Soul Control Chief, it's natural that you die to protect your master. I don't need to die for you too. The God Lord mocked, but he still stepped forward and raised one hand to grab a tomb. 5 sharp jets of light emerged with the power of 5 elements. Together, they were like an angel's hand tearing Batum's stormy field. Batum was really afraid of the God Lord. Seeing him attack, although he thought that the light power wasn't really powerful and was strange somehow, Batum had pulled himself together to wait for the attack. He didn't dare to underestimate him. It was because he had seen the God Lord fight against Gan Fu and force her helter-skelter. He knew the other had supernatural abilities. Batum's vigilance made Ming Hao relax. Ling Mei, how dare you? Meiji was still on the ground and roaring while still bleeding. Ling Mei wore an indifferently face. She had seized the chance when everything was the most chaotic to dash Shi Yan's body forward. She hovered low and waited for the best chance to kill Shi Yan's body. It was her real purpose. She had been patient enough. She had watched Brian take action, suppress Meiji, and direct Telika to attack others, which had lured Audrey away from Yan's body. Finally, she earned the chance to create a rapid water saber that was aimed to kill Yan in one moment. Meiji screamed, even though she was vomiting blood. Audrey's face paled. She also started bleeding. She was scared out of her wits when this happened, all of a sudden. Only Ming Hao didn't look at this area. He was still entangled with Gan Fu. He had even let his souls melt to drain Gan Fu's lifeblood. At this moment, Yan had put his life in the other's protection. He had urged the life power Upanishad one more time. The life ball glowed with a mesmerizing halo and continuously released the immense life energy to attract the absolute beginning original symbol. The absolute beginning original symbol that had paused now resumed. Moreover, its speed got faster so that it wasn't even going to take even 15 minutes. Of course, if the body was destroyed, the soul was going to hurt badly. Even if he had the absolute beginning original symbol and his soul altar couldn't return to the body shortly, the others could still strike him to death. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for having so many marvelous powers. You don't want to join our mysterious sky clan. Blame the power Upanishad symbol tower. It's too important. It's more important than a future territory ancestor realm expert. Thus, I have to kill you. I can't give you more room and time to grow. Ling Mei was discreetly regretful, but her murderous intent wasn't shaken. The water saber didn't halt. That little girl is resolutely evil. However, she's a little unskilled. If we let you get what you want, those who have lived dozens of thousands of years like us have lived our lives for nothing. Right before Ling Mei slashed her saber, the God Lord's cold voice suddenly arose. It was strange because the God Lord was fighting against Batum up there in the sky above their heads. I'm sorry. Your tricks are old. We were sick of using them 10,000 years ago. The God Lord tightened his fist. It was like he had pulled all the lights of the immensely vast star into his punch, and his punch now contained energy that accumulated from many suns, grumblingly blowing towards the water saber. Ling Mei unconsciously lifted her head to look at the sky. She was dumbstruck when she found the God Lord still fighting with Batum up there. Shortly after, the God Lord turned into one of Ming Hao's clones. She was chilled as she recognized that the God Lord had never left. It was a trap set for her. The conversation between the God Lord and Ming Hao was just a trick to fool people that used Ming Hao's clones. Chapter 1432 Collect. Chapter 1432 Collect. Ling Mei understood it now. However, it was too bad as it was too late. Boom! Billions of light beams bloomed like the most beautiful firework performance in front of Ling Mei's eyes. A rainbow band shot over like a sharp ribbon, but it was actually a life-taking lance that stabbed the rapid water saber. The water saber vanished immediately. Ling Mei was hit hard. She was held still before the dazzling light covered her entirely. Madam! Madam! Madam Ling Mei! The black armored guards of the mysterious Sky clan shrieked. They quit attacking Audrey, turning around and plunging. But it was too late. It will be much better if you know your lot, right? For my whole life, I hated women who were too smart. I loathe women who always want to stir up a storm, especially the beautiful ones, said the God Lord. The 5 bright stars twirled in the sky, full of light. They were like lightning striking the souls that lingered in the mundane world. All pounded on Ling Mei. Ling Mei's body had so many cracks and cut, making her bleed. Most of her wounds were terrifyingly deep to the bones. Thud! Her body fell on the ground and rolled to the rock pile. Her blood dyed the rocks while her bright, witty eyes dimmed out. Swoosh! 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 The black armor guards of the mysterious Sky clan landed by her, protecting her in case the God Lord wanted to attack more furiously. The God Lord didn't chase after her. He clasped his hand behind his back and wore a haughty, cold face. If Yan wants to kill you, he will kill you. I won't do his chores for him. If I kill you for him, he won't appreciate me. Well, I'm his enemy, anyway. He lifted his head to look at Batum, sneering and yelling. Get down here. The 5 jets of light shot from his fingertips, crossing the sky and covering Batum. The God Lord pulled. Batum was shaken immediately. His blasting storm tore and exploded. Batum's round body fell as he couldn't endure that. The mysterious Sky Clan guards waited and protected Ling Mei. They didn't dare to move and attack the God Lord. Mei Ji wasn't far from them, her charming face as pale as white paper. She stopped bleeding and still had some energy. However, her internal wounds were serious. The reluctant feeling she had when her life was draining away scared her and made her restless. Audrey relaxed when she saw the God Lord take action. He had attacked Ling Mei. Standing by Shi Yan, he pulled Batum down. Audrey knew that this battle would soon come to an end. I won't let you get it, you damn pagans. Gan Fu of the Devouring Clan was aging fast, her vitality draining rapidly. The blood pond underneath bubbled and sizzled. Her aura surged grumblingly like a burning flame. Each clone of Ming Hao paled in fright. Seeing Gan Fu want to destroy everybody altogether, Ming Hao hesitated for a few seconds. Then he gathered all of his clones. Ming Hao now had only one clone. He rose his hand and touched the void. A small world emerged that turned complicated. He stopped Telika, Farlow, and Yerbo in that world and prevented them from making other moves. He backed off and said, I don't want to die with you. If you want, you could die alone. You're scared. I know you're scared. Gan Fu screamed crazily and glided through Ming Hao to reach Shi Yan. Uncle! Audrey screamed hoarsely. Ming Hao was indifferent, as if he didn't hear her calling. He didn't help Shi Yan stop Gan Fu's last attack. The God Lord looked at the sky and slashed. The world of light bloomed. Batum bounced upside down like a rubber ball. He sneered and didn't think much about Gan Fu's strike. Gan Fu brought her lifeblood that had boosted her corrosion power Upanishad and aimed at Shi Yan's 2 souls. Ming Hao and the God Lord just watched. They didn't interfere, and they looked somehow joking. Ling Mei recovered slightly. Because Gan Fu had escaped the siege, she had risen the other spirits. However, seeing Ming Hao's and the God Lord's faces, she felt so chilled. She knew that it wouldn't be nice at the end. The absolute beginning symbols on the Power Upanishad symbol tower had reached the last level. So many symbols were now congregating at the last symbol. After that, the absolute beginning original symbol was going to form. Gan Fu used her corrosion power Upanishad to try to destroy everything with her. The God Lord had stepped aside, and Ming Hao had backed off. Eventually, she reached Shi Yan's soul altar and tried to attack his 2 souls. Shi Yan's host's soul gave a cunning, strange face as it didn't duck. The jet black hole like a bottomless abyss flew out of the tier of power Upanishads and headed to Gan Fu. The poisonous green water was made of her lifeblood, and the erosive energy poured into the black hole. Shi Yan's souls were intact. The black hole was revolving like a greedy mouth that would never be satisfied. Gan Fu was stunned. Seconds later, her shriveled body cracked like a dry log of wood. Her body made crack, noises, and shattered. Her soul altar shook. As her host's soul could feel the desperate fear, she wanted to run away as fast as possible. The hovering black hole sucked her soul altar while pieces of her shattering body fell like chips of wood. There was no blood left. It seems that the fellows of the Devouring Clan don't know the real power of the Devouring Power Upanishad. They don't know that the Devouring Power Upanishad is the nemesis of the 8 great, evil power Upanishads. It looks like they don't know a thing about this power. It seems like they've lost it for a really long time. Ming Hao looked dark and harsh as he ridiculed them. Well, she thought she was great with her corrosion power Upanishad. She didn't know that the rising tide attacks of the 8 power Upanishads could be easily dissolved. It's a waste that she will be killed at the peak of a mortal realm. The God Lord continued. Clearly, the warriors from the sea domain of nihility don't have a profound knowledge of the devouring power Upanishad. The warriors with the 8 great, evil power Upanishads dare to die together with a warrior who has the devouring power Upanishad. They're ignorant anyway. In fact, those warriors of the Devouring Clan didn't understand the full extent of the devouring power Upanishad. It was because they had lost the said power for a long time. It had been so long that they had forgotten that the devouring power Upanishad was the root of the devouring clan. It was the most powerful power Upanishad that only the chief of the clan could cultivate. Today, Ganfu's death was going to remind the devouring clan and the creatures in the sea domain of nihility that the devouring power Upanishad was the true nemesis of the 8 evil power Upanishads. Ganfu was dead. Her soul was swallowed. Batum collapsed. The God Lord and Ming Hao's deeds had shut him down. "I give up," Batum shouted and backed off, trying his best to run away. The God Lord didn't want to look at him. He just let the ugly old man run away, his eyes filled with disgust. Ming Hao didn't stop him, either. While his mind flickered, his power Upanishad changed. His whole body now had countless fine space slits. Telika, Urberg, and Farlow looked at those fine cracks and felt insecure. Then their bodies had so many cracks. Their blood splashed and their bones broke. Space power Upanishad, an expert cultivating space power Upanishad at third sky of a mortal realm. "Who is this monster?" Telika, Urberg, and Farlow screamed. They didn't dare to linger and ran away as Batum had just done. The black guards of the mysterious Sky Clan were awakened when they saw Batum run away. They supported Ling Mei and left instantly. Both the God Lord and Ming Hao didn't stop them. They looked at those people running away, their faces calm and natural. "Uncle, why didn't you stop them? Why did you let them escape?" asked Audrey. Underneath, Mei Ji's breathing was weakening. She was leaning against a rock. Blood oozed from the corner of her mouth to her white neck. Her eyes gradually lost focus. She blankly looked at the sky. "Escape." Ming Hao shook his head. "They can't. Brian and I have been trapped here for dozens of years. We've tried all the methods, but we haven't gotten out of this place yet. How could they leave easily? It's easy to get in, but it's not simple to get out. Then why didn't you kill them? You're not afraid of them spreading information?" Audrey was surprised. No one could send messages out of here. Otherwise, when that kid sent a message, we would have taken action. This area is a blocked space. I'm at third sky of a mortal realm, cultivating space power Upanishad, but I couldn't tear a small space slit. What can they do? Ming Hao felt funny. "So I just did something unnecessary," snorted Audrey. "No. Didn't you seize the chance to assault the one who believes she's infallible?" smiled Ming Hao. Audrey pulled a long face. "The little girl down there, how is she related to Shurian? Her condition isn't right. Her vitality is draining. She came here with wounds. Then she got hurt further. Her root is shaken. If we don't do anything, it will be fatal." Ming Hao observed Mei Ji and frowned. "I don't know their relationship." Audrey shook her head. "He's almost done," the God Lord intervened. He soared up into the sky, hovering by Ming Hao and Audrey. He didn't bat an eye at Mei Ji. In his mind, Mei Ji wasn't important. Her life didn't matter to him. Ming Hao turned to Shi Yan with his bright and sharp eyes. He didn't look at Mei Ji anymore. Under Shi Yan's sea of consciousness, all the absolute beginning symbols on the Power Upanishad symbol tower had merged into one absolute beginning original symbol. That absolute beginning original symbol had bright 7-colored halos. It was like the sun at dawn slowly rising to the top of the tower. Eventually, it merged into Shi Yan's life crystal ball. Inside the life ball, the absolute beginning original symbol settled and released the enormous vitality. At this moment, the life energy magnetic field on Shi Yan's body was so abundant that Ming Hao and God Lord had to envy him. They were stunned too. After the absolute beginning original symbol had left the Power Upanishad symbol tower, the imposing, mountain-like tower began to shrink. The God Lord's eyes rolled as he spoke all of a sudden. "Your bloodthirsty force got the benefit from the absolute beginning original symbol. I will take the Power Upanishad symbol tower. You had conserved your power and let me fight against 2 experts in my realm. You planned to vie for the Power Upanishad symbol tower, didn't you?" Ming Hao talked coldly. "Ming Hao, you want to take them all?" Brian grimaced. While they were quarreling, Yan's soul altar suddenly shrank and returned to his body like a projection. Then, Yan opened his eyes and raised his hand. The shrinking power Upanishad symbol tower fell into his hand and disappeared instantly. Chapter 1433, Surging Vitality. Chapter 1433, Surging Vitality. Yin had seen the battles clearly. Ling, Mei suddenly aimed at him. Telika struck a fatal attack. Meiji acted strangely. Opening his eyes, Yin looked a little puzzled. He had stashed the power Upanishad symbol tower in his incipient extent and frowned. The absolute beginning original symbol had fused with his power Upanishad, and it had imparted him an enormous amount of information. At this moment, it was like billions of electric currents moving back and forth in his brains. The absolute beginning original symbol had triggered them and weaved through his veins, bones, blood, flesh, and even his soul. He used his soul consciousness to check. He found so many absolute beginning symbols flying out of the life crystal ball like fireflies, entering his body, meridians, internal organs, and brain. The fierce vitality surged in his body and made him a sea of life. The black hole on the tier of power Upanishad still moved. It was digesting Gan Fu's energy. Gan Fu's corrosive energy, life energy, and soul altar sunk into the black hole, getting filtered and refined. At the same time, there were so many pictures that arose in Yan's mind. They were Gan Fu's experiences, her memories from birth, and her cultivating progress. The devouring power Upanishad had unexpectedly extracted her memories while digesting her energy. Of course, Yin wasn't interested in Gan Fu's life experiences. He focused on the life ball, where the absolute beginning original symbol was throbbing like a massive heart and releasing surging vitality. Then, he checked more carefully. His soul was shaken hard. An ultimate supernatural ability, like a streak of life, materialized and became part of his power Upanishad. It was called Surging Vitality. Emerging together with the surging vitality was a warm air current. That warm air current came from the power Upanishad symbol tower, inside his incipient extent. At this moment, in Yan's brilliant galaxy-like incipient extent, the power Upanishad symbol tower was standing on a barren star. The warm air current shot out from the top of the tower and ran directly to Yan's brain. To be exact, it went to Yan's co-soul. A slurred memory that had been dusted for billions of years had become disordered sections of mysterious symbols. Yan knew what they were. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't understand them. However, there was a vague connection between him and the power Upanishad symbol tower. The power Upanishad symbol tower had connected to his soul and sent surging memories to a deep place in his soul. His co-soul had merged with desolate soul. It had a deep connection with the power Upanishad symbol tower. Those blurry memories seemed to wait for him to activate the absolute beginning creature's soul, which was the complete fusion of the heaven flames. That's how he could unlock those wisps of memory. You want to take the power Upanishad symbol tower too? Your greed is bottomless. The God Lord's voice arose, his face twisted in anger. Kid, you want to take all the benefits. Ming Hao knitted his brows. He was also interested in the power Upanishad symbol tower. He had been ready to combat with the God Lord to vie for it. He didn't expect that Yin would take the tower into his incipient extent immediately as he woke up. It gave Ming Hao a nod in his mind. It's no use if you take the power Upanishad symbol tower. I can use it to break this area. The power Upanishad symbol tower is the key to unlock this place. Because I have the absolute beginning original symbol. Only I can control it, said Yin casually. Nonsense. The God Lord snorted and didn't buy it. Ming Hao also frowned, his countenances changing continuously. Yin looked at the God Lord and then at Ming Hao with a grin. It's all right if you don't believe it. Let's try. It's simple. I'll give you the power Upanishad symbol tower, and you guys can see if you can explore it to get us out of here or not. Then his eyes changed. The power Upanishad symbol tower flew out of his head and floated in front of Ming Hao and the God Lord. Shi Yin was calm, but he was laughing inwardly. At this moment, the power Upanishad symbol tower and his co-soul were connected. No matter how hard the God Lord and Ming Hao tried, they couldn't find anything from the tower. He didn't mind that the God Lord and Ming Hao were using their technique and the soul consciousness to connect to the power Upanishad symbol tower. He swayed and landed by Meiji. At this moment, Meiji's face was ashen, her graceful body gory. Her stomach was bleeding terribly. She lay on her side by a rock. Her eyes didn't have focus as her vitality was draining. Usually, when the body was hurt severely, the vitality slowly ran out. Once her vitality was gone, her body wasn't going to have a bit of energy left for her to function. Taking the parents of the little skeleton, for example. Because their vitality was drained, their bone bodies didn't have even a beam of light. If the White Bone clan hadn't cultivated the bone body, they would have decayed. When someone touched them, they would have turned into dust. If he let Meiji's vitality go away, her god power was going to vanish altogether. When she died, it was going to drag her life magnetic field together. The so-called life magnetic field was actually the soul magnetic field and the fountain of the host soul. When the life magnetic field was gone, it was death. Warriors never came back to life from that state. It would be the same to Shi Yin. When his vitality was drained, he would be dead, completely dead. Why? Shi Yin pondered for a few seconds. He asked in a soft voice, his mind complicated. He didn't consider Meiji a friend who he could trust. There was some knot between them. They had fought furiously, and he used to insult her really badly. He thought that Meiji must have loathed him. When Telika had attacked him and Ling Mei ambushed him, he thought that Meiji would stand on Ling Mei's side. He wouldn't be surprised if it happened. Anyway, the power Upanishad symbol tower was so important to her Phantom clan. It was a temptation that she couldn't resist. For the tower, Ling Mei had ignored Tu Shiqi's reminder to resolutely kill him. How could Meiji be an exception? He had never imagined that Meiji would help him. Don't ask me. I don't know why either. I just thought that, even if you have to be killed, I should be the one to kill you. I won't let the others kill you, especially Ling Mei. Meiji said weakly, but she still sounded resolute. There was a flame of anger in her voice, and Shi Yin didn't know who had enraged her. Good. I'll wait for you to kill me, said Shi Yin after a while. So many absolute beginning symbols were like joyful creatures moving out of his hands and entering Meiji's soft body magically. Those absolute beginning symbols rolled and pumped thick vitality to nurture Meiji and raise her vitality. It was a supernatural ability that the absolute beginning original symbol had imprinted in his soul, surging vitality. Magically, Meiji's skin glowed in health. Her pale face regained colors. The wounds in her body healed rapidly. A warm vitality shrouded her and healed all her wounds. Every muscle of hers was filled with energy, which shook her soul magnetic field continuously. Strange light ripples from her bright eyes on her glowing face, her full lips moisturized. She had regained her peerless glamour. Shortly after, Meiji stood upright as she was sinking in a warm sea of life. It felt so comfortable, her furrowed brows relaxed. At this moment, Shi Yin retracted his hand. The absolute beginning symbols in Meiji's body returned to his palm. Those swimming symbols then returned to the absolute beginning original symbol inside the life ball. I won't be thankful. All of the wounds I got are because of you. Meiji's eyes were complicated as she snorted. Shi Yin beamed brightly. I don't need you to be thankful. I hope you continue to hate me. I like women who hate me. Psychopath. Meiji hissed. Can't contact it. That kid must have done something. Suddenly, the God Lord and Ming Hao dispiritedly screamed. They all looked begrudging when they decided to give up their attempt on connecting to the power Upanishad symbol tower. So many symbols and light energy outside the power Upanishad symbol tower were retrieved. They fell like starlight on the God Lord and Ming Hao. They had tried many secret techniques they knew to try to find the key to connect to the tower. Eventually, they were disappointed. The Power Upanishad symbol tower was like a dead city. It didn't respond at all. They couldn't bring it to their hands or to the fantasy sky ring. Of course, they deemed that Yin had done something cunning. It was true anyway. I told you, Yin smiled, waving his hand. The flurry in his co-soul rippled like the sea water. It connected to the Power Upanishad symbol tower immediately. The Power Upanishad symbol tower that the God Lord in Ming Hao couldn't take was now dropping like a hat falling on Yan's head. It disappeared into his nape. Deal with that barrier. Hurry up. We have to escape here as soon as possible. We've been trapped for a long time. I'm worried about the desolate territory, said Ming Hao. We don't need to hurry. When we open the restriction, some fish will seize the chance to run away, sneered Yin. He turned to the direction where Batum and the others had left, stroking the corner of his mouth, his voice low. I'm like you guys. We don't know how precious the Power Upanishad symbol tower is, but the members of the 7 great clans in this sea domain of nihility know. If they know we have the Power Upanishad symbol tower, it will be a lot of trouble. He didn't say much. The God Lord and Ming Hao understood his idea, but it didn't mean they approved it. The God Lord snorted. What if they know? You keep the Power Upanishad symbol tower, not us. If they want, they will trouble you, won't they? Moreover, when you open this area, we will return to desolate territory at our fastest speed. What will they do to us? The members of those 7 great clans have been searching for our desolate territory for a long time. Ming Hong, lying on Audrey's shoulder, intervened. There is something you don't know. They are so greedy for a wounded absolute beginning creature. Yan's correct. If they escape alive for the Power Upanishad symbol tower, their seniors won't hesitate to pay any price to get it. They will chase after us. We will be killed before we can reach the territory entrance. What do you mean? Frowned God Lord. Leave no one alive, Yin said seriously. How about her? The God Lord gave a faint smile, looking at Mei Ji with the awkward countenance. She's not from our desolate territory. Are you going to kill her too? Do you need a hand? Mei Ji felt shivers send down her spine. She's my woman. Of course, we won't count her. I will manage my internal matters well. You don't need to care about it, Yin said naturally. Mei Ji's charming face was blushing when she heard that. She looked a little loathing and uneasy. Chapter 1434. Invincible Might from the Sky. Chapter 1434. Invincible Might from the Sky, _ Boom, boom. The dark and grumbling thunder boomed on the light curtain and sparked brilliant lights everywhere. The light curtain didn't have a scratch. Telika's face was dark and sinister, talking. What was that? On the other side, Batum was like a mad dog. His entire body was a straight sword thrusting into the light curtain above their heads. He had pounded on the curtain until his head bled. Farlow, Yerberg, and Ling Mei were hovering aside. The blackguards of the mysterious Sky clan looked at the sky, their faces stern. After they had left the area that had the Power Upanishad symbol tower, they understood each other well enough not to part. They gathered and tried to get out of this absolute beginning vestige to return to the sea of annihilation. Ming Hao and the God Lord's intimidation had scared them. When they saw Yan's Power Upanishad devour Gone Fu, they finally collapsed. They finally noticed that with their power, it was impossible to rob the Power Upanishad symbol tower. Ling Mei and Batum were resolute warriors. Seeing that they couldn't change the situation, they immediately changed the plan. They understood that as long as they got rid of this light barrier and reported to their seniors in the clans, those real experts would come immediately. The 7 great clans knew about the legends of the Power Upanishad symbol tower. However, until now, no clan had ever had a complete tower. To vie for the Power Upanishad symbol tower, those territory ancestor realm experts weren't going to hesitate to pay any price. The Power Upanishad symbol tower could produce the absolute beginning original symbol that had the ultimate Power Upanishad, the supernatural power. From this aspect, the Power Upanishad symbol tower was even more precious than an absolute beginning divine weapon. As long as we escape this area and release the news, none of them can run away, said Ling Mei. The others nodded in agreement. Batum's god power surged. His body turned slightly transparent. He moved forward, his two hands creating a great storm, hitting the light curtain. The curtain light was still closed. Ling Mei and Farlo became serious. It's not good if we continue that way. If we consume more energy, once they chase us here, it'll be a lot of trouble, said Ling Mei. Do you have any suggestion? Farlo knitted her brows. Although we've assigned Batum to break the light curtain, we can't stay idle. I'm sure they will come after us. Ling Mei wore a cold face. I'm sure we will have a bloody battle soon. We should prepare for now on. Yeah, from this area, we're going to set up as many barriers, formations, and restrictions as we can. Taking a deep breath, she continued. If we can't avoid it, we must risk our life once. If we're well prepared, we can take the upper hand first. Farlo nodded. True, I support your idea. We should carry it out immediately. Batum, you try to deal with that light barrier. We're going to implement our plan now. Ling Mei lifted her head to notice Batum and then shouted, commanding her blackguards, Telika, Yerberg, and Farlo. From where they were staying as the center, they set up and expanded many barriers. Halos, lightning walls, and lakes appeared in the massive ruins. Ling Mei, Farlo, and the others moved around, urging their powers and using so many secret treasures to set up traps. Dash! Over there, in the middle of the ruins, Ming Hao rose one hand and pointed in one direction. He said darkly, they're setting up defensive barriers and restrictions. It seems like they want to fight against us with their lives. Yeah, I think they've recognized that they can't get out and they can't avoid this bloody battle. That's why they decided to use all that they have to see if they can kill us. The God Lord looked indifferent, his face mocking. They aren't wrong, and their deeds aren't ordinary. Unfortunately, they're too naive. Ming Hao and the God Lord had swaggered in this world for dozens of thousands of years. The blood that their hands bled was even more than the amount of water in the sea. They were real, great demons with absolute confidence and pride. For example, when the God Lord was at third sky of a mortal realm, he had fought against Bloodthirsty at the territory ancestor realm. Although Bloodthirsty had already been hurt before, his victory was still enough to prove his intimidation. Dozens of thousands of years ago, Ming Hao, the chief of Soul Control Force, had already had tens of thousands of clones. He had subdued and controlled the leaders of many star areas. He had single-handedly grown the Soul Control Force vigorously to resist the God Clan. Also, the God Clan had spent 10,000 years and couldn't touch a shadow. This expert was truly sharp-witted and cunning. Audrey floated on the massive, brutal soul lotus throne. Her eyes were clear but cold. She curled the corners of her mouth as if she was angry. While her bright eyes moved around, she often checked Shi Yin and Mei Ji. She looked more intense as her discontent was swelling in her heart. Shi Yin and Mei Ji moved shoulder by shoulder. They were whispering as if they were talking about some deal or agreement. With your individual power, even if you have the Power Upanishad symbol tower, it's hard to create another absolute beginning original symbol. You can't find that enormous amount of materials. Mei Ji wore a smile on her face. She had regained her gorgeousness. To refine an absolute beginning original symbol, it could require the experts that top one territory. The sources you have can't do that, but our Phantom Clan can. What do you think? Mei Ji felt sincerely joyful. She knew how precious the Power Upanishad symbol tower was. If Shi Yin cooperated with the Phantom Clan and let the clan supply the materials to refine the absolute beginning original symbol, the Phantom Clan could earn something. As Shi Yin had come from desolate territory, he couldn't use billions of creatures dwelling in desolate territory to refine the absolute beginning original symbol. He had to depend on the big clans like one of the 7 great clans to do that. Today, because Ling Mei had turned her back to him, no matter what Tu Shi and Yi Yun had promised him, he couldn't cooperate with the mysterious Sky Clan anymore. Besides, Yin had offended the Black Demon Clan, the Ancient Monster Clan, the Soul Clan, and the Devouring Clan, leaving him with only the Phantom Clan and the White Bone Clan to choose. Mei Ji had calculated detailedly. She couldn't hide her bright face. She believed that if her seniors knew that she could bring Yin to the Phantom Clan with a complete Power Upanishad symbol tower, they would kick Batum away. Compared to the Power Upanishad symbol tower, Batum's value was worthless. Especially in this case, Yin also knew dark energy, which gave him a certain chance to reach the territory ancestor realm. The feeling of having a fortune fall from the sky comforted Mei Ji and made her happy. She couldn't help but smile. But what if they want me to be his woman to strengthen the bond? What should I do then? For the sake of the Phantom Clan, I should do that, right? Right, for the clan. Not that I like him. Yeah, that's true. Mei Ji thought, and suddenly felt light. She unconsciously glanced at Yin and blushed. Her watery eyes were like rivers in springtime. Lewd, not far from them, Audrey observed with a cold face. Looking at Mei Ji's mature, inviting appearance, she couldn't help but rebuke her and pout her lips. Oh well, what does it have to do with you? I'm talking about something romantic and intimate with my man. What are you jealous of? Mei Ji was content to see Audrey's cold face. She turned around to mock Audrey. Yin had played a little bit with her name and said that she was his woman. It wasn't something to make a fuss if she used his name to play too. Mei Ji didn't realize that she was discreetly satisfied when she said so. Audrey snorted, her face cold. Yin was surprised. He couldn't believe that the two women have chosen this time to quarrel. Raking around, he had a good sense, so he accelerated and turned into a flaming jet, heading forward. Minghao halted. The area of ruins in front of them had massive rocks floating in the air like raindrops. Ling Mei stood right behind a rock rain curtain and faced them with strangely calm countenances. Batum had stopped hitting the light curtain. Unexpectedly, he walked forward and said, "It was really easy when we got down here. Especially for me, I didn't encounter any obstacle. But now, when we want to leave, we found layers of difficulties. I've tried every trick I know to break the light curtain up there." Pausing for a while, he said, "We shouldn't fight this time. I suggest you guys spend more effort on breaking the light curtain. After that, we can fight to see who can stand until the last moment." He had tried everything he knew. If he had successfully pierced through the light curtain, he wouldn't have saved energy for a deadly battle. Ling Mei looked calm, but she was actually worried. "Mei Ji, Yin, it's no use to fight here. If we can't break it, no one can get out. Why should we kill each other? It doesn't mean we can't break it when you couldn't. Ling Mei, you've teased me. You said that the Phantom women couldn't compare to you. Well, I want to see now if you're really stronger than me. I was hurt, and you were your best condition at that time. Now you got hurt too. Finally, we can have a fair game." Mei Ji's smile bloomed like a flower. She looked extremely comfortable. "You damn slut. What do you think you will get if you help them?" Batum grinned fiendishly. "Once I break through to the territory ancestor realm, the Phantom Clan will bring you to my door. Well, let's see how I will play with you then." "Well, I'm afraid you don't have that chance," intervened Yin. "Because of you only?" Batum sneered. When Mei Ji said that they could break the light curtain, Batum knew that his suggestions couldn't work. He couldn't move his enemies verbally. He finally understood that the coming battle was inevitable. Almost instantly, he had made a heartless decision. He threw all the things that made him hesitant behind his head. He was ready to die in this battle. "Even if you want to get through our arrangement, you have to pay a bloody price." Ling Mei gritted her teeth and said with a cold face, "Mei Ji, come fight me. What price will we possibly have to pay?" Yin felt funny. His eyes flashed strangely. The Power Upanishad symbol tower emerged from his head. In just a blink of an eye, it had ballooned and become as imposing as a grand mountain. He didn't know the secrets of the Power Upanishad symbol tower and the light curtain, but he knew that they had a close relationship. He knew one thing. Under this light curtain, the Power Upanishad symbol tower were never damaged by barriers, restrictions, or formations. Indeed, when the Power Upanishad symbol tower slowly landed, it hit a lightning circle first. When the first thunder sounded, the light curtain above their heads radiated a blinding light. The intense light shot out from the sky, shining on that area with barriers and restrictions. When the power Upanishad symbol tower landed, thunder boomed in that area, followed by earth-shaking explosions. All the defenses Ling, Mei, and the others had set up were destroyed. Chapter 1435. Enjoy a carefree meal. Chapter 1435. Enjoy a carefree meal. Underscore the power Upanishad symbol tower spun and released a dazzling, rainbow-like light. It looked like an eternal sun. Light columns that were hundreds of meters long shone directly on the power Upanishad symbol tower. The tower was now bigger and more intimidating. It was more colossal than a mountain. Standing next to it, Shi Yin, Ming Hao, and the others were like small butterflies or gray light dots. The power Upanishad symbol tower slowly descended and brought pressure that could even destroy the entire world. So many lights shot rapidly like meteors. All the restrictions, barriers, and formations bloomed magnificently like fireworks. Their debut was so marvelous, but their ends came close after. How could it be? Ling Mei groaned in agony. Her face twisted as she felt her energy all get drained. She was deeply frightened. Batum was bewildered, seeing the power Upanishad symbol tower slowly pressing. He changed his face and screamed, "Retreat!" Instantly, everybody urged their power and fled as fast as possible. They were afraid that the power Upanishad symbol tower would smash them. Boom! The power Upanishad symbol tower sat like a mountain and mashed all ruins of palaces and towers. Eventually, it stood majestically on the ground. Shi Yin was bewildered. He couldn't help but scream, "Awesome!" Ming Hao and the God Lord looked surprised. They felt awkward when the power Upanishad symbol tower landed. It seemed like the power Upanishad symbol tower could draw the power from the light curtain. The moment it landed, a power that could destroy the world appeared and made Ming Hao and the God Lord feel small. They exchanged looks and they saw fear in each other's eyes. They understood that if they hadn't ducked and stayed right under the tower, they wouldn't have escaped death when it pressed down. That power was even scarier than the heaven might. How could you do that? Meiji's beautiful eyes rippled beautiful light. She smiled as if she was enjoying the New Year celebration. It's so interesting to see Ling Mei like a stray gray dog. Ling Mei ran away from under the power Upanishad symbol tower. She had dust all over her body and even in her hair. She looked indeed helter-skelter. The blackguards of the mysterious Sky Clan were aghast. They looked at the tower and shivered. Telika and Yerberg had gloomy eyes. They looked terror-struck. "It seems like your defense is useless." "Haha, I thought you were tough enough, weren't you?" Meiji giggled and moved like a graceful snake woman. Her hips swayed on her way toward Ling Mei. "Come and have a decent fight. Let's see if you can defeat me." Meiji looked cold instantly, ice spreading in her eyes. Crack, crack, crack. Under her feet, the rocks were frozen and shattered. Pieces of ice shot everywhere. Her long hair flew in the wind like icy, silver needles, which made her wilder and colder. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of tiny ice needles shot out from her body. Unexpectedly, she was the first one to take action. "I have to go home, really. I don't want to waste more time." The God Lord strode, and light congregated above his head, creating a dazzling world of colorful light. A light ball that looked like a whole planet made of gold flew out of his incipient extent. The light ball spun, crushing space and falling on Telika, Yerberg, and Farlow. The massive gold lances were like hedgehog spikes that shot toward them. Telika, Yerbo, and Farlow, the three outstanding warriors of the 7 great clans, looked like they were made of gold under that gold light. The gold light on their bodies was blazing to the others. Puff! Telika spurted blood. Countless gory holes appeared on his body as he began to bleed terribly. Yarberg and Farlow weren't better. They were also bleeding when the gold lights hit them. They were taken down. Soul devouring. Shi Yin glided past the Power Upanishad symbol tower. While moving, he whispered something. The black hole flew out of his glabella. Just like a massive mouth, it opened and snatched Yerberg, Farlow, and Telika. It was ready to swallow their soul altars when they got out of their bodies. Seeing the black hole coming, Yerberg and the other two were desperate. They knew that they couldn't even escape using the soul. You can't flee. The God Lord strolled to them, light radiating from him. Beams of holy, pure light cut and gashed their bodies like sharp blades. They were minced into pieces of flesh. Farlow was also at third sky of a mortal realm. However, she didn't have a bit of energy to resist the God Lord. As their bodies were destroyed, their soul altars had to leave quickly. They tried their best to run. There came a terrifying suction force from the black hole that was aimed at their soul altars. Invisible ropes tied them down. No matter how hard they wiggled, they couldn't escape. One after another, they were sucked into the black hole. After the three soul altars were dragged into the black hole, Shi Yan's soul felt like he was having a great feast. Both of the souls were extremely satisfied. You guys should go with him too. The God Lord sounded calm. His shadow swiftly moved and reappeared by the members of the mysterious Sky Clan behind Ling Mei. A new world of magnificent light arose and turned into a massive hand of a light god that grabbed the black guards. They were squeezed to death. Shi Yan's black hole came after and swallowed the soul altars of those black guards. He felt happier, indeed. At that moment, his body moved agilely like a merman to help the devouring power Upanishad collect the essence chi from the others' bodies. His acupuncture points started to get busy. In just a short time, the God Lord solved Telika, the black guards of the mysterious Sky Clan, and the others single-handedly. Still wearing an indifferent face, he shook his head and said regretfully, "They're weaker than Xian He and Frederick." As they were at third sky of a mortal realm, Farlow was one level higher than Xian He and Frederick. However, their real competence was much weaker. Of course, it was because the God Lord had recovered his consumed energy after resting for a long time. As the bold one who dared to stand against Bloodthirsty, of course, he had his own intimidating aura. "If you want to kill me, you have to pay a painful price. Do you not believe it?" Batum's round body floated in the void. So many tornadoes followed each other, hovering like giant gray dragons by him. Those tornadoes touched both the sky and the ground, swaying and rolling. They were like gray smoke and mist that burst to the sky, or the tongue of some fearful demons. A strange energy fluctuated from the center of those tornadoes, which made Ming Hao frown. Shi Yan focused on sensing and then spoke. "It's dark energy. Those tornadoes have bits of dark energy in the center. He has not reached the territory ancestor realm yet, so he can only use the energy that way. Even if he doesn't understand the dark energy thoroughly, it's still very powerful." Pausing, Shi Yan reminded, "He wants to risk his life." Ming Hao pouted his lips and said coldly, "He's way behind our master from that year." "Yeah, he's millions of miles behind. He's just an amateur with a shallow understanding of dark energy, and he thinks he can overturn this situation." Then, beams of light radiated from Ming Hao's body. Instantly, so many big mirrors were conjured in the void. They were like hanging mountains indeed. When Ming Hao's light shone on them, they reflected so many different worlds and illusions. With countless soul clones, the mirrors had reflected Ming Hao's figure everywhere. There were more than tens of thousands of them now. Ming Hao's reflections had filled the entire sky, creating a sea of people and blocking Batum in the middle. It was like an army of tens of thousands of soldiers attacking only Batum. Batum couldn't tell which was his real body. Shi Yan observed for a while, and he eased his mind, continuing to concentrate on taking in the essence chi from the dead. With the three supernatural abilities, soul control, cloning, and space, Ming Hao had become the greatest magician ever in this world. He could even trouble a territory ancestor realm expert. A bungler like Batum was no match. Crucial ice explode. On the other side, Mei Ji wore an icy face, facing Ling Mei and striking crazily. Ice exploded everywhere and sent ice sabers to Ling Mei. Ling Mei was hiding in a water pond where water was surging and creating layers to defend against the ice explosions. Mei Ji sneered and pressed forward. More ice exploded between her and Ling Mei. It looked like countless dynamites had been buried in the ice and went off at the same time, sending so many icicles that were dozens of meters long toward the water pond. Ling Mei paled inside the water pond. The light in her eyes slowly dimmed out. "Well, didn't you brutally attack me?" Mei Ji jeered. "If I hadn't been hurt and still had all my energy, how were you going to defeat me? At this moment, we aren't very different and you're only hiding from me." Ling Mei gritted her teeth and said nothing. "Well, let me tell you something." Mei Ji walked toward her, lowering her voice. "Do you know what is the worst thing you've done?" Ling Mei was bewildered. "You should have listened to Shi. You should have tried your best to create a good relationship with Shi Yan. Then you could have gotten the power Upanishad symbol tower. With only his individual competence, he couldn't refine the absolute beginning original symbol. It's obvious. Only those of the 7 great clans have the capacity to do that. Because you're greedy, you have to bury your corpse here with nothing. It's really ridiculous, you say. You think you're smart, but it's just you who think so. Thus, you're not as strong as me. You will never defeat me, regardless it is power, will, or judgment," said Mei Ji arrogantly. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Countless icicles shot over and destroyed the water layers, piercing Ling Mei. Ling Mei shook hard, her waist bleeding. The light in her eyes dimmed. Mei Ji wasn't polite. She continued to attack more harshly with her ice power Upanishad, hitting the water pond directly. Shi Yan squinted and watched Ling Mei for a while. He knew she couldn't escape death this time. Then, he turned to Batum. "God Lord, sir, if you want to go home early, put more effort. We should finish Batum soon. Don't waste people's time." The God Lord snorted. Pondering for a while, he jumped into the fantasy world that Ming Hao had created. Shortly after, Shi Yan heard Batum screeching. It seemed like he wasn't far from death. Chapter 1436, A Strong Current. Chapter 1436, A Strong Current, _ Inside the fantasy space mirrors, Batum's voice weakened. The God Lord and Ming Hao had joined hands to kill him. Batum couldn't get out with his body. Indeed, when the scream from the mirrors ceased, Batum's soul altar flew out like a breeze of wind, trying to escape. Shi Yan's black hole was hovering by the light curtain and waiting for him patiently. A soul-sucking force came. Batum's soul struggled hard, but he couldn't escape. Following Yerbo and the others, he was dragged into the black hole. Almost at the same time, the water pond that Ling Mei's power had created froze as the icy energy intruded. Inside the water pond, Ling Mei was a beautiful ice sculpture locked in the pond. From a distance, it looked like she was sealed in a world of ice where only the beauty of the coldness was exposed. Ling Mei's breathing slowly subsided. Her gloomy eyes looked at Shi Yan from a distance as she tried to shake her head. Her eyes showed her deep regret. She regretted that she didn't listen to Shi-Chi's advice. She regretted that she didn't make a precise assumption. She had caused the deaths of her team and herself. She knew Shi-Chi was correct. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret. "I know you owe Shi-Chi a favor." Mei Ji resumed her graceful charm, her eyes bright. "So, do you need me to show mercy and spare her life?" Ling Mei was shaken. She looked yearning and begging when she eyed Shi Yan. Shi Yan shook his head and said with a cold face, "I'm not a good guy. If someone wants to kill me, no matter who she is or what title she bears, I will treat her the same way." While talking, he finished swallowing Batum's soul altar. Then, he landed on the frozen water pond. His 10 fingers interlaced and sent 10 sharp blades that gashed the frozen pond. Crack! Crack! The space sabers cut the pond into numerous pieces. Of course, Ling Mei was frozen inside and couldn't escape. Her body was like a diamond under the cutter. The black hole, an ability of devouring power Upanishad, came as a massive mouth. Without giving time for Ling Mei to resist, a soul-sucking force came and swallowed her within one attempt. You're truly evil and heartless. You can do such things to a beautiful flower? Ling Mei of the mysterious Sky Clan was famous for her glamour. You killed her. Don't you feel regret? Mei Ji smiled, and Ti Shiyin, her eyes bright and excited. Beautiful women are everywhere. It's not rare. It doesn't matter how many of them die. Shiyin frowned and lifted his head to watch the sky. We need to break that light curtain to leave soon. Yeah, and you must hurry. Those dead warriors had high positions in their clans. Their souls should have some connection. Ming Hong was lying on Audrey's shoulder and talking in a low voice. You got this, don't you? He turned to Mei Ji. Mei Ji's smile ceased, and she nodded. Yerberg and Ling Mei were important warriors in their clans. Usually a wisp of their souls are connected to some treasures. When their souls died, those treasures react. You mean, the members of the 7 clans already know that Yerberg, Ling Mei, and Telika are murdered? Shiyin changed his visage slightly. Possibly, Mei Ji confirmed. Anyway, we must kill them. If they send information, the others will know what happened here. They would know about the Power Upanishad symbol tower and the absolute beginning original symbol. They can even know the location. Pausing for a while, she continued, but now, they only know that Yerberg and Ling Mei were dead. They wouldn't know what had happened down here or the location. Once we leave this place, it will be really hard to find us in the sea of annihilation. She's right. We should hurry to leave before they get here. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. They said that Tate's teacher is in the sea of annihilation too. If he knows, I think we won't be able to live. We should return to desolate territory as quickly as possible, Ming Hong said sternly. He had refined Sing's soul, so he knew many secrets of the Soul Clan. He knew how terrifying that person was. It was easy to guess that Tate's death would enrage that person. Thus, he was a little scared. Tate's teacher, the God Lord's bold voice arose. Very powerful? Is he as strong as bloodthirsty? Neptune is one of the 3 great territory ancestors of the Soul Clan. Although he's at the first sky of the realm, he has the absolute beginning divine weapon called the Soul Refining Cauldron. Neptune is really powerful in addition to having the cauldron. I don't know how strong Bloodthirsty became later, but when I left, he wasn't stronger than Neptune. Ming Hong was cautious. He hasn't finished making his life treasure, the Soul Refining Cauldron, yet. He needs more strong souls. If the Soul Refining Cauldron becomes complete, I think he'll be more intimidating. He's not as strong as my master, said Ming Hao. The God Lord agreed with him. Bloodthirsty could defeat Devour, the ancestor of the Devouring clan, and make it dormant. After that Bloodthirsty got hurt, he could still slaughter our union. I had to sacrifice my body and the leaders of the big forces everywhere to kill him. Neptune can't compare to Bloodthirsty in his best condition. I don't know who Bloodthirsty is, but I know Neptune's really formidable. If he can tame the Soul Refining Cauldron to reach second sky of Territory Ancestor Realm, he will become one of the 10 great Territory Ancestors. When he comes here, none of us will be able to resist him. Batum and Ganfu are just rookies compared to him, intervened Mei Ji. I think we can't fight against Neptune now, said Ming Hong. Ming Hao and the God Lord sighed when the other 2 said so. The God Lord said, "Too bad that I haven't reached the Territory Ancestor Realm. Otherwise, I would never see that Neptune with my eyes." "Break that light curtain quickly," hissed Ming Hao. Shiyin nodded. Then, without saying anything else, he plunged on the majestic Power Upanishad symbol tower. Lifting his head to observe the light curtain, he sank into his thoughts. The co-soul in his brain had many absolute beginning symbols moved disorderly. He couldn't fuse completely with Desolate Soul, so he couldn't understand the meaning of the symbols. He focused, holding his breath, and trying to see what mysteries they hid. However, the black hole was revolving fast. The massive mouth sent out refined energy that stimulated his mind. He knew that the black hole got a big harvest this time. Batum, Ganfu, Yerberg, and the others had profound realms, and Batum and Ganfu had dark energy. The refining process was much slower than at other times, and he expected some troubles too. Then it happened. The refining process that happened inside the black hole had affected his mind and distracted him. He didn't understand those symbols that would have allowed him to discover the secrets of the power Upanishad symbol tower. He couldn't even focus. Gradually, Shuryen felt so irritated. As time flew, he still stood on the power Upanishad symbol tower, without moving or taking any action. Brian's face slowly darkened. If he lied to us and he can't open the light curtain, I'll do my best to kill him to vent my wrath. Minghao's face was also dark and gloomy. He frowned and looked pensive. Meiji and Audrey kept silent. They were frightened, indeed. They just hoped that Shuryen could find a way to get them out of here. Sea of Annihilation. In the Soul Clan's base, the souls were like snakes slithering around the island and gathering departed souls and ghosts on the brocade flags, bringing them back to Neptune. The soul refining cauldron spun above Neptune's head and sucked all the brutal souls and ghosts. The absolute beginning symbols on the soul refining cauldron began to sparkle and then move like tiny snakes. Puff! Shortly after, on Neptune's thin and dry arm, a soul bead exploded. It turned into wisps of smoke, congregating and creating a blurry face. It was Tate, and it was dull and blank without living energy. As he was refining the soul refining cauldron, his eyes darkened when the soul bead shattered. Each disciple of his had given him a soul seal that he kept in a soul bead. From that soul seal, he could sense his disciples' location, or he could smash their souls easily. It was a dark technique to control his disciples. Of course, when his disciples died, he would know it first, and he would even know the location of the incident. Today, Tate's soul bead exploded. Neptune knew what happened. His eyes rolled fast. Using the souls of 3 incipient God Realm experts as sacrificial objects, he cast a supernatural technique to search. After a while, Neptune snorted. Trash! He dared to deceive me and get into the sea to find the absolute beginning vestige. I have no pity for his death. I'd wasted my efforts to train him for thousands of years. He opened his mouth to cast a spell, which then fell into the soul refining cauldron. Instantaneously, billions of souls swarmed into the cauldron. Putting the cauldron into his sleeve, Neptune got up and vanished like a shadow. On another island in the Sea of Annihilation, Tu Shi and his wife, Yiyun, were drinking with forefather dragon Lizard on the island. They were discussing some important matters. Ding, ding, ding. The tinkling sounds of a bell arose from Yiyun's sleeve. She was surprised to hear the small bell. Then, she used her soul to receive the message from the mysterious Sky Clan's headquarters. Yiyun became so frightened. She jolted up and screamed. The soul tree of that little girl Ling Mei withered. She'd perished utterly. Before we came here, Ling Mei had taken the black guards to the sea to search for the absolute beginning vestige. She died there. Tu Shi changed his face. Taking a deep breath, he said, Dragon Lizard brother, please go with us to the seabed. Ling Mei had a special profile. She was Han Tian's granddaughter. Dragon Lizard also changed his countenance. He knew that the Sea of Annihilation wouldn't be calm anymore. Okay, I'm going with you guys. Chapter 1437, Frantic Suppression. Chapter 1437, Frantic Suppression. Undersea ruins. Shuryen sat neatly atop the Power Upanishad symbol tower, his face stern. He was trying to find a way to break the light curtain. He didn't know that because of Yerberg, Telika, Farlow, Ling Mei, and Tate, the entire Sea of Annihilation was surging. The experts of the Soul Clan, Mysterious Sky Clan, Devouring Clan, Black Demon Clan, and Ancient Monster Clan in the Sea of Annihilation were using different channels to confirm why their juniors died. The 5 clans announced that they were trying their best to find the murderers. They had urged their forces to search through the entire Sea of Annihilation, whether they were on the surface or on the seabed. At this moment, the experts of the 5 clans had visited each island in the Sea of Annihilation. The Phantom clan was also trying to search and call for Meiji to come back to the clan. The Sea of Annihilation erupted as if it detonated. This incident was much more influential than many people had expected. Quickly, the information about the absolute beginning vestige released unknowingly. The secret of the Power Upanishad symbol tower was revealed, angering the other clans besides the 7 great clans. The Sea of Annihilation was hustling and bustling. People moved around on the sea, in the seabed, and at every corner. The warriors began to search for something. If we can't leave soon, Neptune will come at any minute. I know the Soul Clan's evil deeds, and I know how Neptune is. I'm sure he can vaguely locate us from Tate's death. Ming Hong became solemn. At his realm and cultivation base, once he finds the right direction, he will arrive faster than we think. What Ming Hong had said had put more pressure on the group. Audrey and Meiji decided to stay silent. They didn't dare to talk as they were afraid that they could enrage the God Lord and Ming Hao, which would bring Shi Yin unnecessary troubles. The God Lord looked cold and harsh. His eyes scanned Shi Yin, the cold intention on his face clear. He was losing his patience. If he can't break the confinement, you two will be buried with him, the God Lord snorted. His eyes fell on Audrey and Meiji. The 2 women felt shivers running down their spines. You can't touch Audrey if I'm here. Ming Hao wore a cold face. Meiji felt so chilled. Pondering, she forced a smile. Yeah, you can kill me. But if Shi Yin can't break this place, even if I die, you won't live. None of us can leave, to be exact. Neptune alone can kill all of us. Hearing her, Ming Hao and the God Lord became more restless. They all grimaced. Shut up, all of you. Shi Yin bellowed and landed all of a sudden. From a distance, he looked at the God Lord and then at Ming Hao, speaking coldly. You two shut your mouths too. Then, the Power Upanishad symbol tower bloomed with billions of dazzling light rays. It began to move with ultimate power, grumblingly pressing down on the God Lord and Ming Hao. You guys can kill Batum and Ganfu here. I can kill you too. Do you think you're that strong? The Power Upanishad symbol tower suddenly emitted the formidable heavenly might. It rose in the void and then grumblingly landed. The God Lord and Ming Hao lifted their heads to watch with severe countenances. They were dumbstruck indeed. At this moment, they remembered that Shi Yin had used the Power Upanishad symbol tower to break all the restrictions and barriers that Ling Mei, Batum, and the others had set up in just one strike. The God Lord and Ming Hao were frightened. They were scared because of that invincible might. At this moment, Shi Yin, in his wrath, had controlled the Power Upanishad symbol tower that was pressing on their heads. They were startled, indeed. They now recognized that with the Power Upanishad symbol tower in this absolute beginning vestige, Shi Yin wasn't a soft persimmon for them to squeeze as they pleased. Although I can't break the light curtain immediately, it's not a big deal to control the Power Upanishad symbol tower, to play with you too. Shi Yin said harshly. The Power Upanishad symbol tower fell from the sky. So many light layers dropped from the sky, streaming into the windows on the Power Upanishad symbol tower. At that moment, the threat from the Power Upanishad symbol tower rocketed several times. Under that pressure, the God Lord and Ming Hao could hear their bones cracking. They seemed to not be able to resist such pressure, and their bodies were about to burst. That pressure wasn't aimed at Audrey and Meiji. When they saw things going wrong, they had parted already. This pressure could be compared to a strike from Territory Ancestor realm experts. Extremely formidable indeed. Ming Hong couldn't help but scream on Audrey's shoulder. What are they doing? That young man doesn't know the general picture, and those 2 old men have lost their minds. If they continue this way, they will die altogether before the enemies come. Audrey and Meiji were worried and sorrowful. They didn't know what to say to ease this situation. Kid, you dare to attack us now? You aren't afraid of death, are you? Bellowed the God Lord. Shi Yin, what the heck are you doing? Screamed Ming Hao. I want to tell you that even if I can't break the restriction in this area, you don't have the right to babble here. I'm standing here to see who you will bury with me. You asked who courts death? Shi sneered and looked crazy. Ming Hao, I am a master of the bloodthirsty force. With your dark scheme, you want trouble, don't you? I'll show you that the prestige of the bloodthirsty force's master isn't something you can challenge. The power Upanishad symbol tower descended grumblingly with terrifying waves of energy fluctuations that created waves of light above Ming Hao and the God Lord. Ming Hao and the God Lord straightened their bodies, their hands pushing the sky. One of them had 5 stars revolving, and the other had billions of clones. Altogether, they were trying to resist the descending power Upanishad symbol tower. Ganfu, Batum, Yerberg, Telika, and Farlow were all experts at the immortal realm. After they died, the negative energies, including brutality, desperation, resent, and others in their essence Shi, had poured into Shi Yan's acupuncture points. After their soul altars were swallowed, many pieces of memories that didn't belong to Shi Yan continuously flashed in his mind. It troubled him a lot. He was annoyed and irritated. The negative energies seized the chance to affect him. Because he couldn't break the light curtain, he had lost his patience and become edgy. Negative energies attacked him easily in this condition. The God Lord's jeering and sinister words, Ming Hao observing him with his cold eyes, and the dark conspiracy. Shi Yan knew them all. At this moment, he finally cracked and lost his temper. He ignored the light curtain, Neptune, and the others. After his volcano ignited, he erupted. Boom! Between the God Lord, Ming Hao, and the power Upanishad symbol tower, there was a combat area where the energy from the tower entangled with the God Lord's and Ming Hao's energies. Their energies were colliding and fighting against each other. That area was so beautiful with blazing sparks and magnificent blooming lights. It was more impressive than the most beautiful firework performance. However, the energy from the impact was extremely terrifying. The energy shockwaves had crushed the rocks and the ruins around into powder in just a blink of an eye. Everything had become dust. Audrey and Mei Ji had to move further away to avoid the fierce battle. They screamed because Shi Yan had suddenly become frantic and stirred the situation to the point that they couldn't save it. They felt so begrudging. Mei Ji and Audrey wanted to cry, thinking that while the others were fighting, the warriors of the Sea of Annihilation like Neptune were marching toward them. Why did they have to do that? Shi Yan, are you crazy? Ming Hao thundered. So many clones of him perished while colliding with the energy from the power Upanishad symbol tower. He could feel his energy drain away as the energy from the power Upanishad symbol tower was crushing down. Seeing the God Lord about to burst out frantically, he regretted it. He regretted letting the God Lord threaten Shi Yan. He regretted not recognizing how dangerous Shi Yan could be in this area with the power Upanishad symbol tower in his hands. I've had to endure you guys for a long time. Shi Yan sat on the power Upanishad symbol tower and laughed crazily. Today, I will play everything I have. Even if I die, I will show you my power. Do you still think you're invincible? If you are, how could we throw you here and trap you for dozens of years? Well, if you don't see the danger, you won't remember for a long time. You still think you're the overlords. Boom! The power Upanishad symbol tower continued to press down. Erg! The God Lord and Ming Hao roared. They felt like so many planets were placed on their heads that they couldn't even stand upright. Ming Hao was just a soul, so his condition wasn't really bad. His soul flickered as his soul power was quickly consumed. The God Lord's body made crack, sounds as if he was about to shatter. They found that the frantic Shi Yan was even tougher than bloodthirsty. This kid didn't reason or use logic. He didn't care about the general picture too. He wasn't afraid of death. To vie for some vague thing, he could even destroy the whole world. When they finally recognized this, they felt so bitter. They couldn't estimate how strong he was with the power Upanishad symbol tower in this area. They were all regretful. They shouldn't have pushed Shi Yan to make him burst out at the end of the corner. They shouldn't have attacked him verbally and instead try to clear the situation. Unfortunately, their regret came a little too late. Yan's eyes turned garnet in his frenzied state. They knew that he wouldn't listen to any word, so they could only resist persistently. They reaped what they sowed, indeed. They smiled bitterly. Audrey and Mei Ji felt their scalps become numb. They were so worried, as if they had a flame burning their hearts. They decided to scream about how Neptune and the others were coming to persuade them to stop. No use. The boy's eyes are red now. It's the sign of his exploding state. I understood the bloodthirsty force enough to tell you that in such a state, he has lost his mind. He can't hear you, sighed Ming Hong. Then what should we do? Mei Ji was panic-stricken. There is no solution. Ming Hong shook his head. All of a sudden, the seawater forcefully fell from the sky. They heard the sounds of swarming water, baffling them. However, they knew what had happened shortly after. They couldn't hide their thrill. Mei Ji shrilled, "Broken! It's broken! I got it! The power Upanishad symbol tower has taken too much energy from the light curtain. It's not enough to resist anymore. The water pressure finally tore it. Lucky bastard! The boy just bumped around, and he found the right method." Ming Hong also screamed strangely. Chapter 1438. Mei Ji's Boldness. Chapter 1438. Mei Ji's Boldness. Underscore seabed. The flows of light from the light curtain streamed into the opened windows of the power Upanishad symbol tower. The horrible water pressure swarmed over and brought billions of water currents pouring from the sky. After a moment, the absolute beginning vestige was covered in water. Without the light curtain's protection, everybody was suffocating under the water pressure. It felt like they were pressed between two mountains. They had to gather the god power to create a light cage to cover their bodies entirely. Shortly after, the light curtain in the dome that covered the vestige had entered the power Upanishad symbol tower completely. The tower shone radiantly, and its power rocketed dozens of times. The God Lord and Ming Hong were frightened. Ming Hong's clone scattered. The God Lord's body was cracking. They were about to be smashed. Yan. Audrey's clear and cold voice was like a cold water current shooting toward Yan. Audrey had sent her energy with the essence of the God-blessed mainland, which had a subtle connection to Yan's co-soul, together with her call. The call with her spirit and Desolate's soul dashed toward Yan and stimulated his frantic mind. Yan looked lucid for a while. The light curtain is broken. We can go home now. Seeing him lucid, Audrey pushed it further. We shouldn't waste more time. We're going home now. We're going home now. The blood-red color in Yan's eyes subsided. His mind came back to him. He sat cross-legged atop the power Upanishad symbol tower and observed his surroundings. After pondering for a while, he jumped off the tower. When the God Lord and Ming Hong were about to collapse, he waved his hand and grabbed the tower. It shrank magically. After less than a minute, it was as big as his palm. Yan put it into his incipient extent. Ming Hong and the God Lord exhaled in relief. They exchanged forced smiles and were too exhausted to talk. 20,000 years ago, Bloodthirsty's debut had shadowed the entire world. He had pushed Imperial Dark Tribe away from their ruling throne and suffocated the tribe. Many experts of Imperial Dark Tribe were killed, or they fled to other territories to avoid the lethal wave. No one knew why Ming Hong wanted to follow Bloodthirsty and fight for him. He had helped the Bloodthirsty force become the overlord of desolate territory, enslaving everybody. 10,000 years later, Brian the God Lord was destined to take the Genesis fruit and receive Desolate's inheritance. With Desolate's trigger in the dark, he had seized the chance to finish Bloodthirsty, who was hurt severely. The God Clan then replaced the Bloodthirsty force to turn the world upside down. However, whether it was Ming Hong or the God Lord, they were subdued by Bloodthirsty for the rest of their lives. The God Lord could become the winners in the end. It wasn't because he was strong. He just had an excellent opportunity. After that, the God Lord's body exploded and turned into dust. He had to survive with only a wisp of his soul. After 10,000 years, he had borrowed Hague body to come to this world one more time. Bloodthirsty was the high mountain that they would never cross. even if they had spent the rest of their life attempting to. After so many years, when Bloodthirsty's influence had finally ceased, they thought that they could finally become the master of this earth and heaven. And then, Shi Yin slowly grew up. Today, Shi Yin had the first sky of a mortal realm cultivation base. Although he was using external forces, he could suppress them and attack them frantically. And they couldn't do anything to counterattack. As they thought that they could finally escape the nightmare called Bloodthirsty and become the master of this world, they got so bitter and discontented upon seeing Shi Yin. However, they could only sigh inwardly. They recognized that although Bloodthirsty was gone, he had left a tough riddle. Shi Yin was the seed of this riddle. Previously, I didn't even bat an eye at this seed. They looked down on him and thought about him as a chess piece or a joke. In just a blink of an eye, this seed sprouted and grew to a big towering tree. That tree gradually shaded their light. To them, they had been waiting painstakingly for 10,000 years. When they could finally rule the entire world, they saw Shi Yin leap up rapidly. How deep could this sorrow be? The power Upanishad symbol tower disappeared into Shi Yin's incipient extent. He tried to suppress his bloodthirsty desire, talking deliberately. Just like you guys, I want to return to desolate territory as soon as possible. I want to change the situation in desolate territory. If you think you can squeeze me or kill me, I'm telling you, you've highly appraised yourself. Then he stopped looking at Ming Hong and the God Lord as starlight congregated around him and created a light cage. He stepped out and landed by Audrey and Meiji. He said, "Retreat now." What we do with her? Audrey was apparently cautious when she gestured toward Meiji. "Bring her with us," Shi Yin wore an indifferent face. "Do you have any other idea?" No, nothing." Meiji hurried to state her opinion. "I think it's better to kill her. She's not from our desolate territory. If she follows us and knows the entrance to desolate territory, it will be a lot of trouble," suggested Ming Hong. "I agree with the point she has suggested. We can't refine the absolute beginning original symbol using the power Upanishad symbol tower. We still need to depend on the 7 clans. We have to choose a partner. She's a good partner. Anyway," said Shi Yin. Meiji's inner lake rippled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. Her long eyelashes batted as she was shivering slightly. She knew the meaning of the power Upanishad symbol tower and the power of the absolute beginning original symbol. They were the marvelous items that could support the territory ancestor realm experts learning the ultimate power Upanishad and the principle of a power Upanishad. It was the rarest of the rarest objects. If the Phantom Clan could use the power Upanishad symbol tower to refine the absolute beginning original symbol for their territory ancestors, their competencies would increase greatly. Her entire race would thrive, and perhaps they would become the most powerful clan among the 7 clans. Meiji smiled like a flower, as if she saw a beautiful future. "Don't worry. I pledge my life to go the same way as you. I will never leave on my own." She was smart and bold. She knew what they were afraid of. She didn't hesitate and gave a wisp of her soul seal, which was a triangle crystal. The icy crystal fell and hovered in front of Shi Yin. "It's my soul sea. You can keep it. As long as I have a different thought, you can smash it to explode my soul altogether." Shi Yin was surprised. Audrey, Ming Hong, the God Lord, and Ming Hong were baffled. They looked at Meiji with a strange countenance. This woman was truly a bold and unpredictable expert. They could almost instantly confirm Meiji's characteristics. Seeing her hand over the soul sea, the others didn't object to her anymore. Brian also nodded as he appreciated the woman's virtues. It wasn't rare that someone would hand the other the soul seal. However, in most of the cases, they were forced to do that. Meiji, who deliberately did that, was rare, though. Swish! The triangle crystal hovered on Shi Yin's sea of consciousness. A strange, subtle connection swarmed into his soul. He turned to Meiji, his eyes bright. He found that he was somehow closer to her. Meiji smiled, bowed to greet, and giggled. "My life is in your hands. Please take care of me." Also, you have to live well. If you die, I will die with you all together. Shiyin nodded. He was convinced by her boldness. Then, with a dark face, he turned to Audrey and Ming Hong. Any other idea? No one said more. They were also convinced by Mei Ji's deeds. No one wanted to rise more dispute. Why don't we leave now? Shiyin snorted impatiently. Let me guide us. Ming Hong shuddered, turning from a small bat to a gruesome, brutal soul. The way Ming Hong and the others had taken to enter this place is deviated and leads to somewhere rural. They aren't familiar with the sea domain of nihility. But after Sing tamed me, he often moved around the sea of annihilation. Right? All of you follow me. Turning into a ghostly shadow, Ming Hong pulled Audrey's soul lotus throne and moved quickly in the sea. The God Lord and Ming Hong didn't say anything. They followed close behind Ming Hong, like two shadows. Thank you, Mei Ji called sweetly after the other had left. While Shiyin was still baffled, her voluptuous body had wormed into his starlight cage. Her beautiful lips pecked on his left cheek like the dragonfly gliding above the water. She said honestly, without your protection, I would have ended up like Batum and Ling Mei. I wouldn't have escaped death. Shiyin rubbed his cheek instinctively and said indifferently, You tried your best to protect me when the others attacked me. You risked your life with Ling Mei because of me. I don't care why you did that. Even if it's because of the power Upanishad symbol tower, I owe you. I don't like to owe anybody anything, so I won't pay you. While talking, his light cage carried him and Mei Ji moving toward Audrey. All right, we're done with favors. Mei Ji bent her head, her eyes upset. Shiyin nodded. We will not count the previous incidents. Later, we'll talk later then. Mei Ji was moved. She lifted her head, her eyes bright with joy. Several hours later. A piece of the sea filled with ghosts and brutal souls descended amid the ruins. Neptune, the territory ancestor realm expert of the Soul Clan, squinted and sat cross-legged inside the Soul Sea. He looked like the most fearsome ghost. He sensed for a while, then mumbled, It's here. He moved around the absolute beginning vestige and reached the area where Tate was murdered. His eyes brightened. However, it wasn't because of Tate's death. He was surprised to look at the area where the power Upanishad symbol tower used to be. Observing the special traces, he said, It's unexpectedly where the power Upanishad symbol tower was placed. Then, so many souls flew out of the sea of souls underneath his body and moved in every direction to search for something. After a while, he couldn't spot any soul energy fluctuation. His face gradually darkened. I'm sure they're still in the sea of annihilation. I don't think I can't find you. He pondered for a while. A jet black bead was conjured in front of his eyes. The bead was shimmering and showing the faces of the Soul Clan members. All clansmen in the sea of annihilation, find me. He took a deep breath, his eyes open wide. A strange water current rolled at the area the power Upanishad symbol tower used to be. Slowly, it became Shiyin's face. That portrait looked like it was printed out. Find me this man. Mobilize all of our members. Then, he closed his eyes and tried to sense further. Just a kid at first sky of a mortal realm. You dare to imprint your aura on the power Upanishad symbol tower. You're wasting a heavenly treasure. Chapter 1439. The entire sea of annihilation is surging. Chapter 1439. The entire sea of annihilation is surging. Neptune spread the news. From this area, his discreet searching expanded. Not long after he had gone, Forefather Dragon Lizard, Tu Shi, and Yun landed in the middle of ruins on the seabed. They could feel Ling Mei's lingering aura. Finally, they confirmed she was killed. I wonder who did that. Not everybody knows the relationship between Ling Mei and Forefather Han Tian. Perhaps the one who murdered her didn't know that either. Yin felt her heart was hung up high. She was begrudging and didn't know what to do. The outstanding experts among Han Tian's sons were killed in the battlefields, and their soul altars broke while they were breaking through to the new realm. The living ones are just ordinary warriors. However, he has some excellent grandchildren. Ling Mei was the most prominent. Forefather Han Tian had high expectations of her. He had assigned her to the Sea of Annihilation to train further. She didn't fail him, indeed. She achieved a lot while working in the Sea of Annihilation. Her realm had reached the peak of a mortal realm, which surprised and delighted Forefather Han Tian a lot. But now, Yi Yin couldn't continue. Tu Shi also wore a heavy countenance. It's really serious this time. If Forefather Han Tian wasn't cultivating in seclusion, he should know this already. Even if he wasn't there yet, the other elders will do their best to solve this. We're in the Sea of Annihilation. We can't avoid the responsibility. If we don't give Forefather Han Tian an explanation, he will boil the entire Sea of Annihilation when he figures this out. We must do our best in this, said Yi Yun. They quickly came to a conclusion. They ordered all members of the mysterious Sky clan in the Sea of Annihilation to take action and search everything related to the absolute beginning vestige. On the base of the Devouring Clan in the Sea of Annihilation, a haggard old man of the Devouring Clan was chanting Gon Fu's name with dull and watery eyes. He was struggling in grief. He was Gon Fu's husband, Chi Mo, who cultivated chaos power Upanishad. Just like Gon Fu, he had touched dark energy and was just one step away from the Territory Ancestor realm. He had just returned from the Devouring Clan's headquarters with an enormous amount of materials. He had planned to build the territory with Gon Fu. As soon as he arrived, his heart beat frantically. He realized he had lost the connection with Gon Fu's soul. He immediately recognized that Gon Fu was in danger. He chanted Gon Fu's name and sensed soul energy with his calling to the seabed. Gradually, he had located where Gon Fu died. Then, he did what Neptune and Tu Shi did. He called for all members of the clan to take action. At the same time, the elders of the Black Demon Clan, Ancient Monster Clan, also sent their orders to ask their members in the Sea of Annihilation to take action and find the murderers. The Soul Clan, the Devouring Clan, the Mysterious Sky Clan, the Black Demon Clan, and the Ancient Monster Clan all had the young talents of their clan die unknowingly. They had announced that they were searching for the murderers. This incident was really rare in the long history of the Sea of Annihilation. The 5 clans also stated their big rewards for anyone who could provide precise information. As soon as the clans confirmed the information, those who gave the information would receive generous rewards. The Mysterious Sky Clan offered an immortal pellet and a bottle of spirit congealing pellet as the rewards. The Soul Clan used 5 Heavenly Soul Beads as rewards. The Heavenly Soul Beads were suitable for every expert at the immortal realm. It could mend the soul altar magically. Territory Ancestor Neptune had refined those beads. Chimo's spouse of the Devouring Clan was killed. In his rage, he had offered many materials to refine the territory when he broke through to the Territory Ancestor realm to award anyone with the correct information. The Black Demon Clan promised 3 kinds of pellets to refine the body. Those pellets could produce flesh and blood chi. They were a great help to transform the body and to understand dark energy. The Ancient Demon Clan offered a set of armor made of broken pieces of absolute, beginning divine weapons as a reward. Rumors said that the said armor could resist a Territory Ancestor realm expert's attack 3 times. It was a precious treasure to protect one's life. The 5 clans had promised generous rewards that had shaken the entire Sea of Annihilation. So many warriors were stimulated. The immortal pellet, the spirit congealing pellet, the heavenly soul beads, the pellets that boosted the chance to understand dark energy, the armor that could resist the Territory Ancestor's attack 3 times. All of them were rare and extremely precious items. The onlookers were stirred. Whether they knew the truth or not, they were attracted by the big rewards the 5 clans had offered. They worked themselves into a frenzy to search the surface and the seabed. For the time being, so many powerful experts, and even the hermits stopped secluding to join the crowd to search. Information related to the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower and the Absolute Beginning Original Symbol quickly spread out. This was even a bigger bomb to the other domineering clans in the Sea of Annihilation. They were all moved. The real characters who knew how precious the power Upanishad symbol tower was finally knew why the 5 clans had offered their fundamental treasures to find someone. Also, it wasn't because of their dead members. They wanted the power Upanishad symbol tower. The entire sea of annihilation was boiling. Deep under the sea, Ming Hao had turned into a brutal soul that looked like a monster dragon, pulling Audrey's soul lotus throne and heading in a direction. The God Lord and Ming Hao followed them close behind. Shi Yin and Mei Ji shared the same light cage protection. They moved behind, but didn't go close to the others. Inside the light protection, a water drop-shaped pendant that lay on her milky chest suddenly murmured like running water. Mei Ji frowned, and her slender finger poked the jade pendant, dipping it in her soft flesh, which emphasized her ample breasts even more. Mei Ji's attractive face gradually filled with black clouds as she listened to the reports sent through the jade pendant, her eyes downcast. "What happened?" asked Shi Yin. Mei Ji's face was abnormal. She took a deep breath and frowned. "Move close to them. They should know something too." "Are you serious?" Shi Yin recognized that something was wrong and pulled a solemn face. Mei Ji nodded with a bitter smile. Shi Yin didn't say more. The light cage accelerated like a shooting star and stopped Audrey, Ming Hao, and the God Lord. "Hold on for a while. There's trouble." Audrey, Ming Hao, and the God Lord slowed down and looked at them in surprise as they didn't know what had happened. The mysterious Sky Clan, Devouring Clan, Soul Clan, Black Demon Clan, and Ancient Monster Clan have promised big rewards for any warrior in the Sea of Annihilation who could provide the information about us. Neptune even has Shi Yan's portrait. I don't know how he did that. Mei Ji knitted her brows. Also, I don't know why they know about the power Upanishad symbol tower and the absolute beginning original symbol. Right now, the entire Sea of Annihilation is seething. Every clan on the surface and undersea was notified. The warriors of the entire Sea of Annihilation are searching for us. Hearing her, the others discolored in fear. They knew how fatal this was. How many warriors are in this Sea of Annihilation? How many experts do they have? The God Lord didn't know much about this place. He hadn't recognized the seriousness of this news. Probably tens of millions. Of course, most of them are low-realm warriors at King God Realm and below. There are around dozens of thousands of original God Realm and incipient God Realm experts. I guess we have several thousand warriors at the Immortal Realm. As far as I know, in addition to Neptune, we have 4 Territory Ancestor Realm experts here. The God Lord smacked his lips and said nothing. Well, it isn't just about the number of experts. After the things about the power Upanishad symbol tower spread out, more and more experts will come here. The ones working around here will come and rob the place if they have confidence. Mei Ji forced a smile. Is the power Upanishad symbol tower really that precious? Ming Hao turned to Ming Hong. Ming Hao arranged his thoughts and then said, "Among the 7 great clan, no clan has ever had a complete power Upanishad symbol tower. The absolute beginning original symbol refined by the power Upanishad symbol tower is a great help to the Territory Ancestors. Sometimes the Territory Ancestors find it hard to perceive the ultimate power Upanishad. It could take up to dozens of thousands of years without discovering a clue. However, the absolute beginning original symbol can solve this problem to increase the power of the Territory Ancestor. Although it costs an enormous amount of material, like as much as an entire territory's worth, it will be much more worthy and practical than searching for dozens of thousands of years without a result. In this vast sea of stars, we can't count the number of the territories. Each of the 7 great clans controls dozens of territories. To them, the territories aren't really precious. They can sacrifice territory when they need to." Listening to Ming Hong, the God Lord, and Ming Hao turned to Shi Yin with desire. At this moment, they were so regretful that they hadn't taken action to let Shi Yin take the absolute beginning original symbol and the power Upanishad symbol tower. If you guys can collect enough materials to refine the absolute beginning original symbol by killing an entire territory to gather the slaves cultivating the same power Upanishad, I will consider fulfilling your wish of having an absolute beginning original symbol. Sure, Yin had to comfort them when he saw their eyes. He was afraid that they would make rash decisions now. It's not a burden to me to kill creatures in a territory. You have to remember what you've promised today, said the God Lord. Ming Hao pondered for a while and then smiled at Shi Yan for the first time. He bowed to Shi Yan. Master, please help and fulfill my wish. Shi Yan sneered inwardly. He thought, when I get strong enough, who will care if you are alive or dead? Even if I help you, I will make you pay a bloody price. With that thought, he said quietly, we need to dodge this culpa, and then we'll discuss this. How long is it from our location to desolate territory? Asked Audrey. Ming Hong didn't answer. He considered the distance, and then said, at our speed, it will take 2 or 3 more years. The water pressure in the Sea of Annihilation is really terrifying. If we teleport, we will break our souls. Thus, Ming Hao can't help us with this. If we move on the surface, we'll encounter a lot of enemies. It will be more troublesome. Once the territory ancestors get us, we won't be far from death. Shi Yan knew that he was right. The water pressure in the Sea of Annihilation was very horrible. He didn't dare to tear the space slit undersea. If he did that, the pressure and the turbulent space current would crush him and break him. Then we still have to move undersea. Since the seabed is much wider than the surface and the water pressure is terrible, using the soul consciousness to survey and explore is also a problem. It's good for us, though, said Meiji. From now on, we must unify and go in the same direction. Shi Yan's voice was strangely calm. From now on, we will kill everyone in our way. It doesn't matter who they are. Otherwise, when the experts find out location, trouble will come unceasingly until we die. Agreed, said the God Lord with an icy cold face. Agreed. Ming Hao nodded indifferently. Understood, nodded Audrey. People then turned to Meiji. Meiji's face was ashen. If we encounter the member of our Phantom clan or my good friends, you'll die now or you'll watch them die later. Choose yourself. Ming Hao told Meiji, but his eyes were gazing at Shi Yan. The God Lord, Audrey, and Ming Hong also looked at Shi Yan. Because Shi Yan had suggested killing all the warriors in their way, and Meiji was also the one he wanted to protect. Shi Yan nodded and said to Meiji, make up your mind, please. I have to be heartless now. I will kill you now, right here if you disagree with this. Okay, I agree. Meiji felt so chilled. When she got a hold of herself, she hurried to agree. She saw thick, murderous intentions in his eyes. Chapter 1440, Wantonly Massacre. Chapter 1440, Wantonly Massacre. Underscore a corner of the Sea of Annihilation seabed. 3 massive submarines that were like shuttles made of seashells were moving at a normal speed undersea. This kind of special submarine was made of seashells and specially designed for races living undersea. Different from the terrestrial races, most of the creatures living on the Sea of Annihilation seabed could endure the terrifying water pressure, so they could move deeper undersea. The immensely vast Sea of Annihilation seabed was much bigger than the surface. It was so suitable for underwater creatures to live. Because of this reason, many clans that loved to live in the sea had relocated and dwelled in the Sea of Annihilation. The population of underwater creatures was much larger than the high-level living beings on the surface. The interior of the 3 submarines was magnificent with pearls, crystals, and precious gemstones. Even the bubbles, they were glowing in 5-colored halos. Around 10 members of the Sea Clan had tentacles on the heads, scales on the necks, and antennae on the mouth. They didn't look similar. Anyway, they were drinking and enjoying inside the submarines, talking loudly. Some beautiful Sea Clan female attendants were moving around the submarines and serving the warriors. Sir, the superiority continuously gives orders to us and asks us to pay attention. I heard that the 5 clans have promised big rewards to find someone. What happened? Asked one of the Sea Clan men who was embracing a sexy lady. Some young warriors of the 5 clans had come undersea to find the absolute beginning vestige. Someone killed them all. Their seniors were enraged. They want to find the murderers. Ha! Pay attention, guys. If we're lucky enough to see or catch something, we'll be filthy rich. The leader grinned and pointed at a blue crystal ball. Shurian's portrait slowly emerged in the ball. This man, the entire sea of annihilation, is searching for him. I don't know the details, but he'll be dead. Certainly. Too many eyes are seeking for him. Yeah, that's why so many strangers have trespassed our territory recently. They run around like mad dogs. We thought that a great war was about to take place. It turns out they're just finding a guy. Aren't they trying to make a scene anyway? Only the ghosts know. Anyway, the entire sea of annihilation is chaotic now. I don't know the real reasons either. Thump, thump, thump. All of a sudden, this splendid conch-shaped submarine was filled with drum beats from a round drum that hung on the wall. No one beat it. Thump, thump, thump. The other two submarines had the same round drums. At the same time, they were all sounding vehemently. Many members of the Sea Clan, with different shapes, came from the cabins, looking baffled. The spirit sound receiving drum won't thump without reason. The three drums are resounding at the same time. There must be an experts around, one of them cried. This sea territory I isolated. Not many people visit here. Who are the intruders? Only the ghosts know. The people on the surface are crazy. They're trying to find someone. I guess they're intruding us again. It's so damn annoying. Guys, watch out. Those Sea Clan members screamed. The three submarines gathered as they stopped drinking. Humans, strong aura, thick murderous intention. Are we bumping into them? Abruptly, everyone's heart was palpitating restlessly. They could feel heavy pressure coming from everywhere. A figure with two crimson eyes appeared in front of them all of a sudden. He looked like a bloodthirsty beast with a ruthless appearance. He flung his hand, and a massive toothed starlight saber grumblingly slashed down. The toothed saber was hundreds of meters long and as wide as a door. It carried the flood of starlight, subduing all the crew members of the Sea Clan in just a blink of an eye. Crack, crack, crack. The three submarines were halved into 6 pieces. Around 10 warriors were halved too. Without giving the others time to counterattack, the attacker had wildly dashed over and slaughtered. It's him. He's the one that the 5 clans wants. Rich. We're going to be rich. As long as we send the news, we'll be filthy rich. Ha ha ha. Guys, scatter and run. Spread out this news. We can receive the rewards from the 5 clans soon. The Sea Clan clansmen didn't want to fight with their lives. As soon as they recognized the attacker was the one the 5 clans had wanted, they laughed insanely and scattered. Like a bunch of mere people, they swam in different directions. More shadows appeared and stood in their ways. One of them was radiating dazzling sunlight. Another one had countless clones. A woman had thousands of brutal souls circling and dancing. Another woman had already released a sealing, icy energy. They appeared out of nowhere, blocked the Sea Clan warriors, and began to attack fatally. The members of the Sea Clan screamed and shrieked. Their blood dyed the entire sea territory red. Their heads and cut limbs floated in the sea water, which was a horrible scene to see. Under their attacks, no one from the 3 submarines could escape. No one had the chance to spread the information. After the others had killed them all, they skillfully gathered the bodies and cut limbs, bringing them together with the 3 submarines to another deeper area and burying them under a coral reef. Shortly after, the blood-dyed area got diluted. The area returned to its normal condition. Inside a spacious, splendid crystal palace undersea sat a malicious-looking old man from the Sea Clan on a fulgent, transparent shell. With a solemn expression, he said in a low-pitched voice, "How many crews did we lose right now?" A middle-aged Sea Clan man was on one knee in front of him. He frowned and said respectfully, 9. We've lost contact with them for 3 days. If nothing unexpected, I'm afraid they're not in a good situation. Who did that? The old man pulled a cold visage. Any commotion from our enemy? Nothing. They don't have any strange commotion. The other contemplated and then said, Is that someone from the surface? Recently, Many people have come to the seabed to search for the guy named Yin, for the power Upanishad symbol tower and the reward from the 5 clans. They are all crazy. Not them. They know it's our territory here. Even if they're from the 5 clans, they don't dare to provoke us. Snorted the old man. Tribal oldie, someone is here to see you, came a hurried voice from the outside. No need for a notification. I'm here. Long time no see, old friend. It has been 1,000 years, yet it seemed like it was just a blink of an eye. Neptune was sitting on so many souls. He glided into the crystal palace until he stopped in front of the old man. Emperor Sea Shark, long time no see. I'm here today to ask you for a favor. This old man was one of the strongest lords of the sea, Emperor Sea Shark. He was also the terrifying existence that the 7 great clans didn't dare to challenge. He was a territory ancestor realm expert. Turns out it's you. Emperor Sea Shark waved his hand to dismiss the guard, then snorted. Because of you terrestrial warriors, 9 crews of my clan were killed. Still, you dare to come see me? That has nothing to do with me. Neptune shook his head. Someone has tricked you. Old Shark, I know your influence on this seabed. Help me find someone. Now, I'm sure that there's not only one murderer. Meiji of the Phantom Clan is in that group too. You ask your guards to notice that. If you find them, I will reward generously. The heavenly soul bead you'd refine? Emperor Sea Shark didn't bat an eye. It's not rare to me. Of course, I know the heavenly soul beads can attract you. Old Shark, I promise you that if you can find them, when the Soul Clan gets the power Upanishad symbol tower, bring us the materials, we will refine an absolute beginning original symbol for you. Neptune promised. Emperor Sea Shark was moved. Pondering for a while, he said, Are you sure it's a complete power Upanishad symbol tower? Well, a power Upanishad symbol tower that is taken. You ask, is it a complete one? Neptune looked stern. Our Soul Clan has been working on it for hundreds of years. That area is mysterious with layers of illusions and barriers. No one could approach it before. That's why your Sea Clan didn't know about it. In the recent dozen years, many barriers and seals wore out. We finally located it. I just went there myself. The power Upanishad symbol tower is taken. It's true. Emperor Sea Shark was moved. He agreed. All right. I will order my subordinates to search thoroughly. Haha, with your support, no one can rob the power Upanishad symbol tower from our Soul Clan, laughed Neptune. A corner of the seabed. Many bodies were buried. They were the warriors came down here from the surface. After they were killed, it was simpler to treat their dead bodies. Yin was panting, his eyes red as if blood was about to drip from them. The bloodthirsty, ruthless aura on him had become thicker. He doesn't look okay, said Ming Hong. Audrey and Ming Hao were dealing with many dead bodies. They were astounded when they heard that. Ming Hao, you've been with Bloodthirsty for many years. Can you see something? Ming Hong pondered for a while and then said, Recently, we've been killing a lot of warriors in our way. He's always pioneering, killing too many people and swallowing their soul altars and essence chi. He doesn't have time to rest and digest. I think he's overloaded. The negative emotions will backfire him. If he continues this way, he will lose his mind and it will mean trouble. Ming Hao kept silent. Since Yin had decided to begin their massacre along the way, they had killed at least hundreds of warriors. After killing each group of warriors, they would clean the scene, leaving no trace for the others to track them down. They didn't have a moment to rest. Yin could sense the danger. On the way, he had greedily used the devouring power Upanishad to swallow a lot of energy. However, he couldn't have enough time to refine and stabilize his mind. Currently, his negative aura had thickened. His garnet eyes hadn't recovered for a long time. The energy fluctuating from him had become abnormal. When we besieged and killed Bloodthirsty, at the end, he looked like Yin now. He had completely lost his mind, intervened the God Lord. He had become absolutely crazy and turned into a killing beast. He had devoured all the time and didn't stop to refine the energy. His soul altar backfired. It's the main reason why we could finish him. Yan's situation now is very similar to Bloodthirsty that year. Hearing him say so, Everybody became insecure and stern. Because once Shi Yin burst out a rampage, the ones who were near him were going to be affected first. As his partners, they would have to swallow the terrible consequence first. Chapter 1441. Part and Take Action. Chapter 1441. Part and Take Action. The seabed was magnificent with blue, five-colored reefs everywhere. Crimson, crystal corals grew from them. The unknown, marine plants were jutting their tentacle-like leaves and swaying in the water. The scene was mesmerizingly beautiful. The thick blood diluted and dispersed. So many light caves were like eggs covering some warriors and gathering by a coral reef. 3 eels slowly passed them, as they didn't know that this place was a bloody battlefield 15 minutes ago. "We can't continue this way. This kid will go crazy. We must find a safe area to rest," said Ming Hong from Audrey's shoulder. "Of course, we got a better solution anyway." "What method?" Audrey's eyes brightened. "Leave him behind as bait. We can leave this place easily. He's their target anyway. Once he bursts out crazily, he will attract everybody as they will want to kill him. And we can return to the territory entrance with no rush. What do you think?" While he was talking, Ming Hong's eyes were sparkling as he had to watch Audrey, the God Lord, Ming Hao, and Shi Yin, who was standing in the distance. Currently, Shi Yin was standing with Mei Ji a distance away from the others. Mei Ji didn't trust them, so she chose to stick with Shi Yin. Moreover, Ming Hong had tried to lower his voice. He believed that Shi Yin and Mei Ji over there couldn't hear him. That's why he suggested such a solution. "No," Audrey objected. She almost had no hesitation. "Why not?" Ming Hong frowned. Audrey was bewildered and thinking. Her bright eyes sparkled. "He saved me. In the sea domain of nihility, without his protection, I would have died a long time ago. I came here with him. If we leave, we have to leave together. I will never leave him behind." Ming Hong pouted his lips. "Women, you lose your mind when talking about love." "No, it's not like what you think," Audrey retorted, her voice weak and her face panic-stricken. "Do I like him?" she whispered to herself. "How about you two?" asked Ming Hong. "If he didn't have the power Upanishad symbol tower, I wouldn't care whether he lives or dies. You said the tower is so precious. He has it still. For the absolute beginning original symbol, I have to put up with him then." The God Lord sounded calm and natural, shrugging. "If there is a dangerous situation that can affect my life, of course, I will flee. Protecting myself is the most important task to me. How about you? Let's watch for a while more." Ming Hao looked complicated. Shi Yin had the title of the Bloodthirsty Forces Master. As one of the members of the Cortege of 8, Ming Hao had to serve him dedicatedly. Even if he didn't have the power Upanishad symbol tower, on principle, he had to protect Shi Yin. He knew Shi Yin carried bloodthirsty expectation and will. And now, Shi Yin had the power Upanishad symbol tower and dark energy. He'd reached the immortal realm too. Gradually, Ming Hao recognized that he needed Shi Yin somehow. It was going to be hard to ditch him here. "If you guys decide to go with him for a while more, you guys better find a solution. When he bursts out, we're the first ones who will have to endure it," said Ming Hong. The other 3 nodded. "I'm going to talk to him." Ming Hao pondered for a while and then spoke. She started walking towards Shi Yin. Almost at the same time, Shi Yin with his 2 red eyes were striding toward them. Ming Hao and the God Lord were much surprised. They stopped and waited for him skeptically. Shi Yin was pacing to them, thick blood scent hovering around him. The murderous aura was visible like blood flames, layering and shrouding his entire body. Even his long hair looked like it was burning. Blood flames splashed under his every step. His crimson eyes seemed to drip blood at any minute. They were so soul-taking to see. He looked like he had been soaking in blood. What a powerful negative energy field. If this field expands, not only will he lose his mind, but all the creatures around will also go crazy. Ming Hong screamed in fear. Audrey's beautiful face looked aghast. She had noticed that while Shi Yin was moving, not far from him, thousands of fish had become wild, attacking and biting each other. The most ordinary fish was now flesh-eating fish. It was a horrible scene indeed. As Shurian's steps arose, her blood seemed to run faster. Shortly, she felt like she was watching an endless sea of blood. She wanted to kill. The more he killed, the thicker the energy from the soul altars and the dead essence chi he had taken and became. This field will become more formidable. The God Lord wore a stern face. I'd experienced this. When Bloodthirsty died, his negative energy field expanded. Our people had attacked each other for more than 10 days. So many people were killed. Ming Hong was more restless hearing him. Shurian's move had startled Mei Ji too. She stood up and prepared to come close to see. However, as she was around 10 steps away from Shurian, Mei Ji felt her blood burn. The thick smell of blood attacked her nostrils. She could even see bloodstains on her body. Mei Ji had mastered the soul technique, and she had a profound understanding of the mysterious and yet magical features of the souls. Immediately, she recognized that the negative energy fluctuations from him carried some horrible, evil mind technique. It could even affect her. She knew many people would lose their minds under such effects. I think you can see that my situation isn't good now. Shurian stopped when he was 10 steps away from Audrey and Ming Hao. Shurian, how are you? Audrey asked hurriedly. Over my endurance. Shurian's eyes were still crimson. From Ganfu to Telika, Yerberg, Farlow, the guards of the mysterious Sky Clan, Batum, and I haven't stopped to refine the energy or rest. Constant killing gives me more soul, altars, and energy from hundreds of warriors. Contemplating for a while, he said slowly, the black hole and the acupuncture points in my body are like a big avenue. Getting so many things on the road, it feels like a delicate weapon receiving too many different kinds of energy. Things couldn't move. So, the refining speed is getting slower. Until now, I haven't even digested Ganfu's energy yet. The negative energy is invading me. They're excessive already. They will reach my head and burst out soon. His explanation was simple to understand. The others understood with heavy visages. He hadn't even digested Ganfu's energy, the first thing he had. The situation seemed really serious. With this tendency, negative energies was going to conquer him. He was going to turn into a bloodthirsty beast and lose his mind completely until he'd consumed all of his energy and died. What do you want to tell us? Ming Hao considered his words. I need time to adjust my abnormal condition. But I understand that if we linger in an area, those we have killed will become the mark that shows our whereabouts. Shurian continuously took deep breaths to keep his mind sound. You guys should continue the journey to the territory entrance. Kill people in your way. The ones you kill will become the trace, so that others could track you. You can distract them for a while. Meiji and I will leave now. We will part, and I will take the chance to adjust my abnormal conditions. You want us to be the bait, so you can have more time, sneered the God Lord. Without us, you're still going to the territory entrance, aren't you? Shurian wasn't mad. Moreover, I know that they're certain about Meiji and me. They don't know your existences yet. Thus, you're safe. Even if someone catches you, they don't know you're their target. What I want you to do is to kill them, whether they know who you are or not. If people keep disappearing in a specific area, it will attract concerned people. They will think that we are there. He's right. Ming Hong nodded. They want to find Shurian and that native woman. They don't know about us. We have to go to the territory entrance anyway. We will continue to kill people in our way to draw attention. It's much better than sticking with him. Once he loses his mind, it will be big trouble to us. Yeah, Ming Hao agreed with him. Why do you want to take Meiji with you? You trust her? Audrey wore a cold face. I will go with you. No, screamed Ming Hao and Ming Hong at the same time. If she went with Shurian, there was a big possibility that something bad would happen to her. Perhaps insane Shurian would kill her before the others could find them. Ming Hao and Ming Hong had considered Audrey as the future of Imperial Dark Tribe. Of course, they weren't going to let it happen. Carve the location of the territory entrance on my heavenly fantasy star compass for me. Perhaps we can reunite on the way. Even if we can't meet, as long as I'm safe, I can return to desolate territory through the entrance. Shurian handed the compass to Ming Hong. Ming Hong didn't think much and immediately carved the location on the compass with a special note read, Entrance to Desolate Territory. When Shi had it back, his soul consciousness had checked, and he received the precise location of the desolate territory's entrance. Take care. He turned to the other three, turning into a jet of light and zooming away. On his way, he grabbed Meiji and disappeared into the far sea area. I'm going with you, Audrey screamed. Ming Hong and Ming Hao stopped her from taking risks. Don't go. We will see him later, hissed Ming Hong. He won't get hurt easily. If something bad happens, it will happen to that woman. Ming Hao's eyes sparkled strangely, as if he knew what Shi had in his mind. Don't worry. He has a way to solve his problem fast. This kid has been swaggering in our desolate territory for many years. He's used the devouring power Upanishad smoothly. He won't kill himself. Oh, what do you do to stabilize his condition? Said Audrey. Ming Hao laughed evilly. He has his methods anyway. Don't worry. This kid knows how to behave. As long as we kill more people in our way and draw the focus to us, he can have more time to steady his mind. He will catch up with us soon, perhaps. Chapter 1442, Bewitch. Chapter 1442, Bewitch. Underscore 18+. Meiji was secretly happy. Yin brought her to the remote sea area and separated them from the others. She wasn't worried. Yin had chosen her instead of Audrey. This decision made her happy physically and mentally. The starlight layers twirled around them. Inside the splendid starlight cage, Meiji felt cozy as she leaned against Yin, her thighs placed against this. She giggled. Actually, you don't need to hurry to get back to desolate territory. It's true that the other 5 clans are finding you, but our Phantom Clan and Whitebone Clan aren't. Yin panted and frowned, his eyes red. What do you want to say? If you want, our Phantom Clan will accommodate you. We can quietly return to the Phantom Clan's headquarters. I believe that with the power Upanishad symbol tower, the Phantom Clan will consider you as the most distinguished guest. Don't worry. I know some secret channels. We can avoid a lot of experts, instigated Meiji. If I reach the territory ancestor realm, I can go to your clan freely. I can go with you now, in fact. But now, Yin shook his head. Meiji was bewildered, but she understood right away. You're worrying that we might trouble you. At this moment, I don't trust anyone but myself. According to you, the power Upanishad symbol tower is so precious. Anyone from the 7 great clans wouldn't show mercy when they find me. I don't think your Phantom Clan will leave me alone when they find that I'm only at first sky of a mortal realm. I'm just a piece of cake. Why would they hold back? Snorted Yin. Meiji kept quiet and thought. She also thought that the elders of the Phantom Clan perhaps wouldn't give her face to solve this properly. You're right. Only when your realm is sufficient will you be able to negotiate conditions. She wasn't foolish, but as a member of the Phantom Clan, she couldn't turn her back to them just yet. What did you say to them before we parted? Why do we have a part? She asked again. Yin looked her deep in the eyes. His eyes flared up, which made Meiji's shiver unknowingly. The light from his eyes was invasive, making Meiji uneasy. He didn't answer. Meiji didn't chase him. She had an intuition that it would be somehow related to her. She could feel clearly that Yin was hesitant. He seemed to struggle to make a decision. And it was true. Because of his greed, he had let the devouring power Upanishad swallow as much as he pleased, which made his soul and body annoyed and unstable. He was used to experiencing this. When he had been in such a condition, he had to vent it out. It was a way he knew that would work all the time. Today, he had to think about it again. He had 2 options, Audrey and Meiji. He soon made up his mind. He would use Meiji as his tool. As Ming Hong and Ming Hao were all here, especially the brutal soul Ming Hong, he couldn't get over this challenge. He had to give her a pass. Meiji was his only choice, then. But even if it was Meiji, Yin felt a little troublesome if he forced her to have sex with him just to cure his soul and body. He had another option, though. In this short time, if he found some female warriors, he could capture them to release his stress. This time, his condition was really unstable and abnormal. From his previous experiences, he had swallowed too many soul altars and essence chi. His body could hardly endure for a long time. The females who had intercourse with him could receive great benefits. The mysterious energy that refined the body and even the soul alter. Ahead of them was an undersea rock forest. The rock columns were strange and peculiar. They seemed to be made of some five-colored crystal, which was emitting spectacular, dazzling halos. Sure, Yin observed the forest from a distance. He found that it was really vast, around hundreds of miles. It could make a good shelter, though. He released his soul consciousness and used the space power Upanishad to scout around. A few seconds later, he retrieved the soul consciousness and he dashed toward the rock forest. He hollowed a massive rock column and then took Meiji inside. Meiji's charming body was skeptical. She tried to know what he wanted from his strange deeds. She came to think that he wanted to cultivate here. The rock column was like a massive tree trunk. After he had hollowed it, it became a small jade chamber that could lodge 3 to 5 people. Shi Yin set up a space barrier to seal the entrance. Then, he made another one to seal their auras to prevent others from spotting them. You want to concentrate on cultivating? Don't worry. I got you back. When someone comes, I'll notify you, said Meiji naturally. However, Shi Yin only looked at her. He didn't sit down cross-legged. His red eyes became hotter. Hey, Meiji felt insecure. I want you. Pondering for a while, Shi Yin said. His simple words conveyed a terrifying meaning. Your body can cure me of my current problem. I need your body to vent out the negative energy. Censored. Meiji's body shivered. She was terrified and she hurried back to the jade wall. Her charming body was aghast. You? What did you say? Do you know what situation we are in? Even if you desire my body, you should find some other excuse. It's not the right time. Under Shi Yin's hot, explicit gaze, Meiji retreated and slumped. She was horror-struck. I'm not kidding. Shi Yin's breathing was short and rapid. He realized that when he finally decided to use this method, Meiji's attractiveness to him had increased several times. The flame of desire in the bottom of his heart was ignited. There was no way to press it down. At this moment, Meiji was wearing a tight, strawberry, long dress. It perfectly outlined her perfect body with hot curves and ample breasts. Her succulent red lips were so sexy. Her charming beauty made Shi Yin gulp as he suddenly felt his dry throat. Explain yourself. Meiji screamed hoarsely, her butt sticking on the jade wall, and her charming face discolored. I cultivate devouring power, Upanishad. Shi Yin explained quickly about the side effects of the devouring power Upanishad. He had pressed the effects of the negative energies and how the refined energy could help women who had experienced sexual intercourse with him. It's good for you anyway. You won't bear a loss. I still have other options. What other options? Meiji was surprised. I could choose to do it with any woman, but I have to kill them after that. I won't disclose my location. Anyway, if that happens, I have to consume some energy which should be precious for refining the body or for transforming. Shi Yin said in a low voice. Besides these things, is there anything else that made you choose me? If you can bring benefits to your partner, why wouldn't you choose Audrey? Meiji gritted her teeth and blushed. She felt that her body was very soft. Waves of heat attacked her as she felt a strange joy. I want you. You're beautiful and you know enchanting techniques. You can give me pleasure that nothing can compare to, roared Shi Yin. It seemed like a beast was about to jump out of his body, his face ferocious. If I'm not wrong, you're saying that I'm prettier than her? Compared to her, I can satisfy you better and you fell for me? Meiji thinned her lips. She couldn't help but lick her lips, her eyes filled with romantic thoughts. Yeah, it's true. Are you happy now? Hissed Shi Yin. I am. Meiji smiled charmingly, her eyes watery. Well, considering your correct answer, the strawberry fabric slid down her curves, revealing a white, hot body. It was the sort of soft and curvy body of a mature woman that could drive any man crazy. As Shi Yin was a man, he was enchanted too. Shi Yin roared like a beast and jumped on her sexy body. He tore the long dress she hadn't taken off yet into pieces. His big mouth began to nibble and suck her breathtaking heavy, milky breasts. Ah! Mei Ji's moaning could make even her bones soft. She felt so hot as she tried to squeeze her straight legs together. She felt embarrassed when she felt her lower body become damp. Shortly after, she recalled the memory when they were on the Skull Island when Shi had done something at her private area. She began to melt. Shi clothes became rags instantly. His vigorous, muscular body was exposed. His body looked like it was molded out of iron with attractive, masculine features. Mei Ji eyed him, her watery eyes strange. She bit her lower lip. Her heart seemed to be on fire. Although she had cultivated the seducing technique in the clan, she had never been with a man. Looking at Shi majestic body, she felt that she couldn't hold herself together. His snow-white body blushed beautifully. She was aroused. Please me. Use the enchanting technique of your phantom clan. Shi grinned, his body straight like a long lance. His big hands slapped around but cheeks, making them bounce mesmerizingly. You know how? Mei Ji's beautiful eyes were so seducing as she embarrassedly cried in pain. When I grew up, I used to learn the techniques, but I haven't used them before. I guess it won't be that smooth. Then, she slowly squatted in front of him, her long hair draping on her waist and her round rear thrusting out. Her slender fingers wrapped around his member as she brought her succulent red lips toward. Shi took a deep breath. He felt all his pores open. An unimaginable pleasure struck him. He thought that he was going to explode soon. At this moment, he deeply understood the compliments people gave the phantom women. Each of the phantom women was a sexy treasure, an endless sweet dream for men. Mei Ji shoved her head between his thought, sitting on her heels and showing her pretty backside. Her tongue was moving. Sometimes she wiped her dangling hair and lifted her face to throw him a seducing glance. Her eyes had bewitched Shi soul. Chapter 1443, Mistakenly Hit. Chapter 1443, Mistakenly Hit. It was an area on the seabed with many strange-shaped rocks growing from the ground like a forest. Many unknown fishes were swimming around. The five-colored rocks jutted from the seabed like colossal columns and released splendid halos. They looked magnificent and mysterious at the same time. This rock forest was a spectacular scene undersea. Phew, phew, phew. So many figures inside the light protection came into the rock forest. They were 7 beefy, male warriors of the ancient monster clan. They had a lot of fur covering their body. Although their faces were clean, they looked ugly and fearsome. Each of their light cages confined a beautiful sea clan female. The 7 females were dying. Their clothes were torn, and they had clear marks of whips on their bodies. The 7 ancient monster men glided through the rock forest and found a place to rest. The leader of this group was a muscular, tall, middle-aged man, his tiger eyes lewd. He placed the Sea Clan woman inside his light cage against a rock column and babbled, "Slutty Mei Ji, I'm going to kill you. I'll do you until you die." He imagined that the Sea Clan woman under his body was Mei Ji. Apparently, he had a big desire for her. This man was called Hussein, an expert at third sky of a mortal realm from the ancient monster clan. He was Yerburga's cousin. He was the leader of the ancient monster clan in the Sea of Annihilation. After Hussein was sent to the Sea of Annihilation, he was enchanted as soon as he saw Mei Ji. He had come to the Phantom Clan's island several times to try to show his affection for Mei Ji. Unfortunately, he was at third sky of a mortal realm, which was 1 level lower than Mei Ji at peak of a mortal realm. Mei Ji had provoked and mocked him many times. He had even asked the ancient monster clan to ask the Phantom Clan to let him marry her. Through their marriage, the relationship between the ancient monster clan and the Phantom Clan would be tightened. Of course, it was just an excuse. He wanted to have Mei Ji. That was the main reason. The Phantom Clan had actually considered this. Then, Batum saw Mei Ji and began to chase after her fiercely. Immediately, Hussein's light was shadowed. Since Batum was about to enter territory ancestor realm, he was much more critical than Hussein. After the Phantom Clan had considered many aspects, they decided to choose Batum and reject Hussein. It was Hussein's eternal pain. Afterward, whenever he saw Meiji in the Sea of Annihilation, he couldn't say even a nice word to talk to her. He had purposely rumored that Meiji was a slut and that she had affairs with so many men. Because of his ill-talking, Meiji had personally come to the ancient monster clan's base in the Sea of Annihilation and bit him hard. He had bled terribly at that time. After that, the ancient monster clan and the phantom clan had caused grudges against each other. Hussein had behaved for a long time. He didn't dare to trouble Meiji anymore. They said that he kept around 10 female slaves, who looked somewhat similar to Meiji. He used them to vent out his anger and desire for Meiji. Also, rumors said that those female slaves were tortured to death. This time, Hussein had received orders from his superiority, so he took his henchmen to the seabed to find Shi Yin and Meiji. He had volunteered to find the Power Upanishad symbol tower. The real hotshot of the ancient monster clan was about to come to the Sea of Annihilation. He had contacted Hussein and asked him to locate Shi Yin's direction. Through his channel, Hussein knew that many people had gone missing in the sea area that belonged to Emperor Sea Shark. He got an idea, so he came to check. After several days of searching, he got nothing. Gradually, he became irritated and annoyed. Currently, he found some beautiful women of the Sea Clan who were wandering around. His lewd feature arose. He thought that the seabed was chaotic just then, so if he killed some Sea Clan women, no one could detect him. He then abducted them and brought them to this rock forest to play his lewd games. Those women didn't have high realms. Most of them were at true god realm, so they couldn't endure harsh intercourse for a long time. After those immortal realm experts had played with them for a while, they all died. Shortly after, while Hussein was yelling Meiji's name, the Sea Clan woman under his body stopped breathing anymore, her body full of bruises and wounds. At his critical moment, the young woman died. The cold and stiff body irritated him. He became foul-mouthed, and he punched through the woman's chest. Then, he threw her away. Rumble. The Sea Clan woman bumped into a massive yellow rock column. A wave of space energy rippled from that rock column, and the entire column radiated a terrifying light. What? Hussein screamed, and then dismissed the brown light cage covering him. The water swarmed in and washed his half-naked body. He frowned, moving toward the rock column and calling, "Are you all done yet?" "I'm done. I'm done." "Sir, you're done. Even if we haven't, we have to get it done." His subordinates in the ancient monster clan weren't different from him. They laughed eccentrically while pulling up their pants. "Throw the bodies to that rock column," ordered Hussein. His warriors didn't know why, but they didn't dare to not obey him. They forcefully flung the naked bodies of the Sea Clan women, who they had just tortured to death, toward the column. As those bodies became a mess of blood and flesh, the light on the rock column was clearer and space energy was rippling. What's going on? Why does this rock column have space energy? Have we just found the pieces of a divine weapon? It's our fortune. Possible. Many people who've been searching for things from the absolute beginning era often encounter nice things in a sudden incident. The savage warriors of the ancient monster clan were stirred up. They didn't bat an eye on the crushed bodies of the Sea Clan women. They surrounded the rock column that had released space energy. "Be careful. If it's really treasure, we can't afford to break it further. We have to dig it out slowly," Hussein said to his warriors. He was also excited and thought, "It's God's will. Even when I'm playing with those slutty women, I find the absolute beginning treasures. That slut Meiji didn't choose me. Sooner or later, I'll shower her what she has to face." "Sir, let me try. I'm cultivating water power Upanishad, which is gentle and supple. I will be very careful." "What do you think?" asked a big-headed man. Hussein nodded. "Be careful. If you damage the treasure, I'll cut your penis." "Don't worry, sir." The man winced, gingerly walked to the column. He had only first sky of a mortal realm, though. He placed 2 hands on the rock column, sending out 2 cold blue water currents. The god power from the water slowly seeped into the rock column and tried to see the situation inside. Boom! A brutal, frenzy, bloodthirsty, and heartless aura blasted like a flood current. It moved against his current of god power and entered his brain. Instantly, the warrior was filled with restless and angry feelings. He wanted to kill all creatures around. He roared, "Kill!" as his energy rocketed like a varmint. He turned around all of a sudden, gliding to the nearest warrior. The rapid water arrows shot out from his chest and exploded grumblingly. As the other was focusing on observing the rock column, he got hit without being able to duck. Thud! The light cage protecting this man shattered as though it was made of glass. The water arrow pierced through his chest. The others could hear his bones crack. He spurted blood. "Dark, you mother****. You're crazy," thundered Hussein. "He's really crazy." The beefy man of the ancient monster clan called Dark had the rapid water twirling around him, turning into so many water arrows and shooting everywhere. The warriors from the ancient monster clan screamed and scattered. They all saw the other abnormal condition. "It's because of that rock column," cried someone. "Seize him. Let me control him," Hussein yelled. The wounded man had a dent on his chest. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth as he was blown backward, breaking some rock column by his back. He looked ashen afterward. Aside from Hussein, the warriors of the ancient monster clan were attacking furiously as if they didn't care if they could hurt Dark. They quickly attacked him to the point he was dying, then tied him up. "Wake him up," said Hussein. A warrior with a cold face sent a wisp of cold soul consciousness into Dark's head. Dark shook violently, and then his eyes looked lucid. He pointed at the rock column, as if he had encountered spooky ghosts. "It's not good there. Strong, killing intention. It can seep into the sea of consciousness fast. It should be some evil treasures inside. Guys, you have to be careful." "Then we have to break this column first," Hussein pondered and spoke with a cold face. "Let me do that," said another warrior. As soon as he urged his power Upanishad, a sharp metal blade appeared. It was like a dazzling gold sword as it hacked down on the stone column. Crack! Crack! Fire sparked. So many space sabers shot out from inside the column, disorderly cutting everywhere. The warriors of the ancient monster clan had to duck with frightened faces. "Damn! Why is there a space barrier?" "No! No! Someone is in there. I can feel the aura of living beings. Although it was just a flash, I'm sure someone is there," screamed the man who had wounded by Dark. He suddenly screamed while staying away from the scene to rest. "Right, someone is inside the column." Hussein was shocked. When the space saber shot out, he could feel a familiar aura. That aura came out with some erotic smell that made him baffled. "Break it. Do your best," shouted Hussein. "Yes, sir." The warriors of the ancient monster clan attacked at the same time. The lights of the divine weapons, waterfalls, mountain and water hit the column at the same time. As many energies from the power Upanishads and the secret treasures were attacking at the same time, the space barrier inside the rock column couldn't stand it anymore. Hussein then saw the rock column explode. Hussein gawked at the scene after the column had broken. He felt like someone had just hit him hard at his chest. His blood churned as he almost vomited. Chapter 1444, Meiji's Harvest. Chapter 1444, Meiji's Harvest, _ 18+. The rock column exploded and exposed two naked, twisting bodies. The man's body looked as beautiful as if he was carved out of marble. Each curve of his body was clear and full of exploding energy. The woman's body could be deemed perfect. She was like an exquisite masterpiece of art, which looked flawless and incomparably beautiful. At this moment, the woman was lying under the man, her blushing face glistening with sweat. They were protected inside a splendid light cage, which made Hussein's team baffled. "Meiji! It's Meiji of the Phantom Clan. That man, he's the one everybody is searching for." The two beefy men of the ancient monster clan stammered. They didn't notice Hussein's shaking body and firing eyes. Hussein looked at the other two, his wrath rising. The goddess in his heart, the amazing treasure he had dreamed for, was lying under a man, moaning and murmuring. Although he had seen just a little part of Meiji's body because Shi Yan was towering her, he could clearly see the pleasure on Meiji's face. Apparently, She was enjoying being touched and conquered. Hussein's face reddened as he felt like someone had just punched him hard in his chest. He screamed like a caged animal. "I will kill you." Starlight rippled from the cage. Suddenly, the light cage became translucent. They couldn't see the scene inside. Abruptly, Hussein transformed into a beast. The fur on his entire body rose, his bones cracking. He grew half a meter taller for covering his face. He was screaming something unclear as he barged into the light cage. A cold feeling that was chilly to the bone came out from the light cage. Shortly, the sea water froze and created a terrifying glacier barrier. Hussein bumped into the thick ice layer. His down fell off of his body after he hit the thick ice. The ice then had many cracks. "Take action, all of you. Kill that slut for me." Hussein thundered crazily. He became frantic as if his mental disease finally burst out. He had been infatuated with Mei Ji for many years, but he didn't have a chance to hold her hand. He could only satisfy himself with a woman whose look was similar to Mei Ji. Mei Ji used to hit him hard, anyway. In his eyes, Mei Ji was a perfect woman on a high throne. She was too perfect to be trespassed by anyone. In front of him today, Mei Ji was serving a man. She gasped and moaned gently. This image had torn the perfect Mei Ji in his heart. He felt a hard thrust into his body and twisted, leaving so many wounds. Under such a given circumstance, he directly transformed into a beast, a special technique of the ancient monster clan that would trigger the most mysterious feature of his bloodline. He screamed and howled wildly. He had to tear Yin into pieces. As soon as his subordinates saw him that way, they knew that Hussein had lost his mind. If they didn't follow him, he would kill them all. They didn't hesitate to urge their power Upanishads and strike their god power on the thick ice. Crack, crack, crack. The thick ice stood still under the bombarding. Behind the ice, two bodies inside the starlight cage were still entangled with each other like two twisting snakes. They were passionately doing the wild things. That blurry scene poked Hussein's eyes. He hated how he couldn't eat that man alive. He wanted to crush him into pieces. A soft moaning came from Mei Ji's mouth, and the wild movement inside the cage stopped. That man squinted slightly, wearing a cold face as he pulled out of her. He sat upright inside the light cage. He didn't mind his naked body, closing his eyes and ordering deliberately. "Kill them." He acted like he was Mei Ji's master and could order her as he pleased. He could even force her if he wanted. Strangely, Mei Ji listened to him obediently. She said, softly, and then took out a long coat, which covered her body from her breast to her thighs. She showcased her shoulders, her beautiful legs, and deep cleavage, and walked out of the starlight cage. Her jade-like feet stepped on the bubbles as she strolled into the thick ice layer. Mei Ji was like a blooming flower, her eyes watery with the colors of the spring that still showed she was thinking about her romantic experience. At this moment, her posture and appearance after enjoying the intimate things between a man and a woman could pump every man's blood faster. Poor little Hussein, didn't I teach you enough last time? You want to court death when you come to this seabed? Who is he? Who is that damn kid? Hussein screamed wildly. His soul was about to explode because of jealousy. Mei Ji had never given him face. She always mocked him with the position of a superior. She had even hit him. However, she was obedient and tender to that man. It enraged him so much that he wanted to vomit blood. "He's my man. Did you feel angry when you saw my man love me?" Mei Ji grinned. Her line of sight passed Hussein. She didn't care about the flame of anger in Hussein's eyes as she beamed at the warriors of the ancient monster clan. "Am I pretty? Hell yeah. Sure you are. Yes. Yes." The warriors of the ancient monster clan looked baffled. They nodded to her. "Are you willing to help me do something?" Mei Ji asked them gently. "We are," they nodded to her. "Kill Hussein for me." Mei Ji smiled charmingly. Hussein's subordinates looked like they were struggling. All of a sudden, their eyes showed their craziness. They became excited and attacked Hussein. "You despicable SL*T. You dare instigate my warriors to kill me, cried Hussein. Flows of his god power congregated and created a massive silver shield. He used it to parry his subordinates. All of you will die. Meiji's voice was gentle. The thick ice in front of her cracked when she touched it. Walking out barefooted, she looked so beautiful. Her exposed skin was like crystal that shined mesmerizing light. Meiji's charming bearings had increased after her romantic affair with Shi Yin. She walked out of the ice rock, her watery eyes moving. Suddenly, she looked so thrilled. Her voluptuous body couldn't help but quiver. She turned to Shi Yin, who was closing his eyes quietly while sitting cross-legged inside the light cage, her heart filled with a joy that she couldn't explain. She just recognized that the wounds that troubled her for a long time had healed. Her god power had recovered and it had surged and become pure. Her blood, flesh, bones, and the soul altar had all strengthened unknowingly. It seemed like a mysterious power had washed her entire body and refined her every bit of her. At this moment, she felt much better than when she went a dragon lizard star. After having sex with him, the benefit she received was amazing. Not only were her body and spirit pleased, but her power also increased and her wounds recovered. She could feel her body transform too. It was unimaginable. Meiji looked at Shi Yin sitting over there, her bright eyes infatuated. She bit her lower lips, and her face was aroused in a way that could make any man's heart beat frantically. She didn't even bat an eye at Hussein and the besiege of his subordinates behind her. She didn't look at Hussein, but Hussein was gazing at her. Looking at the woman with her passionate eyes fixed on another man, Hussein was flooded with jealousy. He roared hoarsely, "I have to kill him. I swear I will kill him." Finally, Meiji turned around, the charming expression disappearing from her face. She became so cold. "I will kill you first. Don't worry. If your warriors can't kill you, I will do it myself." Although they were all men, she had treated them much differently. "You have to push him further. Do all that you can to kill him." Meiji's face was cold, but her voice was soft and begging, as if she could reach their hearts. Her voice echoed in the ancient monster clan warriors' heads like the voice of ghosts. They became wilder. They didn't care about their lives and urged their best attacks. The warrior who had cultivated metal power, Upanishad, turned into an extremely sharp blade. He parted the sea water and thrust into Hussein's shield. It looked like he was burning his life to take the energy. The shield exploded. Hussein lost his defending weapon. He had to take action. Crack! He broke his subordinate's neck and grinned. "All of you have to die." The other warriors weren't afraid of death as they stormed toward. Some of them had the flame of a soul burning in their eyes. Meiji had made them completely mad. However, their realm was lower than Hussein's. When they came to be Hussein's subordinates, Hussein knew all their weaknesses. Some even had given him their soul seal. As his rage had flooded him, Hussein couldn't control them or mind their lives. He decided to use his secretive tricks. Boom, boom, boom. 3 of their soul altars exploded. Their heads shattered like falling watermelon. Some had cracks in their chests, which expanded rapidly. Then, their bodies shattered as if they were some china that fell to the ground. Hussein resolutely took action. He didn't mind his subordinates as he killed them all. He had to consume energy, which made him very tired. At this moment, Meiji's beautiful feet appeared in his sight. "I can't believe you're that cruel. You've planted the deadly seal into your subordinates. I've underestimated you. I have no choice then. I have to take action myself. Meiji, you can't kill me. I know you're wounded badly. Cousin Yerberg told me that you got wounded badly. Haha, I will capture you first and then that kid. I will you right in front of him. Then I will kill you all. Haha, awesome," grinned Hussein fiendishly. "Go F***ck your mother. You crossbreed." Meiji hissed through her gritted teeth. A triangular ice crystal emerged from her palm, which was generated by her god power. The ice crystal was extremely cold. Strangely, it was partly visible. Meiji was a little bewildered for a few seconds. Her body shook hard, her beautiful face disbelieving. She was almost choking on her breath as she screamed, "Dark? Dark energy. Chapter 1445, Be an Obedient Woman. Chapter 1445, Be an Obedient Woman. Underscore using her soul consciousness to check her body, Mei Ji found wisps of strange energy in her sea of consciousness. They were partial visible, as if they were flickering flames that would extinguish at any minute. She urged the ice power Upanishad. Ice crystals emerged from her palms with her soul consciousness. Her soul consciousness now had some wisps of energy that could make her snowflakes invisible. They looked fake somehow. Mei Ji, at the peak of a mortal realm, had tried to cultivate and understand dark energy numerous times. Sometimes she risked her life, which had almost pushed her into bedevilment and death. Torment and difficulties were what she had experienced while comprehending dark energy. As the Phantom clan had decided against her will that she must marry Batum, her desire for dark energy reached a frantic level. Thus, while in Dragon Lizard Star, when she found that Shi Yin had fused with the absolute beginning creature's soul, she had tried everything to chase after him. After so many adversities, she couldn't get it. After having a romantic time with Shi Yin, it appeared all of a sudden in her sea of consciousness. Mei Ji was baffled. She thought that she was dreaming or hallucinating. Why is that? Mei Ji mumbled unconsciously. The ice power Upanishad was still moving. The ice crystal released the extremely cold air. You lewd woman. Seeing her in a daze, Hussein thought that his chance had come. He roared like a beast and stormed toward her. Boom! A ferocious, giant ape stormed out of Hussein's head. It was more than 100 meters tall. Although it wasn't really solid, its roar shook the sky as if it could break it shortly. It was another secret technique of the ancient monster clan. They could rebuild the image of their ancestor and their bloodline to perform a supernatural power. The giant ape howled. The seawater exploded by the sound waves. At this moment, Hussein's skeleton grew and stretched behind the giant ape. He had transfigured into a smaller ape, which was pounding its chest brutally. Thud! Mei Ji's body shook when the furious waves attacked her. Magical waves rippled from her breasts. Her perplexed eyes were clear now. She beamed beautifully. Ice blast. Boom, boom, boom. The ice behind her exploded. Thousands of icicles jutted out and shelled the giant ape. The giant ape roared furiously. Its arms were like massive pillars pounding on Mei Ji's head. Mei Ji giggled. The ice crystal in her palm slowly flew out and turned into a cold light, falling onto the giant ape's chest. Crack, crack, crack. A strange sound echoed from the inside of the giant ape. Shortly after, the ape froze as if it had a glacier running in its body. The giant ape and Hussein screeched painfully. Hussein was bleeding terribly. He limped backward. Every step he made, a stream of blood gushed out of his body. He was aghast. Impossible. Even at your peak condition, you never had such intimidating powers. Mei Ji smiled charmingly and nodded to him. Right. Even when I was at my peak condition, I have never had such pure energy. Poor you, you're really unhappy. You always encounter me after I just leveled up. Death serves you well. Boom, boom. The giant ape exploded. Pieces of ice twirled and congregated, turning into a small ice crystal. The cold light in Mei Ji's eyes flashed. The ice crystal turned into a jet of light, disappearing strangely, as if it had its own consciousness. Hussein was shaken. His face paled as he looked at his chest. A bleeding hole appeared in his chest where blood was gushing. He felt his internal organs freeze. The chilling energy had invaded his soul altar. His consciousness became hazy and blurry. He fell helplessly and crushed many rock columns. The expression on his face ceased. Mei Ji walked barefooted. A crystal blue light cage covered her body. She moved gracefully towards Hussein. I agree with that asshole to kill anyone in our way. You've insulted me before. Of course, you have to disappear. We don't want to leave any possible danger. She looked at the shattered body of the Sea Clan young women, sighing and mumbling to herself, I took revenge for you too. Swoosh! A cold light shot out from Hussein's mouth. The ice crystal returned to her hand and melted. At this moment, a black hole flew out from Yan's light cage and covered the corpses of the ancient Monster Clan warriors. The black hole was taking in countless wisps of energy. Yan stood still. He was still naked, his eyes closed. He didn't seem to worry about Meiji. Shortly after, the essence chi and the soul energy from the dead warriors of the ancient Monster Clan were absorbed. Those bodies desiccated and grayed. Then, Meiji urged her power to dig up many deep holes in this rock forest to bury the corpses of Hussein's team and the bodies of the Sea Clan women. Concealing all the streaks of the battle, Meiji smiled and turned into a mirror-like rock column. She happily checked the glow on her face. She was delighted when she saw the minor changes on her face after having intimate activities. She couldn't help but hum some folk song of the Phantom Clan. She looked like a young maiden falling in love for the first time. After a while, Shurian finally opened his eyes and covered his body with a black robe. He stood up and said, "We should go." Meiji's graceful body flashed, and she wormed into his light cage, sticking to his arm. She was definitely a girl in love. "Do you know that I got dark energy in my sea of consciousness?" She was so happy that she couldn't arrange her thoughts well, her cheeks blushing. The naive expression of a maiden and the mature features that only mature women could have had combined perfectly on her, making her more mesmerizing and strikingly attractive. Having dark energy meant she had a real chance to reach the territory ancestor realm. It was what she had in her mind and in her dreams. How could you not be thrilled? "You should say thanks to Gonfu and Batum," said Shurian, looking pensive. Gonfu and Batum understood dark energy's powers. He had swallowed Gonfu's and Batum's soul altars, which had stagnated his refining. The main reason why he had almost became frenzied was because of the dark energy from Gonfu and Batum. Refining their dark energy to become something he could use was a tough move. It was the reason why he couldn't refine the other energy quickly. They had accumulated and jammed his devouring power, Upanishad. When he had sunk into pleasure with Meiji, the negative energies released and filled the sealed rock column. While Dark was using the power of water to sense, his brimming negative energies had found a channel to drain. They hit Dark's soul altar and made him crazy. He had regained his sound mind after he released the negative energy. At the moment, Shurian and Meiji reached the climax in the vague fantasy feeling. Part of the enormous refined energy had transferred to Meiji. When Meiji's god power reached a new height, her body had refined and her life form had advanced. At the same time, a part of dark energy from Gonfu and Batum had reached Meiji's sea of consciousness. Sure, you didn't know why or how. The dark energy in my sea of consciousness came from Gonfu and Batum. Meiji felt funny. "Yeah, I can tell that Gonfu's and Batum's death had helped you." Sure, Yin nodded and then continued. "Of course, most of their dark energy has come to my sea of consciousness. You got 20% of their energy. But I don't know how to help you cultivate dark energy further because I don't understand it. Anyway, perhaps it's because I haven't reached the territory ancestor realm yet. There's something I need to learn. When I have a breakthrough to territory ancestor realm, I can finally comprehend the power of dark energy. I got a lot of benefits. How about you?" Meiji smiled. Shurian squinted and sensed for a few seconds. He smiled at her. "I just need to understand the realm further, and I can get into the second sky of a mortal realm. My body, strength, and soul altar are at the edge of a breakthrough. As soon as I understand the power Upanishads further, I can reach the second sky of a mortal realm immediately." Meiji's eyes brightened. Anyway, there was something that Yin didn't tell her. During this course, the essence chi and soul energy from the dead had become mysterious energy after being refined. The amount of this energy had gone beyond his upper limit. Although he had sent a part of it to Meiji, it was still brimming and surging. Also, a massive part of it had swarmed into the absolute beginning original symbol inside his life ball. At this moment, the absolute beginning original symbol was like a massive life with magnificent and abundant life energy that nothing could compare to. It was his new source of life where he hid a life. He could feel that even if someone shattered his body and exploded his skeleton, as long as he used the ultimate power called the surging vitality, he could gather the life inside that absolute beginning original symbol to recover his body. He then could have an undying body that was as strong as a dragon. It helped his fighting a lot. When he thought about it, he could resume his perfect body with just a mere thought when he was wounded and dying. His body ended up having full energy and surging vitality. How amazing could it be? That Hussein something seemed infatuated with you for a long time, wasn't he? Asked Sher Yin all of a sudden. Guys who court death deserve death, but you didn't show a bit of mercy. Will you treat me that way later? If you dare to abandon me, I'll kill you too. Huh. Meiji gritted her teeth, but then burst out laughing. I'm unlucky, though. I lost your hands. I can't escape you. If you want to ditch me one day, even if I want to kill you, I won't be able to. As long as you're obedient, Shiryin grinned and placed one finger on her fragrant, red lips. I like obedient women. If you can do that, nothing will happen to you. I will behave and obey. Meiji smiled until her eyes squinted. She skillfully sucked his finger, her tongue curling around it. Chapter 1446. Massacre the entire island. Chapter 1446. Massacre the entire island. Phantom Clan's island base. The wall of the secret chamber had so many crystals set that shined on the purple crystal in the middle. The magnificent crystal radiated beautiful beams of light. Yu Yin and the two beautiful ladies of the Phantom Clan were busy moving around the secret chamber. They didn't even have time to rest. Yu Yin Jiejia, do you think Madame Meiji is going with that Sher Yin? Asked a naive-looking young lady while she moved a crystal on her 10 skillful fingers, her fingertips shooting electricity. Xiaomeng, what do you think? Smiled Yu Yin. I think it's impossible. Xiaomeng shook her head. Madame Meiji is the most excellent woman of our clan. Hussein and Batum are infatuated with her. She even has the third sky of a mortal realm. She's potentially going to break through into territory ancestor realm. Sher Yin, that guy's just the first sky of a mortal realm, right? Why would Madame Meiji want to run around with him? Because he may get the power Upanishad symbol tower, Yu Yin smiled. Of course, it's just what people are guessing. No one knows the actual situation. What we have to do now is to send the breaking news to Madame Meiji from the 5 clans. She needs to stay updated. The other lady who hadn't said anything from the beginning suddenly said, Meiji isn't answering anything. I think she can at the moment. Yu Yin frowned and looked at the massive purple crystal floating in front of them. This spirit information amethyst sends her information. As long as she's within the sea of annihilation, she can receive it. Anyway, passively receiving information won't disclose her location. Once she answers, the spirit information amethyst can detect her location. Why is she so afraid? We won't sell Madame Meiji, said Meiji. Of course we won't. I'm just afraid that someone could use this to find her, sighed Yu Yin. Recently, the members of the 5 clans had sent their messengers to the island to pressure them and ask them to hand the spirit information amethyst. They wanted to use the crystal to lure Meiji and detect her location. Yu Yin felt the pressure swell after every day. Yesterday, she had sent the message to the headquarters. After the experts of the clan found out about this, they had decided to send someone. However, the Phantom Clan was pretty far away from the Sea of Annihilation. Even if their hotshots moved nonstop, it would take a long time to get to the Sea of Annihilation. For the time being, it was going to be hard to ensure that the experts of the other 5 clans would wait for them patiently. As Meiji had left, this island didn't have a true expert to guard. If the enemy barged in, they were going to have to endure passively. The 3 ladies were talking to each other in the secret chamber. They were collecting intelligence from those small crystals, sorting them, and then sending them to the massive purple crystal. Each member of the Phantom Clan could get the information from that crystal. A small crystal suddenly glowed. Xiaomeng raised one hand to grab a beam of green light. She closed her eyes to sense for a while. Then, her small face changed. Hussein and his troopers were murdered. It's breaking news from the ancient monster clan. Their soul ropes in the clan were broken. Their souls vanished. Listening to her, Yulian was frightened. The ancient monster clan will become indignant. They will attack us here. Boom! The small island was shaken hard. The barriers on the island were torn. Residents on the island all heard someone shouting. Thunder rumbled as if it wanted to turn the sky upside down. The entire world was shrouded in thunder and lightning. The three young ladies in the secret chambers discolored in fear. Feral. It's Feral who has a close friendship with the ancient monster clan. Yu Yin cried. Feral is one of the three great territory ancestors of the Sea of Annihilation. He often stays on the seabed to cultivate. He rarely comes to the surface. He came here this time because of his saying. The ancient monster clan must have asked him. He came here for the spirit information amethyst. Then what should we do? Xiao Meng was about to cry. Even if Madame Meiji is here, she's not his match, let alone us. Yu Yin frowned in thought. Then, her face turned resolute when she said, We can only do what we can. Her 10 fingers moved fast and sent a message to the spirit information amethyst. Madame Meiji, Feral is attacking the island. He may use the spirit information amethyst to lure you. From now on, don't trust any news you get from here. After sending the message to the crystal, Yulian said, Guys, cut off the connection of all the information crystals here. Shut down the central spirit information amethyst. Xiao Meng and the other young girl reacted quickly. They fumbled as they rushed their tasks. In this secret chamber, countless sparkling crystals on the wall lost their light like extinguished lanterns. At the same time, an eccentric-looking, middle-aged man with long hair, draped around his shoulder, was floating in the sky and punching the island. So many lightning balls fell unceasingly like meteors. They bombarded the barriers and restrictions on the island base of the Meiji into powder. Those lightning balls flew like eyes observing the entire islands. They found the phantom warriors and killed them all, crushing them into pieces. The old man looked calm as he landed like the god of thunder on the flowery island. Lightning shot out of his eyes and demolished the palaces on the island. His body flashed and reappeared in the secret chamber underneath. He frowned. The 3 thunderballs flashed and flew away. They captured the 3 girls. Shortly after, their souls perished. At this moment, all the warriors on the Phantom Clan's island were slaughtered. No one could escape. The man's eyes sparkled strangely as he gazed at the crystals inside the rooms. He spotted a message flashing inside the crystal floating amid the room. He used his soul consciousness to sense. He changed his face slightly as he knew that he was one step late. He knew that Yulian had sent the message beforehand. Snorting, the thunderballs twirled around him. The big and small crystals in this secret chamber exploded at the same time. He turned into a jet of light and soared up into the sky. The small island underneath cracked and sounded like doomsday. Shortly after, the entire island got fragmented and slowly sank into the sea. The base of the Phantom Clan slowly disappeared. Seabed. Meiji's body was shaken. Her beautiful eyes flared with a strange light. She took out a fist-sized crystal, which was also a purple one. At this moment, the purple crystal had so many light dots that began to extinguish. After each light that disappeared, Meiji's face got paler. She was shivering. Shurian frowned as he noticed Meiji's changed visage. He was a little perplexed. Yulian, Xiao Meng, they're all dead. All were murdered. The light dots in this crystal represent their lives. When they disappear, it means that their souls perished. Tears lingered in Meiji's eyes. She bit her lips and felt so helpless and powerless. Shurian was bewildered. He recalled the young girl, called Yulian. Yulian had talked to him not a long time ago. She had even pried on the relationship between him and Meiji. He couldn't believe that after just a link, the entire island decorated with flowers everywhere now had corpses laid in every corner. No one was left alive. To the other people of the Phantom Clan, Shurian had good impressions. During this time, those girls had continuously sent Meiji intelligence of the 5 clans. With their timely updates, Shi Yin and Mei Ji could assess the situation and avoid the traps that the enemies had set up. Today, those girls were killed. Shi Yin and Mei Ji had lost their eyes. They couldn't receive the information of the other 5 clans' commotions. They wouldn't know what experts and preparations that the others had prepared for them. "Who did that?" grunted Shi Yin. "Feral," Mei Ji hissed. Yu Yin knew that they couldn't escape. "She sent me the message at the critical moment. She told me that I had to be careful and to not trust the news that I will receive later. She knew that she would be killed. It's the last message she told me." "Feral? Who is he?" asked Shi Yin skeptically. "One of the 3 territory ancestors in the Sea of Annihilation. The Emperor Sea Shark, Feral, and Ricardo are all experts at the territory ancestor realm. Most of the time, they stay and cultivate on the seabed. They will only go to the sea surface to collect or exchange when they need some special material. Feral cultivates lightning and electric power Upanishad. He's close to the ancient monster clan. They rumored that he was the offspring of a human woman and an ancestor of the ancient monster clan. Because of the bloodline, even he isn't a pure blood, he has a close relationship with the ancient monster clan. Hussein and Yerberg, the ones we killed, often brought him various gifts on special occasions of the ancient monster clan. They consider him their senior, but he rarely cares about the clan's business. This time, he slaughtered our island because of Yerberg and Hussein's deaths." Pausing for a while, Mei Ji's eyes were so sad. "We have indirectly put Yu Yin, Xiao Meng, and the others to death." Shi Yin sighed and comforted her. "With your current realm and cultivation base, as long as you put more efforts in your cultivation, you will have a chance to take revenge soon." "I know." Mei Ji wiped the tears in her eyes and gritted her teeth. "I swear, I will take revenge for her. I will kill Feral and use that life to worship Yu Yin and the others. They died for us. I have the same responsibility. I will remember Feral's name," said Shi Yin in a low-pitched voice. "From now on, we can't count on my clan's intelligence anymore." Mei Ji tried to subside the agony in her heart and sort her thoughts. "Feral has taken action. It means that the real experts of the Sea of Annihilation are going to aim at us. It'll be very rough for the coming time. We shouldn't let anyone corner us. Or else, when a territory ancestor comes, our efforts will have been for nothing." "Yeah, for safety reasons, we should disguise ourselves too," Shi Yin said coldly and calmly. "Yeah, from now on, we can't make any mistake. We have to mask every small detail that can reveal us." Chapter 1447, Disguise and Sneak. Chapter 1447, Disguise and Sneak. Underscore a corner in the seabed. Tu Shirqi, Yi Yun, and Dragon Lizard were moving around aimlessly. This area belonged to Emperor Sea Shark. They came here because they heard that many crews of the Sea Clan had disappeared mysteriously lately. The 3 of them began to doubt if it was related to Shi Yin somehow. Thus, they rushed here from another area to search around. Some bell jingled in Yi Yun's sleeves. She focused on sensing for a while, her face stern. Breaking news. Hussein of the ancient monster clan was killed. None of his troops survived. Tu Shirqi and Dragon Lizard changed their countenances. Hussein was another important person who was killed recently. He was the manager of the ancient monster clan in the Sea of Annihilation. His position was similar to Mei Ji and Ling Mei. Also, he was murdered on the seabed. With his power and his background, not many people dared to kill him. Tu Shirqi doubted that Shi Yan's team had done that. They eventually confirmed that Shi Yin didn't have Mei Ji go with him. Ganfu of the Devouring Clan was at the peak of a mortal realm, and she had dark energy. She was killed too. It was enough to prove that Shi Yin had some other experts accompanying him. With only Shi Yin and Mei Ji, they couldn't match Ganfu. Moreover, Ling Mei, Yerberg, Telika, and Farlo were all dead. It had proven that one of the murderers were going to enter the territory ancestor realm soon. Thus, when they heard that Hussein was dead, they weren't very surprised. They suspected Shi Yin immediately. If the others knew Hussein's identity, they wouldn't have dared to kill him. I know Hussein also came to this area. The ancient monster clan should know where they died. Through a secret technique, They knew it when their bestial souls lost connection, said Tu Shirchi. Actually, they provided some details. They said it's in a rock forest, said Yin. A rock forest? Dragon Lizard's eyes brightened. I had senses with my soul consciousness, and I found a blocked area. It should be the rock forest. Let's go. The three of them accelerated and moved as if they were flying. They reached the rock forest quickly. Their bodies must have been buried. Let me dig them up. Dragon Lizard's human clone was hovering above the rock forest. He sent many spiral wisps of god power to the rock forest and dug up the area. Boom! One wisp of his god power hit something rigid. His eyes brightened. He immediately landed and released more god power to dig up a large area. Shortly after, Hussein's body and his subordinates, including the Sea Clan ladies, were found. Dragon Lizard focused and observed the withered corpses. He said, certainly, it has been around 3 days. They're close by, probably. Hussein was cut off by the cold energy. This cold energy likely came from Meiji. Tu Shirchi and Yi Yun looked excited. It seems like they haven't been gone for a long time. Dragon Lizard pondered for a while and then said, what will you do when you meet them? Will you kill them? Honestly, I owed that kid a favor, and you had invited him to join the mysterious Sky Clan. Have you made up your mind yet? Tu Shirchi and his wife quieted down. After a while, Tu Shirchi said with a forced smile, Ling Mei was the granddaughter of forefather Han Tian. If Shiyan's team killed her, it'll be very hard for us to decide. Of course, if Shiyan agrees to join us with the Power Upanishad symbol tower, I think maybe forefather Han Tian will tolerate him. Yeah, Shiyan's attitude is the key. If he agrees to join the mysterious Sky Clan, we can avoid the dispute, said Yi Yun. Otherwise, we will have to take action. We don't have another option. Or else, when forefather Han Tian knows this, we won't be able to explain it to him well. Agree with me and give him a chance to choose, said Dragon Lizard. Okay, Tu Shirchi nodded. Dragon Lizard exhaled in relief. He thought that he had repaid the kid's father. That's all he could do for him. They've left for only 3 days. They should be close by. Release the news. More people coming will force them out. Right, agreed Tu Shirchi. I am Adams, and you're Masha. We're from the Heavenly Eye Clan. I'm your senior. Sure, Yin was explaining to Meiji inside an emerald light cage. At this moment, their appearances had changed greatly. Sure, Yin had rearranged his skeleton and muscles to turn himself into Adam's appearance for what he could memorize. Then, he directed Meiji to change her beautiful face into Masha's. Adams and Masha were the members of the Heavenly Eye Clan with certified identities. If they had their appearances, they could solve a lot of problems. Well, this senior and junior relationship doesn't sound normal, does it? Meiji thinned her lips and glanced at the arm placed around her waist. Shurian wasn't embarrassed as he smiled deliberately. You shouldn't be like that. Your eyes are still so attractive. You need to dim the light in your eyes a little more. Moreover, the closed eye in your forehead should be a little more protruding. It's the unique mark of the Heavenly Eye Clan. Is it okay now? Meiji was surprised. Her thoughts changed, and her bright eyes became darker. She didn't look very attractive. Yeah, not very different, Shurian nodded. Noticing the dark gleam in her eyes, he was baffled for a while before he could mutter, Don't think about you, Yin and the others. Sigh. Meiji sighed weakly. I can't let it go that quickly. Although I'm happy to go with you, I get so sad when I think about how they're all dead. You told me to dim my eyes. I suddenly remembered them. Shurian contemplated for a few seconds and then told her, Don't worry. I promise that I will help you kill Feral. I think you've been seeing many warriors go to this sea area lately. We killed Hussein. I'm sure they will guess that we're nearby. Meiji sounded heavy. Yeah, that's why we need to disguise ourselves. As long as we can conceal our auras, even when we face the ones seeking us, they won't know. Sure, Yin looked forward. Many warriors are doing something on our way ahead. We can't avoid them. We must act more carefully. Meiji nodded. I understand. I will try to get rid of my sorrow. I won't let it show on my face and affect our journey. The two of them used Adam's and Masha's disguise to move further. They slowed down and hid the sharp auras on their bodies. Half a day later, there's a troop in front of us. Pay attention. We can't fight people here because there are more troops around. Once the battle takes place, they will swarm us, said Yin all of a sudden. Meiji gently nodded. A group of 6 warriors rested inside the reefs on the seabed. The 6 of them were sitting on a rock and closing their eyes to adjust their breathing. Apparently, they were terrestrial warriors. They had to use the light cage to protect their bodies from the water pressure. It was the difference between warriors from the sea surface and warriors from the seabed. The members of the Sea clan dwelled undersea. They didn't need to use an energy light cage to protect their bodies. They were born with the gift of being immune to the horrible water pressure here. The 6 of them included 5 males and 1 female. They were from a human clan, the clan with the largest population in this vast sea of stars. Only the female expert in this group had second sky of a mortal realm. The other 5 males were at first sky of a mortal realm. The 5 males looked to be middle-aged as they had many wrinkles. They were recovering with calm faces. The second sky of a mortal realm woman looked to be in her 40s. She had an average appearance, which wasn't as beautiful as Audrey in her disguise. However, the woman had elegant bearings that had made her more attractive. As the 2 groups were far from each other, the 5 men couldn't sense anything. However, the woman arched her brows, waking up and coughing slightly. The 5 middle-aged men shuddered and woke up. They bewilderedly looked at the woman. "Xiang Rong, what happened?" asked a bony old man. The woman called Xiang Rong stood up inside the green light cage and frowned. "Someone is coming." The 5 men jolted up immediately. They instinctively put her in the center of their protection. Although their realms were lower than hers, they had to protect this woman. Apparently, she had a high position. No need to be tense. Their auras aren't so strong. They can't threaten us. Xiang Rong sensed and then sighed. "We shouldn't come here. I heard that Hussein was killed too. At our realms, we can't do anything. We're not here for the Power Upanishad symbol tower. We just hope to find some traces to exchange for the rewards from the 5 clans," smiled the bony old man. "The reward from the 5 clans are really precious. We're here to try our luck. I heard that the seabed has many treasures and magical materials. If we encounter something, it will be worth the efforts we spent to get here." "Old Gu is right," nodded Xiang Rong. "I couldn't see that point before." While they were talking, Yin and Meiji inside the light cage drifted toward them and looked at the 6 people of the human clan. Yin's eyes sparkled strangely. He focused on their clothes, but didn't seem to talk to them. He kept a distance from them and just wanted to pass. He didn't want to raise any trouble. While they were watching Xiang Rong's team also observed them. After they found that the others weren't the wanted ones, they felt both disappointed and lucky. "We're from the Potion and Tool League. We came to the seabed to collect blacksmithing materials. Also, who are you?" Xiaorong suddenly greeted them, smilingly. "Adams from the Heavenly Eye clan. This is Masha, my junior sister. We came to the seabed to travel around," introduced Yin. He looked at the clothes on Xiangrong's body and found many strange symbols on the hems. He was a little surprised indeed. While in Agate Star area, he happened to have the cannon of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, which he had handed to Fu Wei later. When he got it, he had checked and found similar symbols in the cannon. They weren't the absolute beginning characters, as they were special symbols used in refining pellets and forging treasures. The symbols on Xiang Rong's clothes were the same as the ones he had seen in the cannon. It surprised Yin discreetly. Potion and Tool Pavilion and Potion and Tool League. Was there a relationship between them? Yin was puzzled. Chapter 1448, Capture. Chapter 1448, Capture _ Yin knew a little bit about the Potion and Tool Pavilion's history. Rumor said that a man had traveled through a space passage in the shadow ghostly prison to come to Agate Star area. That man had established Potion and Tool Pavilion. He had set up the rules and principles that had made Potion and Tool Pavilion the strongest commercial organization in Agate Star area. Apparently, that man wasn't from Agate Star area. Many years had passed, and the first pavilion master of Potion and Tool Pavilion was dead. Sure, Yin had accidentally taken the cannon he had left. Today, when he saw the symbols on Xiang Rong's clothes that were similar to what he had seen in the cannon, and the others had introduced that they were from Potion and Tool League, Shi Yin was moved. Of course, with the current dangerous situation, he wasn't interested in investigating the relationship between the two forces. He nodded to Xiang Rong and the old men, then continued his journey with Meiji. Potion and Tool League? Have you ever heard about this force? Asked Shi Yin suspiciously after they had gone past the others. As Meiji was the leader in charge of the Phantom Clan in the Sea of Annihilation, she knew many things in the area. If the Potion and Tool League was famous, Meiji should know about them. Of course I have. They are a relatively strong force of the human clan. The human clan is the clan with the largest population in the vast sea of stars. The total number of their members is several times bigger than the entire 7 clans. Anyway, human warriors aren't good at cultivating. They are far behind the 7 clans. Thus, the 7 clans have ruled many territories of the human clan. Our Phantom Clan also has some human territories, explained Meiji. Anyway, not all of them are weak. A small part of them is really powerful that even the 7 clans don't dare to ignore them. As there are so many of them, they have formed different forces. Potion and Tool League is a relatively strong force. They were formed by the human alchemists and blacksmiths to refine medicines and tools. They trade with us too. Generally speaking, they're just a normal force. They aren't stronger than the Water Tribe. They can hardly rebel against any clan among the 7 clans. Shi Yin nodded. Did you see the special symbols on the woman's clothes? Are they some special ranks for the blacksmiths and alchemists? They're the special symbols worn by human blacksmiths and alchemists. They are nothing strange. Those special symbols represent their ranks and the material tool ranks too. Why did you notice them? Meiji sounded surprised. I found them special, said Shi Yin. There are many forces gathering. We must be more cautious. We shouldn't talk much to the others, reminded Meiji. Right. Heavenly Eye Clan? I didn't expect that warriors from a weak race would come to the seabed. They don't treasure their lives. After Shi Yin and Meiji had left, Old Gu ridiculed. As I know, the Heavenly Eye Clan is just a third-class clan. They live in a remote territory where there are constant wars. Of course, they don't have good lives. Not many warriors can cultivate to high realms. The Immortal Realm warriors are the best ones in the Heavenly Eye Clan. But if they come here, the others can kill them easily. Everybody has his own way to survive, Xiang Ring smiled. Our cultivate bases aren't enough to protect us here. Still, we came to see if we're lucky, didn't we? That's true, said Old Gu. Boom! A small explosion came from a strange pendant on Xiang Rong's chest. She was baffled for a while before she took out a silver chain and observed the broken pendant. The pendant was broken, and it revealed a bizarre jade flake that was as big as a fingernail. It was glowing. Why is that? Xiang Rong was surprised. What's that? Old Goose sounded suspicious. It's a piece of the Power Upanishad symbol tower. A precursor in our league had a long time ago. We kept it in the vault all the time. I took it out when we departed the seabed. I use a pendant to keep it. I was thinking that if this piece of Power Upanishad symbol tower can change somehow when it came close to a complete Power Upanishad symbol tower. Xiang Rong frowned. This piece was placed in the vault of the Potion and Tool League for so many years. It hadn't reacted or glowed even once. In fact, I decided to bring it this time for fun. I didn't think it could do anything. Old Gu was shaken, his eyes bright. Then why is it glowing now? Is it true that a Power Upanishad symbol tower is near? It seems that it has begun to send the energy after that Heavenly Eye Clan couple appeared. I didn't notice it at that time, but now, come to think of it, is it related to them? Xiang Rong's eyes brightened. Their appearances and race aren't what the 5 clans want to find. Are you sure it's them? Asked another middle-aged man. It's easy to change appearances. It's not important. Old Gu became excitedly. We're not sure now. We should follow them to check when we come close to them. If this piece is still glowing, we can be sure that the couple is the reason. Huh, we're going to be rich. Right, the others nodded. They were all stirred up. Be careful. Once we confirm that they're the wanted ones, we will leave immediately. Do not create any conflict. Xiang Rong frowned. If it's true, Mei Ji of the Phantom Clan is at the peak of a mortal realm. She can kill us all single-handedly. We have to leave before they spot us. Xiang Rong is right, appraised old Gu. All of a sudden, a group of 6 started following Shi Yin and Mei Ji. Because Shi Yin and Mei Ji were using Adam's and Masha's identities of the Heavenly Eye clan, they had to slow down. Thus, the others could easily catch up with them. They're following us, Shi Yin knitted his brows. Mei Ji was perplexed. Those warriors of the Potion and Tool League couldn't recognize us. Their realms aren't high enough, and their power Upanishads aren't something special. They must have some other purpose. Shi Yin thought the same. Let's see what they are planning to do. He stopped and waited with Mei Ji inside the light cage. They turned around to look. 15 minutes later, Xiang Rong and the others emerged. Xiang Rong clutched the piece of the power Upanishad symbol tower in her hand, her heart beating fast. As they got closer and closer to Shi Yin, she could feel the energy rippling stronger. It was them. She screamed inwardly. Through the marvelous connection with the power Upanishad symbol tower, she was sure that the Heavenly Eye clan couple in front of her were the ones that the 5 clans wanted. She tried to subside her excitement and maintain an indifferent and calm face. She halted and kept a safe distance with Shi Yin and Mei Ji as she smiled. We have some items from the Potion and Tool League that can support your power Upanishads. I wonder if you're interested. Shi Yin frowned and said impatiently, Not interested. Oh, so I shouldn't bother you guys more. Xiang Rong wished that he would say so. Seeing him deny, she signaled old Gu and the others. They left immediately, even faster than when they came. After they made some distance from Shi Yin, old Gu asked, It is them, right? Yes, they are. Xiang Rong hissed excitedly. Thrill appeared on her face and even in her movement. The broken piece reacted powerfully. It had almost flown out of my hand. It seemed to want to enter that Heavenly Eye clan man. Excellent. Old Gu rubbed his beard. We're lucky this time. When this is certified, we'll get the rewards from the 5 clans. Dash. No, it's not quite right. Shi Yin's eyelid twitched. The power Upanishad symbol tower emerged and landed on his palm. Swish! A strange jet of light shot from behind him and entered the power Upanishad symbol tower. It was a small broken piece. After it touched the power Upanishad symbol tower, it turned into powder and became some magical, pure energy. Shi Yin and Mei Ji exchanged looks and their faces changed. Retrieving the power Upanishad symbol tower, Shi Yin snorted, then turned around with Mei Ji. They started dashing. Xiang Rong's strong hand holding the piece of the power Upanishad symbol tower was bleeding. She was horror-struck when the broken piece flew out of her hand. She screamed, They know it. The other 5 men were scared out of their wits as they spoke hastily. Move! Move! Immediately! Boom! An ice mountain stood in their way that released a ruthless, cold aura which made them shiver. Shi Yin emerged like a demon and shouted, Don't kill them with force. It will draw attention. When more people come, we won't be able to run. While talking, he threw out a fantasy boundary stone that he got from Yin. After the fantasy boundary stone got the space energy, it turned into a world in just a blink of an eye. While Xiang Rong's team was petrified, that world had covered them and captured them. Shortly, Xiang Rong's group of 6 disappeared and left no trace. Someone is coming. We must go now. Shi Yin rose his hand, and the world that the fantasy boundary stone had created flew into his sleeve. He and Mei Ji didn't dare to linger. They left immediately and disappeared. Not long after they had left, some small troops came. They observed carefully, their face perplexed. They got intelligence that Shi Yin and Mei Ji could move around here. Thus, they had paid attention. Whenever they smelled something wrong, they hurried to check. After moving 1 round around this area, some of them confirmed a warrior with ice power Upanishad had taken action here. But there's no sign of a furious battle. Strange. Did something happen while the warrior was cultivating that made the warrior release ice energy? Then, where's that warrior? Who knows? They discussed, and they couldn't conclude the real situation. From this area, as the center, they began to search around aimlessly. So close. Meiji's face still looked frightened. I didn't expect that so many warriors were around us. Sigh. If we had received information from Yulian, we wouldn't have been so passive. When they reached a relatively safe area, Meiji exhaled in relief and asked, "What should we do with them?" "After we confirm that everything is fine, we'll kill them," said Shurien coldly. Chapter 1449, Run Into. Chapter 1449, Run Into _ Boom, boom, boom. The fantasy boundary stone shattered. It twisted and blasted into pieces. The sharp space sabers jutted out. The 5 men had only first sky of a mortal realm. When the space exploded, their bodies shattered into hundreds of pieces. Their soul altars were like broken glass. The woman called Xiang Rong had the second sky of a mortal realm cultivation base. She had congregated all of her power to her soul altar to protect it. After her body exploded, her soul altar flew out. Xiang Rong's host soul floated above the soul altar. She looked at Shurien and was with fear. She saw Shurien release a black hole and taken the wisps of soul from Old Gu and the others. She was scared out of her wits. Shurien cried and looked at Xiang Rong's soul altar. "I can't believe that you were able to keep your soul altar after the fantasy boundary stone shattered. Tisk, it's true that a higher realm can make some difference." Xiang Rong was horror-struck. She looked at Shurien and didn't know what to say. "How did you verify our identities?" intervened Meiji. "If I tell you the truth, will you spare my life?" Xiang Rong's soul flashed. "If you agree to let me live, I will tell you everything." "Live?" Meiji smiled in surprise. "You ask him." Xiang Rong's eyes were begging as she turned to Shurien. "Spare my life, and I will tell you everything I know." "It's not that complicated," Shurien frowned and said coldly. "After I swallow your soul altar, I can extract your memories. It just takes a bit of effort. From the day you came to the seabed, you should have thought about today. Don't blame me for being cruel." Then, he didn't give Xiang Rong more time to beg. The devouring power Upanishad moved and sucked Xiang Rong's soul altar. This area was a distance from the besiege over there. No troops were patrolling here. Countless tufts of algae were swaying with the water current, which looked like scattered cotton that provided places to hide. Shurien and Meiji were inside a big cluster of algae. This kind of algae was so magical that it was able to cut off the sensitive soul somehow. After Xiang Rong's soul altar was taken in, Shurien immediately sat down cross-legged and retrieved the black hole into the tier of power Upanishad. He used the soul consciousness to search her memories. He could only apply this method to extract the memories from a complete soul altar that he had taken. It was going to be very hard to extract memories from a shattered soul altar like Old Gu's. The soul fragments were countless broken memory seals. It was almost impossible to recover them. Thus, he wasn't going to waste his energy on Old Gu's and the others. Countless wisps of memories shot out of the black hole like electric beams. Sharp images flashed in Shurien's head. It's a small piece of the power Upanishad symbol tower. It's unknown where the Potion and Tool League had gotten it. That piece of power Upanishad symbol tower could find the complete power Upanishad symbol tower. After I took the power Upanishad symbol tower out of my incipient extent, it proactively came and merged with the tower. Sure, Yin squinted as he was reading the memories and explaining them to Meiji at the same time. It's strange. After that piece of jade got into the power Upanishad symbol tower, some unclear absolute beginning symbols had also come to my brain. Sure, Yin opened his eyes and pointed at his head. I don't know if this power Upanishad symbol tower now has a relationship with the devouring power Upanishad after I have taken it. It can gather the other pieces of the power Upanishad symbol tower. I can feel some vague change anyway. Is it possible? Meiji looked surprised. It's just my guess. Yin chuckled, squinting and searching the memories related to the Potion and Tool League from Xiangrong's soul. The Potion and Tool League was a human force with a long history. Each elder of the Potion and Tool League had mastered refining and blacksmithing techniques. They had battleships that were essentially moving cities that could visit big territories to find rare materials for blacksmithing or making medicines. The elders of Potion and Tool League refined pellets and forged tools to exchange for techniques, medical books, and secret treasures. That's how they advanced their cultivation. A strange piece of a memory caught Yan's attention. It was related to an expert. In the long history of Potion and Tool League, there used to be an excellent blacksmith who was rumored to have grasped the marvelous technique to refine absolute, beginning divine weapons. That man had consumed a lot of rare and precious materials of Potion and Tool League to refine a half-complete divine weapon. Everybody in Potion and Tool League feared for him. The peerless attainment in blacksmithing of that blacksmith had thrilled the 7 clans. To have him, the 7 clans had sent their hotshots to the Potion and Tool League to invite him. The Soul Clan had abducted him in the end. On the way, the mysterious Sky Clan came and vied for that man with the Soul Clan. They engaged in furious combat, and the man took that chance to flee away. He disappeared from the sea domain of Nihility since then. Rumors said that he had the treasured book of the Potion and Tool League, which was written in special symbols that used to refine or forge tools. The Potion and Tool League gave him the treasured book to record his experience in forging the absolute beginning divine weapon. Yan extracted and observed Xiangrong's memories. He was moved, his eyes sparkling in a strange light. Was he the founder of Potion and Tool Pavilion in Agate Star area? The first pavilion master who had built the entire Potion and Tool Pavilion? Was the cannon, an important item to certify the pavilion master of Potion and Tool Pavilion in Agate Star area, the treasured book that the Potion and Tool League had mentioned? That book had the records of refining an absolute beginning divine weapon. Yin was surprised. He felt uncertain. After he had gone to the sea domain of Nihility, he knew how precious absolute beginning divine weapons were. If someone could refine an absolute beginning divine weapon, of course, many clans and forces were going to vie for him. The cannon was in Fu Wei's hands. She was the current pavilion master of the Potion and Tool Pavilion with outstanding refining attainment. Was it predestined? Yan didn't know whether he should cry or smile. Potion and Tool Pavilion, Potion and Tool League, and the refining treasure book. Am I the tie that is connecting them all? If not, why was I able to encounter them? What did you say? Asked Meiji. The Potion and Tool League used to have a blacksmith who could refine a half-complete absolute beginning divine weapon. Do your Phantom Clan have any records about him? Asked Yan. Yeah, there was a man like that. He was a genius who had dedicated his entire life to forging tools. It was a long, long time ago. He had refined a half-complete absolute beginning divine weapon. It was thrilling news to the 7 clans. Because of him, the Soul Clan and the mysterious Sky Clan fought a furious battle. Many experts were killed back then. That battle was the ignition to the long-time war between the Soul Clan and the mysterious. Unfortunately, that expert had disappeared. After so many years, he must be gone. No one knows if his records exist or not. Why do you ask? Meiji was surprised. Yan smiled and didn't answer. He had decided to talk to Fu Wei about this once he got back to desolate territory. 3 shadows were gliding through the seabed. All of a sudden, one of them halted and frowned. Her eyes were filled with joy. I spotted the aura of the fantasy boundary stone. Forefather Dragon Lizard's clone was surprised. Why do you care about the fantasy boundary stone? However, Tu Shi knew the situation. He looked cheered up. Are you sure it's the fantasy boundary stone that you gave him? Of course. Yi Yin was certain. I kept those fantasy boundary stone for years. I'm sure I can feel their auras. I'm sure it's the fantasy boundary stone that I gave away. Oh, the shockwaves of the explosion came from that area. Her finger pointed to a direction. Sure, Yin should be there. Tu Shi pulled a stern face. and took a deep breath. We're heading there. It seems like we'll get the result after searching for a long time. If it's true, I'm not sure if we can hold them back. You guys have to prepare, Dragon Lizard pondered. Gon Fu of the Devouring Clan was killed. It means that they have an expert in their team. My real body can't come here. If that expert is with them, we'll hardly be able to defeat them. Should we release the news to attract more people? Tu Shi hesitated. If so, they will all be killed, no doubt. You should remember that you've agreed with me to give them a chance to choose. Dragon Lizard wore grimace. Then we should go there directly, Tu Shi sighed. Then, they move at their max speed. Dash. Ahem. Do you need me to help you deal with the backfire of the devouring power Upanishad? Deep inside the field of algae, Meiji was embarrassed as she asked. Her watery eyes were filled with a shy passion. Shuriyin was using the devouring power Upanishad to swallow and refine Xiangrong's team's essence chi. He was bewildered for a while as he said, "No one in this group of 6 has dark energy. I won't be backfired by negative energy." Okay, never mind. Meiji felt so awkward, her face blushing. She scolded Shuriyin for not understanding the romantic signals. She felt her teeth get itchy too. Shuriyin could see her charming, sexy gestures. He understood it immediately. But if you help me, I won't need to distract my mind just to deal with those negative energy. Directly releasing is the most comfortable way to me. Come, sit on my lap, he grinned and said deliberately. Meiji was both happy and shy when he said that. She suppressed her excitement as she said seriously, "Forget it. You can deal with it yourself. I won't help you. Come here, as you're told." Shuriyin grinned inwardly as he pulled a stern face. "You should know that I like obedient women." Meiji thinned her lips as she said, "All right." She actually felt so happy when she moved towards him. Right at this moment, Shuriyin's face darkened as he jolted up. As Meiji was bewildered, he hissed, "Come, old friends. Long time no see. Your sensitivity has gotten much better. I can't believe that this kid at incipient God Realm from that year now became a big character that the 5 clans are crazy for." Dragon Lizard smiled and glided through tufts of algae. Chapter 1450, Deny Flatly. Chapter 1450, Deny Flatly, _ Forefather Dragon Lizard. Meiji discolored slightly. An ice crystal emerged from her body. The cold energy had chilled down the entire sea area. Forefather Dragon Lizard was at the peak of a mortal realm. He just needed one more step to enter the territory ancestor realm. As the direct line children of Lizard, the absolute beginning creature, Dragon Lizard had many supernatural powers of the absolute beginning creatures. As they were both at the peak of a mortal realm, if they fought with their lives, Meiji wasn't sure if she could win. Of course, she didn't know that Forefather Dragon Lizard's real body wasn't here. Thus, she looked like she was facing her archenemy. "And us here." Tu Shi sighed and held Yi Yun's hands, appearing in front of Shuriyin with complicated faces. "What are you here for?" Shuriyin was calm and natural. "For the power Upanishad symbol tower." While talking, Shuriyin and Meiji had transformed back to their real appearances. Masha and Adam's disguise could deceive the others, but they couldn't fool Dragon Lizard, Tu Shi, and Yi Yun. They had met Adams and Masha, so they knew that Adams and Mash wouldn't be in the sea of annihilation. Not only because of the power Upanishad symbol tower, Yi Yun forced a smile. Ling Mei was dead. We have to give Forefather Han Tian an answer. She was his granddaughter. Although Forefather is cultivating in seclusion, we're in the sea of annihilation. If we don't do anything, we won't be able to see him later. We know each other. I don't want to be your enemy. I just have a question. How did Ling Mei die? Asked Tu Shi begrudgingly. Meiji opened her mouth. I killed her. Sure, Yin intervened. Ling Mei wanted to kill me and rob the power Upanishad symbol tower. Should I wait for her to kill me? I'm not evil. She provoked me. I killed her. What else do I need to say? Meiji was surprised. Her bright eyes flared with a strange light. She killed Ling Mei, and she was about to admit that. Unexpectedly, Shuriyin admitted the crime instead of her. She couldn't explain why he did that. Don't joke about this. Forefather Dragon Lizard laughed strangely and shook his head disbelievingly. Kid, you're at first sky of a mortal realm. You think you can kill Ling Mei? Although I had never met Ling Mei before, I know it's not easy to murder an expert at the peak of a mortal realm. He tried to give Shi Yin a way out. It wasn't just you two, right? Tu Shi agreed with Dragon Lizard. Gan Fu of the Devouring Clan was confirmed dead. Experts with dark energy aren't something you two can deal with. Tu Shi's eyes sparkled. He observed and asked, "Where are they?" He was right. He knew that other people had joined us besides Shi Yin and Mei Ji. However, they didn't expect that Shi Yin had parted with the God Lord and others. They aren't here. I killed Ling Mei. It's true, whether you believe it or not. Shi Yin was stiff, his face dark. When you came to the seabed, we weren't friends anymore. Don't babble, what do you want from me? Of course, Tu Shi and Yi Yun came to the deep seabed not only just to confirm Ling Mei's death. They also bore something else. Shi Yin knew he had no way to subside this. He had his own calculations. Thus, he didn't need to pretend to befriend them. I agreed with Brother Dragon Lizard that as long as you give us a clear answer and bring the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower to join our mysterious Sky Clan, we will explain everything with Forefather Han Tian. We can ensure that you will be safe and sound, said Tu Shi with a stern face as he pounded his chest affirmatively. Don't worry, you will be a non-native officer of our mysterious Sky Clan. You will receive more benefits, and it will be much better than cultivating alone. It's true. Even if you have the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower, you can't refine the absolute beginning original symbol by yourself, Yi Yun advised him. Moreover, the 5 clans are searching for you. You can't escape. If we can find you, the others can too. As long as you agree to join our mysterious Sky Clan, we will ask our seniors to deal with the Black Demon Clan, the Devouring Clan, the Soul Clan, and the Ancient Monster Clan about your murder cases. Kid, although the sea domain of Nihility is a massive area, you've offended the 5 clans. You won't find a safe place to go to. Their offers aren't bad. Go with them, said Forefather Dragon Lizard. Shi Yin frowned, her face indifferent. What if I don't agree? Dragon Lizard shrugged and said begrudgingly, then don't blame me. I've agreed with the mysterious Sky Clan. I will join Tu Shi to deal with you. How about you two? Shi Yin squinted. To have a proper answer to Forefather Han Tian, we can only try our best to deal with you and take the Power Upanishad Symbol Tower. Of course, we won't kill you. We will only capture you. Then, we will let the 5 clans judge you, said Tu Shi. Then come here, Shi Yin said in a low-pitched voice. What? Forefather was shocked. Come catch me. Shi Yin's eyes turned crimson quickly. Sharp spikes protruded from his skin. A pair of bone wings jutted out of his back. He had transformed into his fighting mode in just a blink of an eye. Life energy surged in every inch of his skin and bones. The thick, murderous aura came out of his acupuncture points and shot a visible blood-red light column into the sky. The massive energy field could cut apart even the water and create a vacuum area around him. What a powerful life energy magnetic field, shouted Forefather Dragon Lizard, his face frightened. The fiercer the life energy field was, the higher the life form he reached. Shi Yin had transformed to his supreme fighting form, and the life energy from his body had almost reached Forefather Dragon Lizard's level. Dragon Lizard's real body could be as big as a small life star. Shi Yin's body was so small, but it contained an intimidating life magnetic field, which meant that his life form had evolved to a level high enough to shake Dragon Lizard. Kid, you're a freak. When I met you, your life energy field was thin and weak. Now, you've reached such a new height. It's amazing, really. Aside from him, Tu Shi and Mei Ji were also shaken. Mei Ji knew that Shi Yin got a great benefit after they had sex, but they hadn't undergone a fierce battle afterward. Thus, he hadn't used his fighting form. She couldn't know how advanced his life form was. But now, she knew that Shi Yin's life energy magnetic field could compare to the experts who were about to enter the territory ancestor realm. Really powerful, indeed. Tu Shi looked bitter. Sigh. That little girl Ling May didn't listen to us. It's really bad. It would have been so good now if she didn't have a dispute with you guys. Right now, even though we know you're really bold, we have to take action. We're the members of the mysterious Sky Clan anyway. I'm sorry. It's not our own volition, sighed Yin. You don't need to take action, Meiji beamed. Although your life magnetic field is abundant, you're at only first sky of a mortal realm. I can handle them single-handedly. Fulgent snow lotuses bloomed from her chest. They were glowing in a mesmerizing white halo. Each lotus was chilly to the bone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. So many snow lotuses flew out one by one from her ample bosom. They moved like an icy world and attacked Tu, Shi, Yiyun, and Forefather Dragon Lizard. At the beginning, Dragon Lizard, Tu, Shi, and Yiyun disdained her because they knew that Meiji had been badly wounded. When a peak of a mortal realm expert got wounded, it was tough to recover quickly. Thus, they weren't worried about her. However, when so many snow lotuses came to them and released cold energy, they knew that they were wrong. At this moment, Meiji was much more intimidating than when she was on Dragon Lizard Star. At that time, Meiji could subdue Tu, Shi, and his wife by herself. Today, Meiji's wounds healed, and she had dark energy. Shi Yan's vitality had refined her body too. She was now in her supreme condition. Meiji's face appeared in each lotus with different expressions. She was either smiling, winking, wincing, or staying calm. They were the powers of her soul. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cold, murky jets of terrifying energy shot through the water like icicles stabbing the other three. Even Forefather Dragon Lizard went numb. It looked like he had surging lava in his eyes. Letting out a low roar, his clone released a phantom of his real body. A majestic, mountain-like beast emerged and roared at Meiji's face. If Shi Yin hadn't bothered me with his world-within-world fantasy boundary stones when we were on Dragon Lizard Star, I'm afraid that you would have been killed. As you have only third sky of a mortal realm, you're as strong as Ling Mei. Ling Mei died by my hands. What do you think you can do? Meiji smiled, her eyes as cold as ice. Countless snow lotuses fell. Tu, Shi, and Yiyun felt extremely cold, their faces heavy. Melt! Forefather Dragon Lizard hissed and roared. The phantom of a giant beast became so hot as it was burning. It struggled on the seabed and used its big claws to hit the snow lotuses. It's useless. Meiji changed her techniques gently. So many snow lotuses released a cold light. They weren't afraid of the beast, as if they were immortal flowers. If your real body is here, I'm not sure if I can't cope with you. But now, you're just a clone. You can't trouble me that much. Peak of Glacier. Meiji pitched her voice. An ice mountain was conjured, and it fell on the back of the giant beast. The beast was subdued and frozen. It couldn't even move to attack her further. Crack! Shi Yin raised one finger. 5 meteor-like arrows shot and destroyed Forefather Dragon Lizard's phantom. Dragon Lizard shivered and couldn't help but scream in agony. Let's go. Shi Yin didn't attack more and called for Meiji. Meiji was surprised, but she didn't say much. She nodded to him and retrieved the snow lotuses. They left quickly. Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu, Shi grimaced. They hovered, but didn't chase after the others. Why do we have to leave? Asked Meiji skeptically after they had left for a while. You and I could kill them, couldn't we? Big commotions could draw really powerful experts. Moreover, Forefather Dragon Lizard hasn't used his best powers yet. If he decides to destroy this clone to battle us, we can still get hurt even if we win. In this area, when we get hurt, we will have no chance to run or hide. Shi Yin answered her calmly. Meiji contemplated and then nodded. You're right. It's not our objective to kill many people. Our goal is to survive. Chapter 1451 Hero. Chapter 1451 Hero _ Deep inside an algae field, Forefather Dragon Lizard, Tu, Shi, and Yiyun stayed idle, their faces stiff and blank. After a long time, Forefather Dragon Lizard said bitterly, That kid, why is he with Meiji? I remembered that Mei Ji had chased after him to kill him. She didn't hesitate to drain her power to do that. And now, did you see that they were sticking together like a couple? Mei Ji listened to everything he told her. It's strange. Tu Shirqi didn't understand, either. Only the ghosts know how he could do that. Mei Ji has approached him and protected him for the power Upanishad symbol tower on purpose. Maybe, guess Yun. Listening to him, Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shirqi nodded. They thought that sounded more probable. What should we do now? Forefather Dragon Lizard looked begrudgingly. My body isn't here yet. Mei Ji's wounds recovered. She's tougher to deal with now. If we risk our lives with her, I think we will lose at the end. Wait until the hotshots come, sighed Yin. The hotshots won't come for the time being. Even if they come, they will be late. It's really hard to solve this now. Tu Shirqi pondered for a while and then decided. We can only release information. What if we only benefit the others? The old freak of the Soul Clan is in the sea of annihilation now. Whenever he gets news, he responds quickly. If he gets the power Upanishad symbol tower, our efforts will have been for nothing. Yi Yin shook her head. I have a good relationship with a friend from the Whitebone clan. Recently, they're trying hard to find the experts with life power Upanishad. He asked me to pay attention. Sure, Yin mastered the life power Upanishad, and it's possible that the absolute beginning original symbol he got from the power Upanishad symbol tower is a life original symbol. Tu Shirqi's eyes brightened. You're right. The absolute beginning original symbol he has is a life original symbol. I'm certain about this. Forefather Dragon Lizard nodded. This time, the life energy magnetic field from him is too thick. It's unimaginable, though. Except for the power of the absolute beginning original symbol, I can't think of anything else. Then I will contact my friend from the Whitebone clan. Let's see if they're interested in this. Tu Shirqi made up his mind. It was an island in the Sea of Annihilation, which was filled with white bones. Those bones came from members of different races. They were white and had surging energy. It was the base of the Whitebone clan in the Sea of Annihilation. Lately, a Skull Island had come and anchored here. A child of the Whitebone clan had landed on this bone island. He spoke the oldest language of the Whitebone clan. His appearance had shaken the entire Whitebone clan. He brought with him his parents, the two dormant territory ancestor realm experts. The entire Bone Island was in high spirits because of the little skeleton. It had received the warmest welcome here, too. The Skull Island had merged with the Bone Island and become a part of it. The members of the Whitebone clan brought the two precursors to their bone burial pond deep inside the Bone Island. They had tried all the secret techniques to wake them up. However, as the two had spent all of their vitality and left only a wisp of the feeble soul, the bone burial pond couldn't wake their consciousness up. The members of the Whitebone clan quickly recognized that they needed to pour vitality into them in order to wake them up. Thus, they began to find the warriors with a strong life power Upanishad. They had promised generous rewards to find more experts. However, they weren't lucky because there weren't many warriors cultivating life power Upanishad, let alone ones with high realms. After a long time, only around 10 warriors had come. However, the highest realm of them was only at original God realm. The support from them was just an added grain of salt in the sea. The little skeleton's parents needed a lot more to be awakened. Because of the two dormant precursors at the territory ancestor realm came to the island, all the Whitebone clan's efforts were gathered here. Thus, they didn't really care about the power Upanishad symbol tower under the sea. They didn't send any member to go and explore the seabed. The bone burial pond in the center of the Bone Island was covered with jades. The little skeleton was sitting by the pond and watching the two coffins, his eyes upset. Child, don't grieve too much. I'm sure we can wake them up, said an old man of the Whitebone clan in their special language. The true expert of our clan will come soon. They will know how. The little skeleton nodded quietly. One day, while the little skeleton was sitting still, a white light came from the sky. A massive skull island emerged in his vision and anchored by the island. Many strong warriors of the Whitebone clan appeared on the island. They were following a midget, old man who slowly laned from the sky. The White Bone clan members on the Bone Island kneeled down to welcome them cheerfully. The old man from the White Bone clan who had just arrived was about 1 meter tall. He wasn't even taller than the little skeleton. He was holding a strange bone staff, which made him look like he had 3 legs. As soon as he landed, his eyes twinkled. He went to the little skeleton and raised his jade-like bony hand to stroke the little skeleton. He mumbled, "Good lumber. Beautiful jade. You're their kid, indeed. I can't believe they finally reappeared." "You know my parents?" asked the little skeleton in the White Bone clan's language. The old man looked at him lovingly. "Of course. They're my precursor. As you're their child, you're from the same generation as me." Then he took the little skeleton to the pond where the 2 coffins were laying. He stooped to see and said, "They need an enormous amount of vitality to wake up. If I cultivated life power Upanishad, I could have awakened them. Too bad that I don't." He turned to the crowd next to him. "It has been a long time. Is there anyone with a strong power Upanishad?" "No." They shook their heads. The old man looked disappointed. "We'll wait here for a while. Afterward, I will take them back to our clan. We will get more people to think about a solution." The old man stayed on the Bone Island and taught the little skeleton a lot of common knowledge, secrets and marvels of power Upanishads, and dark energy. This old man was one of the territory ancestor realm experts of the White Bone clan. He was also a famous expert in this vast sea of stars. With his teaching, the little skeleton gradually learned about the White Bone clan, the sea domain of nihility. He advanced his cultivation of power Upanishads. A secret bone pond inside the Bone Island was activated. They then melted many strange and rare materials that they had collected in the pond to refine the little skeleton's bone body, directed by the old man. Streams of ivory fluid seeped into the little skeleton. His white bone became more transparent and sparkly with brilliant starlight. If you want to see dark energy, your life magnetic field must have evolved sufficiently. You have to quench your body first. The body that your parent had gifted you is very fine. You're the luckiest in our clan's history. With this bone pond, you will thrive faster. The old man was sitting by the pond and watching the streams of fluid running into the pond. The little skeleton was using its star power to absorb it while listening to the old man's patient explanation. "Tribal oldie, I have something to report," asked a member of the White Bone clan from a far distance. After he was permitted, he stepped forward and said, "Tushar Chi of the mysterious Sky clan has contacted me. He said that he found the one who the 5 clans wanted undersea. That man cultivates life power Upanishad, and he has the life original symbol from the power Upanishad symbol tower. That man is called Shuryen. Tushar Chi couldn't capture him. As he knows you're here, he asked us if we're interested in this." Shuryen, the little skeleton, was cultivating in the pond. His eyes brightened. "He's the one I told you about. He got me back here, and he told me that he would help me wake up my parents." "Are you sure it's him?" The old man's eyes were like a monstrous, burning flame. "It's him. I heard the woman call him that." "That woman is called Meiji," said the little skeleton. The old man looked at the reporter. The other nodded continuously. "Yeah, it's Meiji from the Phantom Clan. They're going with each other. He cultivates life, power Upanishad, and he happened to get the absolute beginning original symbol of life power Upanishad. He had even brought you back here. It's predestined." The old man nodded. "Tell Tushar Chi that we're interested. Tell him I will go to the seabed myself. He just needs to tell me the directions." "I understand." The reporter walked out respectfully. "He helped me earlier. I want him to live a long life," said the little skeleton. The old man was calm. "Showing gratitude is our White Bone clan's pretty values. We won't do despicable things. I will bring him here. After I find him, he'll be fine." "Thank you," regarded the little skeleton. "You're my cousin. I am Hero. After you were born, my uncle and aunt went dormant. They haven't named you yet. We're not hurried. After they wake up, they will name you," Hero said seriously. "You're my little cousin, my closet family. Our White Bone clan doesn't have many members. We must stay close to each other. Family members won't compete against each O'Hare. It's the reason why we have the smallest population, but we can stand proudly in this sea domain of nihility. I understand, replied the little skeleton. All right, you stay here and cultivate. I'm going to the seabed to get him. Hero stood up. He was even shorter than the little skeleton, but his aura had made the members of the White Bone clan admire him a lot. Cousin, please be careful, said the little skeleton all of a sudden. Don't worry. In this sea of annihilation, I don't have a rival right now, Hero said arrogantly. He left the Bone Island and dove into the Sea of Annihilation's seabed alone. Tu Shirchi, Yiyun, and Forefather Dragon Lizard were deep in an algae field. Tu Shirchi was holding a rock in his hand and sensing. Yiyun and Forefather Dragon Lizard were watching him. They knew that he was communicating with a member of the White Bone clan. They were waiting with the hope that the White Bone clan would send some expert to help them. Hero decided to come personally. After a while, Tu Shirchi announced, his face excited. Hero, Forefather Dragon Lizard was perplexed. Is it the hero, one of the 10 great territory ancestors? It's him. Tu Shirchi nodded certainly. It's bustling this time. Emperor Sea Star, Neptune, and Feral have come. Today, Hero decided to come too. Interesting. Forefather Dragon Lizard looked excited. I have longed for the battle between the territory ancestors. Perhaps I can watch them to learn dark energy. Chapter 1452, Emperor Sea Shark. Chapter 1452, Emperor Sea Shark, _ Deep in the blue sea. A majestic glass palace the size of a small kingdom was moving on the seabed like a giant fish. This palace had so many crystal towers with piles of jades, corals, and precious gemstones. It was indeed grand and luxurious. Several thousand warriors of the Sea Clan were staying inside that crystal palace. They all had strange figures in relatively high realms with cold and calm auras. The entire glass palace was like an island made of 10 high towers. The central hall was hundreds of meters tall. Atop the conical tower, Emperor Sea Shark squinted, his face serene. A Sea Clan warrior kneeled behind him and reported in a low voice. 3 more crews have disappeared mysteriously. They were close to us. Emperor Sea Shark closed his eyes. After pondering for a while, he rose 1 finger. A water current created an arrow and pointed in a direction. So many shadows glowed dimly. Our men died right where those shadows are. From when they disappeared, we could guess which way their killer went. The warrior's eyes brightened. From what we observed, they're pretty close by. Emperor Sea Shark nodded. A strange light sparkled in his eyes. Countless wisps of energy that were like a tsunami rippled from his body. The grand palace slowly ceased. His energy covered the entire palace and made it invisible. We shall wait for them. Deep inside a sea area, the bodies of the 5 dead Sea Clan warriors were buried. Their vitality and aura vanished. Shurian wore a calm face and sat cross-legged. By him, Meiji was like an ice sculpture of a goddess with ice covering her entirely. The transparent ice made her beautiful in a different way. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of something freezing arose. From Meiji, the seawater was slowly freezing. In 10 breaths, she created a glacier and hid her body. Flows of cold energy expanded from the glacier, and the sea water became very cold. Inside the glacier, Meiji's breathing was long, and her eyebrows were transparent like the ice. She was wearing a long, bright silver dress, which outlined her curves. In the extremely cold energy, she looked refreshed. After a while, the glacier melted. She got out of the ice, her eyes bright and joyful. Her god power had become more refined and abundant. Because of the dark energy's existence, she was getting closer to the territory ancestor realm every day. Today, she tried to transform her incipient extent to the territory, which was going to become her foundation to enter the territory ancestor realm. After parting with Forefather Dragon Lizard and Tu Shirchi, she and Shurian had moved fiercely and killed all the warriors in their way. Every time after they killed the warriors, Shurian had used the devouring power Upanishad to absorb and share pure energy with her. While her god power, soul, and body were advancing, she also changed to enjoy an indescribable pleasure of intimacy. She got used to, and she thought she was sinking as she began to enjoy this erotic and yet dangerous adventure. Her power had been increasing every day. Every time she felt sweet, Shuriyan's image got carved more deeply into her soul and heart. She looked at Shuriyan with sincere feelings in her bright eyes. She was confident that she could compete with territory ancestor realm experts. Even if Batum had come back from death, she was confident that she would defeat him. She didn't know how strong Shuriyan was now. However, she knew that he was indeed intimidating because more than anyone, she understood the great benefits that the devouring power Upanishad had brought him. She also knew that Shuriyan always used the energy refined by the devouring power Upanishad to quench his body. As he felt her watching, Shuriyan opened his eyes and chuckled. "How do you feel?" "Couldn't have been better," smiled Meiji. "How about you? When can you reach second sky of a mortal realm?" "It's not far. I just need to understand my power Upanishads better. Whenever I meditate, I can feel the subtle but magical change of my power Upanishads." Shuriyan contemplated. "I can't rush. The accumulation of body, soul, and God power also benefits me a lot. At our current speed, we're around 1 year from the territory entrance. I know it will be pretty tough later. I don't want to finish this trip." Meiji walked forward and pulled his hand while pressing her voluptuous body against his. "This trip has been the most beautiful experience in my entire life. Even if I die, I won't regret it." Shuriyan didn't say more. He turned around and pulled her into his tight embrace. In this deep blue sea, they looked at each other, smiled, and continued their journey. "I don't know why I can't ease my restless mind after we entered this sea area. I feel bound as if I've been caged." "Today," Shuriyan said with a dark face while moving inside his starlight protection. They were very far from their first stop. Shuriyan had released his soul consciousness to sense around. He didn't find any commotion or aura of living beings. Logically, they had pierced through a dangerous zone. However, after a while of strange calmness and quietness, Shuriyan felt that something wasn't right. "We didn't find any warrior along the way. It's not normal." Meiji wore a serene face when he said that. "Yeah, it has been strangely smooth lately. I always feel like something is wrong," Shuriyan frowned, "but I can't tell why. I don't know what's the matter. Anyway, we have to be more cautious." "Okay." Several days later, they came to a beautiful area where so many magnificent jellyfish looked like 5-colored lanterns shining above their heads. The lights from them were so mesmerizing. As they were moving under the jellyfish, the dreamy scene above their heads had captured their minds for a while. However, shortly after, Shuriyan discolored and said, "Those jellyfish have weak soul energy fluctuations. They're possibly the eyes that some expert released." Meiji was surprised. She knew that it wasn't going well. "If so, we're disclosed. We have to leave as fast as we can." Shuriyan didn't say much and brought Meiji at the max speed toward the territory entrance. However, after 100 miles, his light cage bounced back as if it had bumped into an invisible barrier. Shuriyan and Meiji were frightened. They knew that their assumption was correct. Unknowingly, they had entered a trap that someone had set up for them. Right behind them, a grand crystal palace slowly emerged with countless cold-faced Sea Clan warriors. An old Sea Clan expert was standing on the highest tower of the palace in the center. He looked at them from a far distance and said deliberately, "We've been waiting for you for a long time." "Emperor Sea Shark," Meiji couldn't help but scream. "You guys have killed more than 10 of my crews. By the time they were killed, I figured out your route. We've been hiding here and waiting for you for a long time. Yeah, after 10 days, you finally showed up. You didn't fail me, indeed." Emperor Sea Shark pitched his voice. "Meiji, I know you. I don't want to provoke your Phantom Clan. I'm going to make my request clear right now." "Say it." Meiji's expression was extremely stern. "I've talked to Neptune and made a deal with him. Anyway, because of you, Meiji, I will give you away." Emperor Sea Shark's voice was cold and nonchalant. You tell him to hand over the power Upanishad symbol tower and the absolute beginning original symbol. I will let you go as if I have never seen you. It's the best deal I can give you. Emperor Sea Shark had agreed with Neptune that if he found Shi Yin and Meiji, he would tell Neptune first. However, Emperor Sea Shark had his own plans. According to Neptune, once he told him Shi Yin and Meiji's whereabouts, they wouldn't be able to escape death, and he wouldn't be able to get the power Upanishad symbol tower and absolute beginning original symbol either. Neptune would take them all. Neptune had promised Emperor Sea Shark to refine him an absolute beginning original symbol first. Anyway, Emperor Sea Shark knew there was a better option. Taking the power Upanishad symbol tower and absolute beginning original symbol without offending the Phantom Clan. Wasn't that a better option? Who was he? Shi Yin pulled himself together. He knew it would be the toughest step in this undersea journey. I can sense that he's a territory ancestor realm expert. His aura is really domineering. Emperor Sea Shark is the overlord of the seabed at first sky of territory ancestor realm. He's always cultivating under the sea. He rarely leaves the seabed. The 7 great clans don't want to mess with him, said Meiji in a low-pitched tone. He's Neptune's friend. Anyway, I think their friendship isn't good enough. Otherwise, he would kill us without talking. Tribal oldie, what about our dead fellows? Screamed a Sea Clan warrior. Emperor Sea Shark looked cold as he said, the power Upanishad symbol tower and the absolute beginning original symbol are the prices that they have to pay for my grandchildren's death. If they agree to hand the items over, we can save a lot of effort. He had his own concerns. Although he was at the territory ancestor realm, if he had to forcefully antagonize a force like the Phantom Clan, he wasn't so sure. He didn't want to let Neptune make use of him. If he killed Meiji, the Phantom experts would come to the seabed. Taking the power Upanishad symbol tower and the absolute beginning original symbol without enraging the Phantom Clan was the best thing to do. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider it. Emperor Sea Shark stood on his throne and spoke. Meiji, you're a smart woman. You know when to let it go. Swoosh. Countless layers of barriers were conjured. They covered the starlight cage to prevent the soul consciousness from sensing and eavesdropping. He's really strong at first sky of territory ancestor realm. We could try to defeat him, but I'm not so sure. Meiji looked bitter. Because I have been growing fast lately, I'm considering it. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have the guts to fight him once. Shi Yin furrowed his brows. The first sky of territory ancestor realm. His incipient extent has evolved into the territory. He has dark energy. Indeed, he's an extreme opponent. We can't succeed. Once we're defeated, I know it won't be easy to talk to him again, said Meiji. Shi Yin lifted his head and looked at Emperor Sea Shark, his voice low. I've swallowed a lot of soul altars lately. My body, soul altars, and God power all transformed to many different levels. I feel great, but fighting against a territory ancestor is over my capacity, I think. But I still want to try. I want to know to what degree I can reach if I use all of my powers. Do you want to fight? Meiji was frightened as she spoke resolutely. No, absolutely not. You're at first sky of a mortal realm. Too low. Let me try beating Emperor Sea Shark. If we can't, just give him the power Upanishad symbol tower. You're still young. You don't need to sacrifice yourself. You will have chances to make up the fight today. The absolute beginning original symbol has fused with my power Upanishad. I don't know how to take it out. The power Upanishad symbol tower has connected to my co-soul. I will never discard my soul. Shi Yin shook his head.